Hey, yo! What up, fools? Today is 1/13/2026. It is 9:55 p.m. Eastern Time. Getting started a little bit late here. I think I'm gonna set up the clock today. I meant to do that before stream and forgot to do that, so doing that now. I haven't done a clock since like the 3rd, apparently. And my bank account is feeling it. I am definitely feeling it. I'm definitely feeling it, so we're gonna do a clock today. Oh, what the fuck is that? All right. Let me check and see what we got. Content suggestions. So we do have a panel scheduled. Obviously, you guys know that I've been working on getting panels ready to do those again. And we're gonna have panels coming up this Friday. So we'll have the first panel this Friday. It's gonna be more of a test panel to kind of get everything ready, but I've already sent out invites. I'm gonna be working on the background again because the last time I made it, that was on the last computer, and I have to remake all of that again on this computer. So I'm gonna redo all of it. Most of it was saved, I believe, on the external hard drive, so I should have like at least the background and stuff like that. So, but so far I think we've got Grit Motorsports, we've got Loner Box, Soy Pill, and I think that's all that's answered so far. We have one that said no, and then we have 2 more pending invites. So we'll see. Based on who answers, we'll we'll maybe have to invite some other people as well, but not sure just yet. So we'll see. But yeah, we're probably going to talk about the ICE shootings. We're going to talk about ICE overall. Just kind of what it is that they've been doing and their role and the protests, things like that. This is going to be, as I said, more of a Piers Morgan style panel, so it will be more moderated, but it should also have a bit more production value as well. So we're gonna give it a shot, see how it goes. I think eventually I may end up switching back to StreamYard because StreamYard does a lot of the things that I want to do. It does it for me, and I think with OBS it might just be a little bit too difficult to do it all myself, especially with camera changes and all of that, but we'll see. You better use a British accent. I better not, actually. I better not use a British accent because that would make me sound stupid. It would make me sound like a stupid person. Who do we know that licks boots? We know lots of bootlickers. We have bootlicker galore on the internet, okay? One of the things that I do want to do is continue to try. So what I did the last time that I ran panels is I invited a lot of people from TikTok to those panels. And so we had a lot more TikTok politics people on my panels from the left and the right. And so I'm probably going to do the same coming up. But for the first panel, just trying to get people that I know. But depending on who says yes, I might reach out to some other TikTok people and try to get them on. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. And we might even be streaming on TikTok as well. One of the problems with streaming on TikTok, though, like, I don't want to do vertical streams on YouTube. I've talked about this before. They just really ruin my analytics. They really fuck with my analytics to the point that it's just not even worth it. And it doesn't seem like anybody that I ever get watching me from vertical streams, they never come over to the regular landscape streams. They never come over here and watch these streams, and they never watch the videos. So like after almost a year of streaming in vertical format for a long time, averaging somewhere from like, 200 to 300 viewers, that I just never got consistent viewers from vertical streams. I never got new viewers that were there consistently, unless I was streaming on vertical. There were lots of people who came consistently to the vertical streams, but outside of that, they never came over to these streams. So yeah, it doesn't seem like it's actually good for viewer retention over time, and I don't like doing it. It's not worth the headache of how much it fucks with my analytics. So doing like setting up a vertical stream for TikTok and then not doing one on YouTube, it's gonna feel like a waste of a vertical stream. Like it feels like I could just put this on YouTube as well, but yeah, I don't want to fuck up my analytics like that. So we're gonna just take it easy, one step at a time. Maybe I thought about, if I do vertical streams, I might even do like a separate channel for the verticals. I might even just set up a whole separate channel to do verticals on, because yeah, verticals on this stream, on this channel, are just fucking rough. They're just rough. All right. So if you guys haven't seen, there has been one thing that's been popping off in the news, and it's almost like a whole new Kilmar Abrego Garcia sort of situation, but worse. Like the whole defense of the thing with Kilmar Abrego Garcia is he's not even a citizen. He's not even a citizen. Who cares? He's not a citizen. But now this shit's happening to citizens. And it's getting a little wild. So obviously there's been a lot of protests. And with the protests, there's been more people who are following around ICE agents. And we showed you guys this the last time that I was live. Lots of people are following around ICE agents as a type of protest, because they said that's why they shot the other lady, is because or why they confronted her initially to detain her, is because she was following them around all day. So now there's tons of people following around ICE agents. We showed some of these clips the other day. I'll just show these to you again real quick.
Shame on you.
Listen, have y'all not learned from the past couple of days? Have you not learned?
Learned what? What's our lesson here? What do you want us to learn?
Following federal agents.
Give me my phone.
It's so fucked up, dude. Like, not only, just not like, obviously grabbing her phone is fucked up, and obviously trying to mess with her phone is fucked up, but the fact that he's using the shooting of Renee Good to threaten other people is so disgusting. It is so disgusting, and I cannot I cannot imagine anybody watching this thinking this is okay. I can't imagine anybody watching this thinking this is justified at all. It's so gross. But there's tons of people still following them around.
See you following us, interfering with us, honking your horn, blocking our cars, you have a very high probability of making a really bad decision and being arrested today, okay?
I think I'm making exactly
I'm not.
the right decision.
Oh, then why are you giving her a warning?
I'm giving her a warning to not interfere with what we're doing, to not make a bad decision today and ruin your life.
Whoa, bad
Okay,
decisions.
thank you.
That's funny coming from you.
Okay, alrighty. Thank you. Have a good day.
I hope you have a terrible day.
Okay, thank you. Just so you know, if we continue to have you follow us, okay? Okay.
Captain Dapper, appreciate the sub.
Have fun. Don't make a bad decision today.
It's not illegal to follow you. What is illegal is stopping people unconstitutionally.
Don't interfere. If I continually see you follow.
Yeah, so we've had a bunch of these clips. I want to make sure I'm pulling up the right clip here. I'm not positive.
You are not supposed to be here. You are not welcome. You are not welcome. Get out of the state. You are not supposed to be here.
So this, let me stop.
You are not supposed to be here. You are not welcome.
This St. Cloud, Minnesota says small crowd. I missed it. Okay.
Get out of the state. You are not supposed to be
Community members shouted at federal agents after they followed a woman into a shopping center parking lot. According to an eyewitness.
here. Get out. Get out. You are not supposed to be here.
The eyewitness said that the woman was a U.S. citizen and provided ID when agents asked to see it.
Get out. You are not supposed to be here. Out. Out. Get out. You are not supposed to be here. Get out. 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 Out.
CNN has reached out to the Department of Homeland Security for comment.
Out. Out.
Bro, this is fucking epic. Like, it really is. Watching this many people just gather up and be like, fuck you guys, what do you think you're doing here? Like, just whole communities gathering up on these people. This is fucking sick.
Out. 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 Get out. Get out. Out. You're not welcome. Out.
According to the eyewitness, the agents drove off after the confrontation.
You are not supposed.
So literally chasing them off out of places.
Protests unfolded across the
Austin,
country this
Texas,
weekend,
Minneapolis,
responding to the fatal
Minnesota,
ICE shooting of Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis.
Los Angeles.
More than 1,000
Joe
events.
Romero tipped $25. Tom didn't invite me to debates. Running from me at debates just like he does COD. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
How would I run from you in Call of Duty? You would be on my team. You would be on my team, Joe. If you actually played, you would be on my team. There's no reason for me to run from you. I would want you to play if you're actually good. I would want you to come be on my team and actually play. You're scared that I'm going to be that much better than you.
Were planned. In Austin, Texas, protests ended with multiple detainments and authorities shooting what appears to be pepper balls into the crowd. In Los Angeles, protesters gathered outside federal buildings as police blocked an intersection with their squad cars. In other states, huge crowds marched through their neighborhoods and city streets, including in front of the White House. Most of the protests were coordinated, quote, ICE out for good events, organizers emphasizing ahead of time that the demonstrations would be, quote,
But just a throw this out there. Joe did just fill up the $25. So let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go.
Nonviolent, lawful, and community-led.
All right. All right. So this is the thing that that I was talking about earlier. It says ICE arrests 2 U.S. citizens in Richfield. Fuck, where's the...
What's your name? Jonathan Aguilar Garcia. I'm literally a U.S. citizen. I'm literally a U.S. citizen.
So it says they arrest 2 U.S. citizens at Richfield, Minnesota Target.
Why are you kidnapping our citizen? Why are you?
This guy right here, they let him out of the vehicle. They tortured him. This guy right here, yeah. You okay, man? No, I'm not okay. Bro, it's crazy. My man's bleeding. Bleeding. They slammed me on the ground. We gotta be able to call somebody. This is ridiculous. You got family around? You got somebody here, man? I think I'm going to. Come on, we in here. Come on, man. You work here, don't you? No, I work at Target. You work, bro? Come on, bro. It's okay. That is so crazy. Man, slam this man up in the parking lot. Torture this guy.
Yeah, I could have done without the music, but this is so fucked up. So fucked up. So I wasn't sure if this is real. I'm like, damn, dude, like all of these videos coming out, I see so many AI videos. It's getting to be like too much. So every time I see a video like this, I have to go look it up to see if it's real. This is real. Not only is this real, they took him and his friend from Target, both 16 years old. He got dropped off 9 minutes later down the road. Just a couple blocks down the road, he says they threw him out of the car and threw him down on the sidewalk and like beat him up, and then got back in their cars and drove off and just left him there. And the other kid, nobody knows where the fuck he is. Nobody knows where he is. Nobody knows what happened. Both of them citizens. 2 fucking teenagers. Minors. Citizens.
Love the song, but the music takes away from it all.
Two minors. Thank you, my listening library. Appreciate it. And the second one, he got thrown out of the car. The other kid, nobody knows. His mom apparently can't find out where he is. The people from the Target reported that they took him. Okay, so this says, who is Jonathan Garcia? Alleged ICE arrests of 17-year-old U.S. citizen in Minnesota sparks fury. Elon Musk responds. ICE has come under fire after viral video claimed to show Jonathan Aguilar Garcia being arrested by agents while working at a Target store in Richfield. ICE has come under fire after videos on social media claim to show a 17-year-old boy being arrested by agents while working at a Target store in Richfield, Minnesota. According to a social media post, Jonathan Aguilar Garcia was arrested despite being a U.S. citizen, with some posts claiming he was targeted because ICE agents simply assumed he was an immigrant because of how he looked. Garcia was allegedly arrested along with another U.S. citizen and teenager, Christian Miranda Romano, who was also working at the same Target store. Representative Jimmy Gomez from California claimed in a Facebook post that Garcia was later dumped at a Walmart parking lot after the ICE agents realized he was a U.S. citizen. This is barbaric. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, 17-year-old Target employee Jonathan Aguilar Garcia, a U.S. citizen, was taken by CBP while on the job because they assumed he was an immigrant. He was later dumped at a nearby Walmart parking lot, crying, bleeding when they realized he really was a citizen, Gomez wrote. Videos of the arrests have widely surfaced on social media. Who is Jonathan Aguilar Garcia? Garcia is a lawful U.S. citizen according to various social media posts. He is a Target employee and was working at a store when he was arrested. Itzy Romano, Christian Romano's cousin, wrote in a Facebook post that the teen was arrested by ICE without a motive, calling it a racial profiling. My cousin Christian Miranda Romano, who is born and raised U.S. citizen, was arrested by ICE today from work. No warrant, no probable motive for the arrest. Was flat out racially profiled. When we communicated with ICE agents and presented his birth certificate and social security card, they stated they didn't care. Fuck, I lost where I was. They stated they didn't care he was a citizen. They don't care who you are. If you fit the profile, you're a target for them. He is being held at Fort Snelling Detention Center with no communication with us. If you were able to record the incident, please send me a message, Itzy wrote. Josie, another family member of Romano, shared a similar Facebook post saying, please keep my family in your prayers. My brother, a U.S. citizen, was detained by ICE today while working at Target in Richfield. We have spoken directly with ICE, and they told us they didn't care that he is a U.S. citizen and refused to release him. We followed ICE after they detained him, and what we saw was heartbreaking and disturbing. The agents were completely heartless. They showed no concern for anyone involved, citizen or not. We also saw other people inside the ICE vehicles, and they appeared completely unresponsive with no visible movement, which was terrifying to witness. While some Facebook posts claimed Romero was later released, there has been no official confirmation. Josie shared in another post that Romero and Garcia were merely recording when ICE came to the workplace when they were arrested. For those who say Christian and Jonathan sought their own evil, you are very wrong, reads the post. They were merely recording what was happening when ICE came to their job, intending to inform and alert the community. That is not a crime. We all have the right to express ourselves, to document what happens, and to speak up. What happened is not good and should not be happening, Josie said. Elon Musk clashes with Jeff Deep over the incident. Jeff Dean... Wait, is it Jeff Deep or Jeff Dean? Which fucking... His Hindustan Times is great shit. So this one says Jeff Deep, but apparently his name is Jeff Dean. So Jeff Dean, chief scientist for Google DeepMind and Google Research and Gemini lead at the tech giant, condemned Garcia and Romano's arrest after the video surfaced. Elon Musk responded to the post, clashing with Deep. Sharing a video of the arrest, Deep wrote, "This is completely not okay, and we can't become numb to repeated instances of illegal and unconstitutional action by government agencies. The recent days have been horrific." Musk commented on the post, "There is no evidence that he showed his passport. Do you have anything besides hearsay on the internet?" They're fucking minors! They're minors! What passport? What passport does a minor have? I'm 37. I just got my passport for the first time in my life. You think these 17-year-old kids have passports? What passport? Are you kidding me? A passport? For minors? What? Minors can have thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. That's great. Thanks. So good. My bad. I was oh my goodness. My bad, my bad, my bad. ICE is facing widespread criticism after the death of Renee Good in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Good, a 37-year-old mother of 3, was gunned down by federal agents Jonathan Ross after she allegedly struck him with her vehicle. Ross has served as a deportation officer with ICE since 2015. While the Department of Homeland Security and Donald Trump claimed Good was shot and killed in self-defense, Democrats condemned the shooting, with Nancy Pelosi calling the incident a betrayal of American values, and Karen Bass calling it the senseless killing of an innocent and unarmed wife and mother. It's so fucked up, dude. This is all so fucked up. Like, at the end of the video where they're saying, like, we got to be able to call somebody, like, it really, it feels so fucking helpless. Like, there's, what the fuck do you do? What do you do? There's no accountability within the federal government right now. There's nothing there. What do you do? Who do you call? You have a bunch of fucking thugs and gangsters just running around, kidnapping people, beating them up, killing people, and then nothing. Nothing. Who do you call? It's fucked up. And this is like, I was telling Mantis earlier, this is my feed right now, is like, it's nothing but like ICE and ARC Raiders. That's it. Just like my whole, every platform, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, like everything is just ICE and ARC Raiders. So it goes from like some of the funniest shit I have ever seen in my life to then the next one, some of the most depressing shit I've ever seen in my life, to the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life, to the most depressing shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, it is just nonstop, like highs and lows, where I'm like cracking up, laughing uncontrollably. So then the next one, I just want to fucking cry. Like, this is this is not a good feed for me right now, because it's just nonstop ups and downs from one to the next. I can't afford ARC, so I'm depressed all the time. Let me find the clip that I sent to Mantis. Did I send it on Discord? I might have sent it on Discord. This shit had me fucking rolling, dude. Wait, where the fuck did I send this clip? Oh, here it is. Okay. Wait, this isn't it. The fuck is this? What the fuck? Is the clip gone? Is it gone? No, it's still there. Why every time I click on this fucking clip does it take me to something else? It keeps taking me to random videos on Instagram. Okay, maybe this is it.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Nah, this isn't it. Why the fuck is it doing this? Okay. Never mind. I love this video though. So fucking get it. Dude, banging the fucking beast, dude. Pull up the fucking video, you bitch. Alright. Instagram is the worst, bro. The worst platform of all time. It took me like a week just to get signed into this stupid platform. I don't know. I don't know why they have to make everything so fucking difficult. Okay, here it is.
Man, I am friendly. I don't want to die and you don't want to die, okay? Okay? I just want to make a mission in here, man. Okay? You shot me first. I shot you.
He's so bad too, dude. He's so fucking bad. He misses every fucking shot. He goes in sliding and just horribly fucking misses him. He gets back up and starts like jumping into the wall. He keeps marking shit. He's out of ammo and you can tell he's like trying to aim at him but doesn't realize it says out of ammo on the fucking screen. So he's sitting there like still pulling the trigger, still trying to shoot the guy. And he's like running into the wall and like having to he misses every fucking shot. Then afterwards, like, look, dude, I'm friendly. Like, you shot me first, so I shot you back. Like, you don't want to die, right? And I'm willing to let you go if you just we just be friendly, dude. I'm friendly. Like you get even the way he fucking moves, where it's just like little like steps at a time. Just oh, he's so fucking bad, dude. It's so funny. Wait, did that guy shoot first? Maybe he did. The jumping into the wall, dude. The jumping into the wall. It's so good, bro.
Over here.
He's out of ammo.
A raider. Over here.
Man, I am friendly. I don't want to die, and you don't want to die, okay? Okay? I just want to make a mission in here, man. Okay? You shot me first. I shot you.
It's so good, dude. Everything about this clip is so fucking funny. I gotta see if he shot first, though. Oh, he did. Okay. I didn't realize that guy shot first. Okay. I didn't. That does change. Oh, that does change a lot of it for me, because I thought at the end he's just totally gaslighting this guy. I thought he was just totally gaslighting this guy, saying you shot me first, and I thought that he was just completely fucking lying at the end, just being like, bro, you shot me first, so I shot you back. Like, I didn't realize the other guy did shoot first. Okay. It's just so fucking bad, though, dude. Holy shit. I did, we'll move on from Arc Raiders, but I did just make a pretty epic fucking clip.
Oh shit, there's people behind us.
Oh, is that a player flare?
Do you guys want to take a leap or down? I don't know.
Oh, they're up on the hill, they're up on the hill.
Over there.
I just shot a target.
We can help shoot it.
Alright, okay, go on. Attack!
Wow, those guys are idiots.
Yeah. No wonder they asked for help. Jesus.
Oh, they're shooting us. People
Yeah, they're shooting players. They're right there now.
Oh shit. That's a good shot.
Oh, they're all fucking shooting. Yo, I'm on your side. Stop shooting me. I'm on your side. I'm on your side, bro. Stop shooting me. I'm on your fucking side.
Nice job.
I got bugs on me. I got one, by the way. I knocked one out. I'm gonna die.
Oh, this thing's gonna kill me. Gotta get inside.
Yes.
I got it. Just get running. They're shooting at us again. They're right here.
Yeah, they're still there.
Yeah, I saw that. We died. We died. They came and got us. The team that asked us to fucking kill the Leaper, we helped them. I killed the fucking Leaper. I did like most of the work with the Huckster, and then threw a Bobcat, or not a Bobcat, Wolfpack at it right after and killed it. And then the second we kill it, there's a third party team shooting at us. So all 6 of us were like, all right, let's fucking get them, dude. And then I sneak up behind them. I like flank them, come up behind them, throw a couple frags, and run off. When I run off, that kid that you can hear yelling the whole time of like, take no prisoners, no casualties. Like the kid who you can hear screaming when they're fighting the Leaper. Ah! stop. Like, that kid starts fucking shooting me. And I'm like, bro, stop. I'm on your side. What are you fucking doing? And he's, I got him, guys. I got him. I got this guy. I got him. I didn't realize, though. I thought I hit him twice. I just realized watching that. Ryan hit him from like across the fucking map. He hit him once, and then I hit him the second time and killed him. But I didn't realize Ryan fucking hit him. So that was base as fuck, dude. Really clutch hit from Ryan. From all the way over on the other side. So yeah, that was yeah, that did not go well for us. They came in there and killed us right after. I never have or will watch gamer clips or gamer streams. I will just play games. Tom is getting annoying with it. I can deal with Snake Game or whatever. No, sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. This is a gamer stream. That's what we do here.
Guys, I have never understood the video games streamer thing. When I would go into my little sister's room and see her laying in bed online watching another person play a video game, I thought, surely this is a generational difference, because I don't get it. I truly did not understand. And I love games. I love
I did the same thing, dude. When my little brother used to watch other people play video games, I'd be like, why don't you just play the fucking video game, dude? Why would you watch somebody else play a video game? This is so stupid.
And so I was able to put it out of my mind for 15 years because it was a generational difference. Fast forward to now, I'm having to revisit because I married a man my own age who watches video game streamers. And please, if you're a man and you have a wife or girlfriend or whoever who doesn't like that you watch video game streamers, you're going to want to send this to her because this is vital information that she's going to need to hear and it's going to benefit you both. I never understood it until I came across this little peanut man that my husband watches. This little peanut man who drinks silly juice. He has no arms, no legs. He's just a peanut. This peanut would never date an almond or a cashew. And I love this peanut man. And now, you guys, I'm so in it now. I know all of these video game streamers. Burnt Peanut, Tim the Tap Man, who people call Tim the Fat Man. I know that now. There's someone named Cloaksy, Hutch, Jack Morrison. I have favorite streamers now. I have my faves.
Who is your favorite?
I love Peanut. I love Jack Morrison. I love Nick Merckx. It's unbelievable. It is absolutely... I've gone so long thinking y'all are weird for watching this shit. When all along, guys, there was a war. There was a whole war. The bungulators versus everybody else. I'm talking directly to you ladies that have boyfriends, husbands that are super into video gaming, and you...
I just found out about Mr. Peanut recently. Like, he is one of the reasons that I bought Arc Raiders, is because I like happened upon him. You guys were telling me to watch some clips of Arc Raiders. You kept telling me to get it. So I looked up a bunch of clips. He started getting pushed into my feed. And when I started watching him, all of a sudden I was like, oh my goodness, I gotta get this fucking game, dude. I gotta get this game. This is fucking dope, dude. And he's fucking hilarious, bro. He's so good. And but that is one of the things that I realized after watching him for a while is I keep getting clips of other streamers who are talking either shit about you know, the Burnt Peanut. They're talking about him saying like, bro, he's a fucking VTuber, like he's kind of annoying, and he does, like, he's not even doing this, he doesn't even show his face. And then other people, like, you know, oh, these people are all haters, like they're just mad that he's killing it, and like he's doing so well, and his streams are so fun. And it's yeah, apparently he's had a lot of beef with people coming up. Yeah, it's I got it for like $30 while it was on sale right after Christmas, but yeah, it's like $40 at most. That's like how much it cost when it came out. It cost $40 when it came out. Holy shit, dude. It's like, and it won like Game of the Year, won PvP of the Year, won it won just like all the top awards. Yeah, her eyebrows are definitely fucked. They've been through some shit. They need some healing.
Oh, dude. You can't take my phone. You cannot. Oh, that's illegal, sir. That's kidnapping. Hey! 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 Stop that shit! Hey! You need to get off of her right now.
Get off. Get the off her.
You stole her phone. Hey! Call 911. Someone call 911. Call 911.
Get back. Get back.
Someone call the police.
Okay, this one's a little bit more justified. She literally had the phone in his face, like right there. She literally had her phone like right there in his face. This one's a little bit more justified. It's a little weird that they didn't end up detaining her. That's kind of what makes it look unjustified, is the fact that the guy starts to detain her, and then the other guys pull him off of her and just say leave it alone. And so then they leave it alone. But if they had just detained her, this would have looked like very, very justified. But because they end up throwing her to the ground and then just walking away and leaving her, now it's like, what the fuck? You just threw a woman down for nothing?
That is assault. That is kidnapping of her phone.
What's your name?
That is kidnapping of assault?
That was illegal.
What's your name?
Someone call 911.
You legally have to identify
What's your
yourself.
name?
This is a part
What's
of the
your
Constitution.
name?
Identify
What's your
yourself.
name?
What's your name?
Who are you?
What's your name? Identify.
They sound like, did you guys ever see the clip of the dogs where there's like one on one side and they're like, hey, what's your name? You guys know what I'm talking about?
What's your name? What? What is your name? Tony! Fuck you, Tony! What's your name? Ezekiel! Fuck you, Ezekiel! Fuck you! Fuck you! Hey, you know what I did last night? You better not bring my mother into this! You know what I did? You better not! I broke that fly over there! Oh! And I fucked your mother next to it! Fuck you, Ezekiel! Fuck you! Fuck you!
That's what I hear. They're, what's your name?
Shame!
So yeah, as you see, like, she's right up in his fucking face, dude. She's right up in his grill.
Oh, dude. You can't take my phone. You cannot. Oh, that's illegal, sir. That's kidnapping. Hey! 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 Stop that shit! Hey! You need to get off of her right now.
Get off. Get the off her.
You stole her phone. Hey!
But yeah, then they throw her down to the ground, and the other guy comes over and he's like, yo, chill, chill. And so then they just back off.
Someone call 911. Call 911.
Get back. Get back.
Someone call the police. That is assault. That is kidnapping of her phone.
What's your name?
That is kidnapping of her phone.
That was illegal.
What's your
What's
name?
your name? What's your badge number?
Someone call 911.
You legally have to identify
What's your
yourself.
name?
This is a part
What's
of
your
the Constitution.
name?
Identify
What's your
yourself.
name?
What's your name?
Who are you?
What's your name?
What's your name? Ezekiel! Fuck you, Ezekiel!
For something to grab here. It's going to get rough. And you put me in a position where there's absolutely nothing to grab. So I'm looking for something to grab, but it's not going to be Caroline.
That's not even what I clicked. Again, it's just not pulling up the fucking video that I clicked on. What the fuck is happening? Erica Kirk applies tear solution before going on stage. What the fuck is tear solution? I can't get the right fucking video to come up, dude. Instagram is bullshit. I'm even like copying and pasting the link and it just won't go. What the fuck, dude? Give me the link! Give me the fucking video! Give me the fucking video, bitches! Just give me the fucking video. Alright, Alright, whatever. I hate my life. Alright.
Yo!
He brought her back to Trump Tower. He shut the whole floor down at Trump Tower just so he could be alone. One of his classmates said this: he's tall and awkward, but he was the thing, the guy. He had a lot of girls running after him. Another said he's a ladies' man for sure. He's really popular with the ladies. He's tall and handsome. A lot of people seem to think he's pretty attractive.
Man, this guy's got game. I mean, 6'7", and he's got a whole floor at Trump Tower for a freaking date. I hope something good came out of that date. I mean, I'm not going to say what.
He brought her back to Trump.
Bro. How old is it? What the fuck? How old is this kid? That is weird, bro. That is weird. That is so fucking weird. Could you imagine like what one of these guys like saying this about like a young girl? Being like, I hope somebody hit that. Like talking about like Trump's daughters, like it. I hope somebody hit that, dude.
In 10 seconds, I'll prove to you that the gender pay gap does not exist. The reason why men make more is because they choose higher paying jobs, like lawyer, doctor, engineer. But women choose lower paying jobs, like female lawyer, female doctor, female engineer. In 10 seconds, I'll prove...
That's true.
Hey, how's it going? I'm from the future. You Republican? Yeah. Just doing a quick survey. Mind if I have?
That's not what I meant to click on.
How much fun is it in that room? Sitting there, you have a couple cocktails, you hang out with everybody, and there's all kinds of conversations going on.
It's usually a lot of fun, but I can't really, I got to be honest with you, I'm not feeling so good.
Breadbox, I went over the clips earlier. I went over the stuff. It was like the first thing we went over. We went over clips, we went over articles, and read everything on it. We went over the stuff on the teenagers.
Great. We have a woman, Renee Good, was murdered in our streets of America today, and we got literally stormtroopers running around terrorizing. And as much as I love all this, I don't know if I can pretend like this crazy stuff isn't happening. We have
calling them stormtroopers is advocating for violence against them, dude. You can't say
president
that.
who says the laws of the world don't apply to him, and we could rely on his morality, but he has no morality. So where does that leave us? Where does that leave the world? So I love these people. I love being.
I can't imagine, like, normally in a situation like this, you have, like, the reporter standing there, somebody from ET, and he starts getting political with it. Like, it almost feels like a Kanye West moment, talking about George Bush hates black people sort of thing. You're sitting there like, oh shit. Oh shit. The people in your ear are probably like, hey, go to commercial. Move on, next person. Next person, get going, please.
Being here, I love you. But I also can't. It's so hard to pretend anymore. This is crazy what's happening.
I have to ask you, because I have family from the Twin Cities, so I understand how hard that is right now. Well, lots of people are hurting right now, and that's the problem, is that the people are hurting.
Yeah. And people can't pay their rent. This isn't making us any safer. They can't pay their rent. They can't buy food. Insurance is impossible. They can't take care of their family.
Is this guy behind them, the hair? I feel like I recognize that hair. Is that the guy who does like the slow motion zoom in cameras on everybody?
Healthy. There's no education. I mean,
no, that's not.
This is not making America better. If it was, I'd be, yeah, great, let's do it. But that's not.
It's probably somebody from Telemundo. Probably about to get deported.
So that's not what's happening. And we have Americans being shot, killed, a woman in her car.
So I'm going to ask you this, because we're talking about the problems. What do you think we can do what are the solutions?
Listen, I think most Americans want the same thing. They want a little sun on their face. They want to know that their kids are going to be okay. They want to know their kids are going to be safe. They want to be able to pay their rent. They want to be able to know they're going to send their kids to a good education. But right now, the whole Senate, the whole Congress has been taken over by corporations. So who's there fighting for us now? Nobody. But if somebody did, they got us at each other's throats. The billionaires got.
I only know who this guy is because of the YouTube sausage guy. Wait, what? You don't know who Hulk? You don't know who the Hulk is? From the Avengers movies? The Incredible Hulk? Bro, I've never watched a Marvel movie. Your name is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Aren't you supposed to be a nerd?
Got us at each other's throats, right? We're out there killing each other. You know what the solution is? It's doing something for the working people, putting all your focus on that.
Here's what I'm going to say. I respect the fact that you're using your time in your forum to get out your message. And how much fun is it in that room?
That's Disney now, Tom. Everything is Disney now. That's not saying anything. Everything is Disney now.
Well, honey Dick, that was a long time ago. You're not that same person you were.
You don't get it. There is a darkness inside of me. It wants to get out, wants to walk around. It wants some walking around money, and it wants to buy some shoes, and it wants to walk up with the people and say, hey, Gator don't play no shit. You feel me? Gator never been about that. Never been about playing no shit.
I'm pregnant.
Whose baby is that? Who's the man who did that to you? Gator's bitches better be using Jimmy's.
Better be using Jimmy's.
Well, honey dick, that was a long time.
Bruh.
Diddy wanted to throw a party in Los Angeles, and he made Biggie stay for it. At the end of the party, that's when Biggie was gunned down. You then watch how Diddy acts after that. He launches his own album. He's mega famous, and he's dancing at the MTV Awards. Like, you know, can you even fathom losing the person most important to you in your life? And then within weeks, you're already in the spotlight, launching your solo career, back in the studio, building off of the glamour that the person with you attracted this whole time. You're even meeting the president. Can you imagine anyone doing anything like that in September of 2025? Can you imagine? I'm just talking about P. Diddy. I'm not talking about E. Kirky. This is all allegedly. I was saying allegedly until I found out he's a Scorpio, and now I'm just like, okay, you know, like, you're innocent until proven Scorpio. That's just kind of how I roll. Sorry, Scorpios. 1 out of 12 chance you don't like that joke, okay? No, there's plenty of good Scorpios out there, like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, and name a good one, and we'll talk. What's wrong with Scorpio? Oh, there's nothing wrong with Scorpios. It was lit. No shit. And I fucking have a metaphorical gun to my head right now. What's wrong with Scorpios? Did you know I'm one? Clearly not. Probably would have avoided that joke altogether if I knew I was fucking surrounded. Have you ever physically hurt anybody? Okay, great. Do you need any more? You look at the data points. You're not crazy. Of course. She's like, the voices in my head say that I'm amazing. I'm curious what Erica Kirk's sign is, actually. No. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Yeah, she's a Scorpio. So how bad did you hurt your ex-husband? He's alive. That's good. Just like Charlie Kirk. Okay.
He was a human being. That's the best way I could describe him.
He's a human being.
Did he want to?
Oh boy. All right. Fake news. This is Scorpio oppression.
To open the door and they have a warrant?
They don't have a warrant. They said they'll get one. They said they'll get one.
Okay, if they get one, then they're gonna break the door down.
That's fine, but I don't want to open the door if they don't have a warrant. Because this was my DoorDash lady. I don't even know the lady. She just ran to my house.
Okay. All right.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm so scared. Barricade.
They're looking at our backyard, too.
They're looking at everything. They're everywhere. All because I ordered some fucking DoorDash food.
Okay. But this is the thing. Even if they get the warrant, they're coming in your house. They're not going to leave. So we need to come up with a solution to do this peacefully, right?
Oh my god.
You don't want the view to live in your house.
I don't know what to do, man. This is scary.
You don't even know her.
Can I just get a warrant? I just want a warrant, man. I got my child in here. This shit happened yesterday, and
If you give her to us, nothing happens. If we wait, it's gonna get worse. Our SWAT team's gonna come. We have an active warrant.
If you're driving for DoorDash, they check your shit, dude. Like, they actually check your shit. They have to like go through the process of like making sure you have a license and insurance and stuff like that. You can't just go drive for DoorDash and not have any of this checked up on.
Why do you make it work?
If I open this door, one, you're not coming in my house. I will give you her. This is her ID.
They said
She is a U.S. citizen.
They said they ran her place.
This was my fucking DoorDash. The fact that you are guys are torment. I'm Native American. I will open this fucking door when I have the fucking decency to open this door. Since you guys are pointing fucking guns at me.
Can do.
Come on, just come on. Ma'am, I am so sorry. I don't want to do this. Come on, come on.
Oh my god.
I don't know what to do. I'm Native American. This is against everything I stand for. What the fuck do I do, man? I need you to come up.
I'm sorry.
I can't. Don't. No guns. No shooting
guns.
anybody. No shooting anybody.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry. I will let everybody. What is your name? What is your name? What is your name? Let me see. What's your name? Okay, ma'am. The police said I have to let you go. Ma'am. I don't know what to do.
No, eso es mentira, ustedes lo separan de las familias. Digo, mis dos niñas solas.
Till you guys have a warrant signed, get off my fucking property now! Put your hand on the gun the whole time!
To open the door and they have a warrant, then
Sheesh, dude. Oh, I saw this. The woman was incorrectly told by the cops to let them in without a judicial warrant. That's like again, that's a normal thing. Like, this is something that we've gone over 1,000 times. Like, cops are allowed to lie to you. They're allowed to lie to you. They're allowed to tell you to say things right. They're allowed to try to get you to talk. They're allowed to like tell you that like, oh, somebody else told us already, so you might as well admit it now. Like, you know, they're allowed to lie. And so if they say like, you know, hey, we're like, they can't say things that are unconstitutional, right? So they can't say like
Breadbox tipped $5. Thanks for your attention to this matter. TOMFTW.
Thank you, sir. But yeah, there's lines there. They're not allowed to say like you're not allowed to stay silent or anything like that, right? They can't like say something like that, but they can say like, you know, they can like try to come into the house and try to search it and shit like that. All right.
Hey everyone. Just started. How you doing, Hutch? Doing good?
Doing good, yeah, doing good.
So
Yeah.
fighting a good fight against the far left that says never vote for the Democrats or left unless they're full commie.
I've been fighting with them for a while, but I think it ramped up a little bit.
There's some really stupid shit that I've been seeing from the left lately, and I've been seeing it on TikTok. I've been seeing it on Twitter. It really, really fucking hurts my brain. Like, I can't even bring myself to engage with these people right now because I get so infuriated when I see this shit. There's a lot of people on the left who are right now saying, guys, when this next election comes up, we all have to have a line. If you are not like promising Medicare for all, if you're not promising to abolish ICE, if you're not promising this, if you're not promising that, and like having things like this that like across the board that we say we want, like, and that we can hold you accountable for, like, if you're not promising these things, we're not voting for you. And that's that. And we'll let another Republican win before we vote in another Democrat. We have to hold strong on this line, guys. We got to hold strong and hold the line, and do not let them dupe us again. It's like, fuck you guys. Really? Fuck you guys. Like, fuck you guys all the way to fucking hell. You can go fucking kill yourselves at this point. Fuck you guys. This is so fucking stupid. It's the most privileged motherfuckers who are sitting there like whining and crying about shit like this, where the line of like, okay, we'll allow like immigrants to continue getting terrorized. We'll allow like a bunch of racist shit to keep happening. We'll allow a bunch of these, a bunch of like laws to continue get taken away and rights to continue to get taken away. And, people's prices keep going up so that poor people can barely afford any of their shit. And we'll allow all of that if you're not gonna promise us all of these other things. Then we'll allow the worst to happen. We want it to keep getting fucking worse. Fuck you guys. Like, seriously, like the people who just don't have to deal with any of the fucking consequences are all gonna sit there and just use all of these other minorities as collateral and say like, okay, you get to keep fucking these people up as long as you're not promising us all of these other things. Then yep, we're gonna hand all of these others over to you. It's so fucking gross, dude. I can't imagine you sitting here while all of this shit's happening. Like, we literally just had a woman killed like this, and then you're sitting there just like, oh, nope, sorry, we're cool with that. That's not where we draw a line. We draw it at Medicare for all.
But this last, like during the Biden years for sure. Let me click on that and then join the room. Wait.
I see you in there.
Oh, do I click on the bottom here? How does this work?
Just click on, you see the vehicle?
I do, yeah. So
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, so I'm not going to see your guy's face during the conversation. Is that right?
No.
Oh, Adam, can you turn your? I don't know if you can turn your camera on. I mean, you're not going to see my face, obviously.
My camera's going into OBS, so.
Oh,
But
that's fine.
if you want to
That's
turn your camera on.
I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about, Polygraph. I have no idea what like anything you're saying means. Like, what do libs run on? What do you mean? What do they run on? Like, have you not paid attention to an election? Like, what are you asking? They can spew some BS, but they won't defend the actual points. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Progressives and Dem stocks are effectively similar in America, and they are both voting Dem solid. So hearing yammering about the left when many on the actual left vote Dem also. What is that? I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Just as bad as Hutch then? Yeah, if Hutch is saying this stuff, then yeah, I'm just as bad as Hutch. True. I am not willing to sacrifice all of the minorities for these things. I am going to vote in a system that is built in a way to where lesser of two evils is how it works, and I will always vote for the lesser of two evils. That's how it works. You don't realize that the left is half the Dem party. I don't know what does that have to do with anything? I literally don't know what that means. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I don't know what you're talking about. What are the policies you stand for in 2026, 2028? The policies, like general Democrat policies, liberal policies. Again, the main thing is that I want a lesser of two evils. I want to stop the process of like Christian nationalism taking over in our country. I want to uphold the Constitution. I want our freedoms to be respected. Concepts of a plan. I'm not the president. What? Why are you acting like I'm supposed to be held to the standard of Donald Trump? I'm not the president. So like everything that should already be done, what does that mean? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking. If you're not gonna explain yourself at any point, I'm just gonna have to fucking move on. I'm trying my best to like ask you questions over and over that are specific enough for you to answer, and you're just not. I don't know what the fuck you're saying, so I'm explaining myself, okay? So you think it's okay if we don't get like Medicare for all to just let like another Republican win and continue what Trump is doing? That's what you're saying. Like JD Vance, right? I don't know what that has to do with the left is half Democrat or something like that. I don't know what that even means. I'll try to sum it up quickly. You have no policy platform for... I'm not running for anything! Of course I don't have a policy platform! What are you talking about? I'm not running for anything! The left has forever, and we can implement it if you do what the entire base wants. If you ignore it, don't hold politicians to account. Many of the base starts to defect. You as a lib need to have one. You should be demanding things from the lib politicians. Yes, I want a lot of the stuff that Trump did to be undone. I want USAID to be put back intact, and I want a bunch more safety nets that will stop somebody like Trump from being able to do a lot of the things that he's done. I want more accountability for war actions or acts of war from the president, to where they have to have more more processes between them making a decision and it actually being carried out. I want more accountability for federal officers like ICE. I want more accountability for the president and the executive branch. I think those are good things. Now I want you to pressure every Dem to say that. Literally every Dem does say this. I don't know a single Dem that doesn't say this. I don't know a Democrat that doesn't say any of this. Like, all of the Democrats are saying this. That we don't have to pressure them to say the things that they've been saying the whole time. Not enough of the Dems are saying any of that, nor are they offering a plan. Okay, you watch Kyle Kowinski, don't you? You watch Kyle Kowinski, don't you? You can just say, I watch Kyle Kowinski, and I can just know where you're coming from there. That Kyle Kowinski is just lying nonstop about this shit. He just, like, every fucking time we watch him and he says shit like this, we go pull up clips of all of them saying the shit. He'll say, oh, Jeffries refuses to say X, Y, and Z. We go pull up numerous clips of Jeffrey saying exactly what it is he's asking for. Where this person, they don't have a backbone. They won't stand on this. We go pull them up. They're saying that exact thing and pushing for it. That they won't do press conferences and actually talk about this shit. Here's 10 press conferences of the exact people talking about that shit. Like, it's just fucking lies. It's just people who want to shit on the Democrat Party. That's all it is. It's just people who want to lie about the Democrats so that they can keep pushing this anti-Democrat message. And I don't know if he's a fucking psyop or what, but he is just nonstop lying about this stuff. I'm just saying Dems aren't advocating for a clear platform. There isn't a clear platform for Democrats, okay? there isn't like a platform for Democrats that is, this is what Democrats want. That isn't a thing on Republican nor Democrat side. That doesn't exist. There are like ideological aspects that make you a liberal or a conservative, and then the two parties semi-align with those values, but they still have totally different platforms. Of course there is. Why do we have debates between politicians in the primaries if they all just have the same platform? Why do we have a bunch of people debating each other and arguing with each other over what it is they want, what they want to do? %86% of Democrats support single-payer / universal health care. I agree with Polygraph. The right controls the narrative of the left. No politicians talk about trans, but that is all the left talks about. Endless debates about trans. Wait. What? I feel like you're saying the opposite of what Polygraph is saying. Recent polls indicate that a significant majority of liberals and Democrats support a single-payer healthcare system, often referred to as Medicare for All, with support ranging from approximately 70% to 90% depending on the specific poll and wording. Yeah, I don't support single-payer. I think that that's ridiculous. I do not support single-payer. I will not support single-payer. And I think that the people who are voting saying that they support single-payer, I don't believe them. I don't like. I feel like that's got to be bullshit. A December 2025 Pew Research Center survey reported that 90% of Democrats believe the government has responsibility to ensure health coverage, with 52% specifically favoring single national insurance program. Okay, 52% support single payer. 90% believes that there should be some sort of some sort of system. I believe in a public option for sure. I believe in a public option. I don't believe in single payer. That's insane. So yeah, so this is 71% of Democrats favor a government-run healthcare system. Okay, so that's 71% some sort of government-run healthcare system. Pew Research says 90% are in favor of some sort of government-run system, with 52% favoring a single-payer. So that's about half of Democrats support single-payer, while 90% support some sort of system, some sort of public option. Like, that is drastically different. This is a 2021 survey cited by Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal's office showed 87% of Democrats in support of Medicare for All. Their own office said this? Most Americans say government has a responsibility to ensure healthcare. So yeah, so like, this is my understanding. Yes, by far the majority of Democrats want a public option, and then yeah, from my understanding, it is about 40 to 50% will say that they want a single payer. But Yeah, if a poll actually says, there's been 2 polls in the past that said that Democrats, the majority, like 85% of Democrats wanted single payer. Both polls that said this did not ask if people wanted single payer. They didn't ask. They asked if the government should be giving Americans health care, and people said yes to that. Both of them. And then they turned around and said, these people want Medicare for all. They want single payer. That's not what you asked them. You asked them if they wanted health care run by the government. You didn't ask them if they just wanted single fucking payer. That's bullshit. But yes, no, I don't support single payer, and I am not on that train.
If you can.
No, that's fine. I can leave it on. Is there a way for me to isolate just my?
Well, you're going to have single payer, and you're going to like it. Not when a bunch of the people who are pushing this choose not to vote.
My video, so I have that on the screen, because right now it's just like your names.
Set it up however you want.
Explain why Denmark and Norway are happy and have single payer. They're different countries with different systems, different economies, different resources. Like this is ridiculous. Like Norway is a country that has an endless amount of fucking resources that they've been able to nationalize and use their money for healthcare and things like that. This is not the same thing. These are not comparable. This shit again, understanding things and not just throwing out bullshit just because it aligns with my bias is this shit again. Oh, why would you understand things, Tom? Stop it. Just go with the simple-minded rhetorical questions of, oh, Sweden and Norway have it, so America can have it. That's beautiful. Tom, how do you define single payer other than the government providing healthcare? Single payer is where only the government provides healthcare. It's single payer. Only the government provides it. Nobody else can. There's no private industry. There's nothing else. It is only the government. That's that. That's single payer. A public option is where you can choose to take the option from the government, or you can choose to take private healthcare. No system in the world is like that, Tom. What? What? You're saying that this is a radical and crazy fucking idea? What? You don't say. You don't say, Wasted. Wow.
I don't use Zoom, so I don't know. I'll just
I
leave
think
it like
if you right click your video and hit pin, I think it'll.
All single payer systems have other payers. What do you think? Okay. Single-payer healthcare system is a system where one public entity, usually the government, finances healthcare for all residents, acting as the sole payer for services like doctor's visits, hospitals, and prescriptions. Though care delivery often remains private, this model aims to simplify administration, control costs by setting prices, and ensure universal access by pooling resources, contrasting with multi-payer systems where multiple private insurance pay claims. That's a multi-payer system, not a single payer. A single payer is where only the government pays it. A multi-payer is where it could be the government, it could be private, it could be either one. But that's a multi-payer system. That is a public option. The single payer means just the government. There is nobody else who can pay insurance except for the government. It is single payer. You keep saying, oh, other countries have single payer, but they also have private industry. That's not single payer. That literally is just not single payer. Okay, I don't think anyone asking for single payer is expecting higher insurance coverage. Wait, higher insurance coverage? Correct, single payer is what we're talking about. Correct, yes. They want no more private industry, just the government paying for it. not expecting it to exist. That is 100% what they're asking for, Wasted. You have not kept up with this conversation apparently, because that is 100% what they want. They are adamant that private insurance disappears. They are adamant on this. There's a reason why a bunch of people celebrated the Luigi Mangione assassination. Like, these are the single payer people. These are the people who are like adamant that private industry disappears. The polygraph is telling you, like, no, this is what we want. We're saying no more private industry. Yeah, I didn't say higher coverage, so I don't know if he was talking to somebody else, but countries with universal healthcare still have healthcare insurances. Yes, again, this is what I'm saying. It's a fucking radical idea. Single payer is a radical idea. This is out there. I don't know what you guys thought this whole time we were talking about when we're talking about single payer, but well, that's co-polygraph. People with money will always have other options. That's the point. You would want them to. But if we get single payer implemented, the Bernie Sanders idea is abolish private insurance companies. Abolish private insurance companies. They're gone. That is the Medicare for all single payer system. That is what it is. This is what they want. This is what they're pushing for. And so, yes, when I'm saying, yes, I am not in favor of this, this is out there, you guys are like, Tom, nobody does that. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm fucking saying. No fucking country does this shit. It's wild. Bro, Congress pushes single payer like that. They leave out the bit about abolishing private insurance. That's what single payer is. Why do you guys keep doing this? Why do you guys keep doing this? What is confusing about this? That's what single payer means. One payer, the government. Just the government, one payer. That's what single payer means. I don't know what you guys thought the term single payer means. It means one payer. One, the government. That's it. Nobody else. That's what single payer means. That's what it means. It doesn't mean anything else. There is no other translation. It is just only the government, nobody else. Private industry gone. So that's all it is. It is just the government paying.
Just be you.
Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah, that works. All right, great.
I'm not doing this at all. I'm saying Congress is pushing a different narrative. I'm not contradicting your definition. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying, no. Congress is pushing for single payer. They're just not trying to abolish private industry. I'm like, that they can't. That's just, I don't know. Like when they say there should be no other car companies except for Tesla. They're not saying we should get rid of Ford and Chevy. They're just saying no other car companies except for Tesla. That's it. It's like, that's the same thing. Those are the same things.
Okay.
Okay. I'm good to go when you guys are.
Okay, so what's your general argument or thoughts about the whole situation?
So I actually watched some of your coverage from Sunday night. I watched the first hour. And so I don't know if you guys, how long did you guys end up covering it? That was like a 6-hour stream. Did you move on to a different
the full
topic?
6 hours, yeah.
Oh, you talked about the full 6. Okay. So I'm sure you said a lot of stuff that I missed, but I actually don't think I disagree with you guys a ton. There's like some disagreements, and I assume we'll just focus on that stuff, but I don't disagree with the assertion.
I hope you want. I don't know a lot of like Democrats who are in favor of single payer. Like I just don't know a lot. There's very few. It's like Bernie Sanders, AOC. Like there's very few. It is not a It is not a popular policy. It's not something that a lot of people want. It's not something that is when you say like, oh, they all talk about this, I don't know any other politicians who talk about single payer as though they actually want it.
Assertion right now that I'm skeptical that there's like a legal avenue to pursue like consequences for this police officer. We've seen.
So you think legally he's
caught up teenage kidnapping. Are you 100% sure he was a citizen? 100% sure ICE continued detaining him knowing he was indeed a legal U.S. citizen. So the first kid, we don't know either one, but the first one, I think it's safe to assume on him because they actually let him out of the car. On the second one, from reading all the posts and everything, what it seems like is that when they kept saying, like the family members kept saying, they know he's a citizen, we gave him his ID and everything, and they said they don't care. My assumption is that maybe they like took them for like interfering with an arrest or something like that. Because they kept saying they were just filming. They arrested them for filming, like they're allowed to film, blah blah blah. I'm assuming they were like getting in the way or some shit, and that's maybe the reasoning behind it, but I have no idea. But when numerous family members are coming out saying that they're citizens, I would have trouble believing. Like it would be wild if they actually continued saying they were citizens and then it just we all find out after that they're not citizens. But none of it is confirmed, so we don't know.
He's not going to get charged, or if he does get charged, he'll be found innocent.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to finish watching a Legal Eagle video where he was making a different kind of argument there. So I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not familiar with the law. I'm just basing it off of the fact that in America, we've seen juries give like really wide leeway to police officers to assert that they felt like a threat to their life. And I think there's like enough in the videos to create just as much kind of wiggle room that he needs to make that argument.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that like what I've focused on in the last couple of days is what I described as a cascading series of just really bad decisions that the police officer made. I think she certainly made a very bad decision by hitting the accelerator after they had instructed her to leave the car. I think her wife made a really bad decision in encouraging her to drive off. I think that was pretty nuts.
But again, we don't know if this is true, but apparently there are numerous reports from witnesses who were there who said that different officers said different things, and that one was saying get out of the car and the other one was saying leave. And so they were giving contradictory orders. And if that's true, that would drastically change things. I don't know, like, what, none of us know what is true or what was said or what wasn't said, but apparently there are numerous witnesses who have said this, so I would think that that's true. If she was just like fleeing, then the officers who came out of the truck, I don't know which ones were saying what. I have no idea. But yeah, if they were giving contradictory orders, like, that drastically changes the circumstance. She ought not have fled. If that's not the case, like, I think that's a really stupid thing to do. But I think that the shooting is going to make it more likely that more people are going to flee if ICE officers are coming, because somebody just got shot and killed. So,
but the way that I view it is that shooting would not have happened had that officer not made about like 5 different mistakes. And so I do put most of the responsibility on him as the one with training in terms of who could have prevented this from happening. Obviously, she could have prevented it by not driving when she did, but I think his decisions. I think our standards for him should be much higher, given that we give these people firearms and trust them to use lethal force when necessary. I think the threshold for that should be extremely high. And so I don't know if that's where you guys want to start, or if you guys want to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, so I watched the Legal Eagle video.
So I mean, we've talked about this a bunch. I haven't seen the Legal Eagle video that they're talking about, but we've talked about this a bunch. We've gone over the footage a bunch of times. Like, my position is that, like, the guy just had more than enough time to move out of the way of the car. He chose to plant his feet. He was kind of in front of the car. Then she backed up and made him not as much in front of the car to where he literally could have taken like half a step to the right and he would have been completely out of the way of the car. He chose not to do that. Now, the thing that like a lot of people rebut with is like, dude, this is all like so quick. It's happening so fast. Like, how is he supposed to make all these decisions so quickly? Well, so one, when he chooses to stop, plant his feet, pull out his gun, that's a lot of decisions he's making there, where he could have just made the decision to just like take a step to the right, and that would have been that. But two, the footage from the front of the car, you see everybody else moving with the car as it moves. He is the one who stops and stands there. He's the only person in the fucking video who stops and plants his feet. He's the only one. Everybody else moves as the car is moving. They all move with the car and try to like get like at a distance to where they're safe and they're not getting hit. He is the only one in that video from the front end where you can see he just plants his fucking feet and takes his gun out. Only one. We watched also Tim Pool over and over say, the car backs up and makes it to where he's in front of the car now. He was already in front of the car. He was already in front of the car, and he was already walking in front of the car. He was moving, and he could have just continued moving in the direction that he was walking. And he chose to stop, turn towards the car, plant his feet, pull out his gun. Like, if he had just kept going, he would have been out of the way.
You know, it's not very good, so you're not really missing much. I mean, Legal Eagle is very biased, so I don't really trust him in most of, really in any situation.
I don't really like Legal Eagle. I do I do think he's overly biased a lot of times. I think that he plays to the audience a little bit too much, and it's I wouldn't go to Legal Eagle for like legal assessments. But on top of that, the Legal Eagle channel just does so much fucking clickbait, and like they're willing to really just like stretch shit to an extent to where on like little things that I know they're stretching to where there's so much other stuff that like within the legal jargon that I may not know they're stretching that I just don't even want to watch them because they're like I'm not even gonna know how much bullshit information they're giving me. So like I respect the game. It's it's YouTube, it's entertainment, do your thing, but I would not go to Legal Eagle for legal assessments.
Because I don't think he can put his biases aside to actually talk about the law correctly or objectively. In terms of like the bad decisions, I would say there's been bad decisions all around in this situation. I think most of these situations where you have a cop shooting that is kind of, whether people argue whether it's justified or not, usually seems to me that you have the person who gets shot is doing something stupid, and then the cop is probably also doing something stupid.
Are there non-biased channels? Well, everybody's biased. I'm not saying that they have just having a bias. I'm saying they play into the bias. That like they know that they're playing into what it is that their audience wants. They know that their audience wants shit that's like very, narrow in like a Republicans bad, Trump bad, Democrats good, like sort of lane, and they feed that hardcore. And there's lots of times where So they lie. I wouldn't call it lying, but I would say that they stretch things. Like they're willing to be a bit hyperbolic with things. So there's I forget what it was, but there was 2 videos in a row that we watched of them where they kind of misquoted what Trump said and took it out of context and made it to where it was kind of what people on like TikTok were doing, whereas like even like CNN, MSNBC, like all these other channels never would have like clipped Trump in this way and pretended he did or said a thing, but TikTok did, and then Legal did, and I was like, what the fuck, dude? This is wild. And then they did another like top 10 video of like the worst things Trump ever said, and or like, you know, all the times he called for violence, and some of the things that they put in there were just obviously not him calling for violence. Like it was like maybe irresponsible things that he said, things that he should have worded better, things that like, but pretty obviously not him calling for violence. But they put it in there anyways and just ran with it as though that's it. And so yeah, it's not like, I think they just stretch things a little bit too much.
And I said this on Sunday, that you should never get in a stupid off with a police officer because you're all.
Majority Report is the best channel in my opinion. Yeah, I would not recommend Majority Report to people. I think Sam Cedar's pretty good. I would trust Sam Cedar for the most part. I can't remember the other girl's name, Hannah or something like that. That she is a nut. She is something else. It's hard to listen to like 2 sentences come out of her mouth without without her pushing some bullshit.
Always going to your own.
Emma is a dumb fuck. She is fucking brain dead.
Almost always going to lose that. Very often you're going to lose it with your life. And then even if you don't, you're probably going to lose it in court, because as you said, courts generally, in the law, generally gives a pretty large amount of leeway for law enforcement to engage with people in this fashion. So the number one thing I think people need to take away from this is don't get into stupid offs with police officers. Don't be stupid. Just comply, do whatever they're saying, fight the police officers in the courts. Do not fight, or any law enforcement, do not fight law enforcement on the street. It's like the worst possible thing you could ever say. I don't know if you saw Hassan arguing with Asman about this, and Asman asked Hassan, what would you have done if you were in Renee Good's situation? And he said, oh, I would have driven away too, which is like, you're telling your chat to just like be in this very dangerous situation.
I mean, I don't think he would have. I really
no, it's
doubt.
completely he's lying too. He
Yeah,
would have been like, oh yes, officer, let me get out of my expensive sports car and like give you my information, of course.
Yeah, I don't think he would.
Yeah, didn't he just get stopped by CBP at the airport and cooperate with everything they asked of him and did everything that they told him? Like he said the whole time that he cooperated and gave more information than what they asked for. So we kind of already know that that's not the case. We already know that he wouldn't do that because he didn't do that.
He would drive away. Adam,
Yes.
what were your thoughts?
What'd you say?
I said, Adam, what were your thoughts? Is Adam there? Am I crazy?
Adam leave. I don't know.
Wait, did he leave?
I don't know.
Oh,
But,
okay.
Well,
yeah,
here, let me finish though.
Yeah,
With
yeah,
the,
go-
in terms
sorry,
of like
yeah,
the
yeah.
responsibility angle
Yeah, go ahead.
of it. So I think she made a lot of bad decisions. First of all, she shouldn't have been blocking a lane of traffic, which you're not supposed to do. It's illegal. Then once she's doing that, and the guy tells her, to get out of the car, she doesn't do that. So that's the second, huge mistake. And I don't agree with people who think that her intention was to like run this guy over. We're all doing kind of mind reading because we don't really know. I think that she just kind of went into like panic blinders mode and didn't really pay attention to what she was doing and was just like, I'm just going to get out of here. And she was just driving. And that's super dangerous because when you're behind a car, it's your responsibility to make sure you don't hit anyone. And when you have 3 people around your car, including your wife, and it's like, kind of a tense law enforcement situation, you should be very aware. You should be very cognizant of the people around you. If he was behind her when that happened, I think he.
Every convo about this incident never starts with ICE having no jurisdiction over U.S. citizens. But that doesn't mean anything. I mean, again, they're allowed to stop her if she's actually obstructing their ability to do their jobs. Saying they have no jurisdiction over U.S. citizens isn't really correct. They're allowed to arrest U.S. citizens if those citizens are obstructing.
She would have just backed up right into him, because I don't think she looked when she backed up either. So I think she just kind of went in full panic mode and started to drive without really any consideration of the people around her, which is insanely dangerous.
She never well, first off, that's not what we're talking about. You said they have no jurisdiction over U.S. citizens. I'm saying that's not true. They do. In certain circumstances, they are allowed to arrest U.S. citizens. Number two, that they are claiming that she obstructed. I'm not saying she obstructed, but I'm saying that's their claim. And when that's their claim, they are allowed to then act in accordance with that, and then that will be handled in court normally. Not in this case anymore, but the idea that, like, oh, they were never allowed to approach her and detain her in the first place. Please look it up. Look what up? Look what up? ICE can't detain nor arrest. Okay, yeah, sure. Can ICE arrest U.S. citizens? No, ICE Immigration and Customs Enforcement does not have legal authority to arrest or deport U.S. citizens as the jurisdiction over non-citizens for immigration violations, but they can detain citizens temporarily if citizenship isn't immediately proven, often leading to wrongful detentions if citizens lack documentation like passports or birth certificates, according to the sources like the Jayapal House website. Citizens should carry proof of citizenship and state they are citizens to avoid being wrongfully held, as ICE can detain people for short periods if they can't quickly verify citizenship with documents like passports or birth certificates. Let's see. Yes, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE officers can arrest U.S. citizens if they actively obstruct or interfere with an immigration operation. Even though ICE's primary role is to enforce immigration laws against non-citizens, however, such arrests are legally complex, often challenged, and typically involved physical interference or actions that endanger officers, not just observation or recording. Citizens have rights to, including to film operations, but blocking officers or impeding their duties can lead to charges like obstruction of a federal officer, notes the Washington Post, ProPublica, and the ACLU. Yeah, they are allowed to arrest people if they are obstructing. This is not questionable. Everybody knows this. This is, if you guys hear like streamers telling you that ICE has no jurisdiction over citizens and that they're not allowed to arrest them, never listen to that motherfucker ever again. They are useless. No one is questioning that. Yes, it is. Wait, are you talking to me? CJ or KTC just questioned that. That's not what I said. You did. You said they have no jurisdiction over U.S. citizens. I said they do if they're obstructing. You said, no, look it up. I said, look what up? You said, ICE can't detain nor arrest. That is what you said. I can show you on here if you would like to see. ICE can't detain nor arrest. I can go back through every single chat that you made. I can go through every statement that I made. It's all recorded here. It's very plain and simple. What we are questioning is, was she actively obstructing? I never said she was actively obstructing, so that's not relevant. He made a statement as to what ICE has jurisdiction to do. I never made a statement as to what she did or didn't do. I made a statement as to what ICE's jurisdiction is. So that's not relevant. That is what he said. He literally said, ICE does not have the ability to detain nor arrest U.S. citizens. That's what he said. That's what, if you want to say, oh, you were arguing something different. Okay, well, then you're arguing something that has nothing to do with anything that I said. But CKT did say this. Tom, I thought ICE could only deal with American citizens if they are suspect of being an immigrant or they are impeding a specific act of detainment or arrest. Correct? Yes. That's what I said. That's what I just read. That's still same thing. Yeah. It has to be specific active arrests or detainment. I don't know if that's true or not. Because let's say, like currently being detained, I don't think that's true. There's no way that's true. Because let's say you're going into an apartment complex to do a raid, right? You don't know who you're arresting yet. You know that you're going into this apartment complex to ask people for IDs, to ask for proof of citizenship, and that's it, right? And if a bunch of people are stopping you from going into that apartment complex, you're not stopping a specific arrest. There might not even be an arrest. There might not be anybody there who's illegal, but you are stopping them from doing their jobs. That is still obstruction. You can still be arrested. It doesn't have to be a specific one. You just have to stop them from being able to do their jobs. And that's that. Like, that's all it is. That's all you need.
If you're behind the wheel of a car, and you as a driver always have responsibility to do that. So I think her responsibility and her actions were insanely reckless and very stupid. And then for the officer, yeah, he obviously, well, we're kind of looking at this hindsight. He should have either not have walked in front of the car, or he should have stayed near his car, not to walk in front of the car.
It's right there in the post. They need DHS or FBI to make the arrest, not ICE. ICE is DHS. ICE is DHS. It's Department of Homeland Security. That's ICE. ICE and DHS agents are different.
Or he should have kept walking. There's an angle you can see where, like, if he had walked maybe another couple steps, he would have been out of the way. And then in terms of like the morality, or I guess maybe it's the morality, or just like the non-legal way of looking at the shooting, because I think legally he'll be found to be justified, and I think I would agree with that, is the whole point of a law enforcement officer to shoot someone is to stop them from killing them or committing great bodily harm to themselves or another person. In hindsight, we can now see that that wasn't necessary. So he shouldn't have, from that angle, from like knowing the future, he obviously should not have shot her. But obviously we have to look at it from the perspective of like, okay, he's making a split-second decision when he is in, I would say, in a dangerous situation, in a dangerous position. And it made sense, I think, for him to reasonably think that his life was at danger at that moment, even though we now know that that wasn't the case.
Okay, so I'm with you on a lot of that. There's a few things that I want to unpack. So I don't know which one to start with. I gotta write things down. Sometimes my brain gets a little scatterbrained, but
yes,
like
I have a little notepad. You gotta bring a little notepad up.
I should do that. But to one of your last points there, the idea that so I agree that police officers are expected to make really quick decisions, and sometimes situations, as is plainly evident for this, can escalate really dramatically in a matter of 2 seconds. And the whole situation changes from completely innocuous to potentially really dangerous. And so in those decisions, you know, the hope is that we have rigorous training protocols to prepare them to make those kinds of split decisions. I really question the idea of him pulling his gun out and shooting his gun in this spot, because how can any reasonable person expect that that is actually going to make his situation less dangerous? If you shoot someone in the face while their foot is on the accelerator, there's a very decent chance their foot's just going to stiffen up and maybe even hit the accelerator even harder. And that's what happened. We saw her car just made a beeline and made contact with another vehicle going, it looked like, you know, pretty close to full speed. So how would that situation have removed
all ICE agents are DHS agents, but not all DHS agents are ICE agents. ICE is just one agency inside of much larger Department of Homeland Security. Okay, just so you know, ICE agents do arrest citizens. They have arrested citizens. They have detained citizens. There have been citizens sitting in ICE detention centers because they interfered, because they obstructed. This has happened numerous times, over and over. You said the last thing said that. It didn't say this. It says Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE officers can arrest U.S. citizens if they actively obstruct or interfere with an immigration operation. So it says Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers can arrest U.S. citizens if they actively obstruct or interfere with an immigration operation, even though ICE's primary role is to enforce immigration laws against non-citizens. However, such arrests are legally complex and often challenged and typically involve physical interference or actions that endanger officers, not just observation or recording. Citizens have rights, including the film operation, but blocking officers or impeding their duties can lead to charges like obstruction of federal officer. Notes the Washington Post, ProPublica, and the ACLU. Physical interference, getting in the way, touching an officer, or physically blocking an arrest. So yeah, if you assault an officer or anything like that, they can also arrest them. Stop saying actively. We're not arguing over that. I don't know why you keep losing what we're arguing about. So I'm going to state this again so you understand what it is I'm going over right now. You said ICE officers cannot arrest U.S. citizens. They have to get DHS agents or FBI agents to make the arrest. That is your statement. That's what you said. I don't know why I have to keep repeating back to you what you guys said that I'm disagreeing with you on. That's what you said. You said it said it right there. It doesn't say it right here. It says ICE agents can make the arrest. ICE agents can do it. Actively. That's the whole point. I've said 20 fucking times I don't disagree with you on that. I've never disagreed on that. You repeating back again something that nobody has disagreed with. I never said that. ICE can only arrest when actively obstructing. It's right there in the AI post. To detain after they have participated in obstruction, they need DHS or FBI to make the arrest, not ICE. You did say that. You 100% said that. I don't know why you're saying that you didn't say that. You did say that. You said it. It's right there. I don't know why. Why does this keep happening? What is happening tonight? You guys could just scroll up and read your own post. Why do I have to go back and read it for you? You just read it. You just read it yourself. It's right there. You said it. They need DHS or FBI to make the arrest, not ICE. I said ICE is DHS. This doesn't mean anything. And then you said, no, DHS officers are different. So I'm showing you that ICE can make the arrest. They can detain them. That isn't saying ICE can't arrest citizens. Tom, be honest. It says there are conditions. I'm disagreeing with your statement that they have to have FBI or DHS to make the arrest. Nobody has disagreed with your conditions. If you fucking move the goalpost again back to, well, it has to be actively. Nobody has disagreed with this, not once. Everybody has admitted this. Everybody has agreed to this the entire time. If you're going to pretend that's what you were saying, when right here you literally say they need DHS or FBI to make the arrest, not ICE. That I like, you're just too bad faith to even engage with. Like that you said it right there in the same post about the actively obstructing for the 20th time for some reason, after we've clarified 100 times that nobody disagrees with that. Nobody ever disagreed with that. We all agree on that. We were talking about whether or not ICE can make the arrest, whether or not ICE can detain them. You said ICE cannot detain them. DHS or FBI has to do it. That's what you said. You even said it's right there in the AI post. To detain someone after they have participated in obstruction, they need DHS or FBI to make the arrest, not ICE. You said that. After obstruction, they have to have DHS or FBI to make the arrest. That's a misinterpretation of what I said. Okay.
The danger for himself. And so the hope, again, like with law enforcement, is that you train them to, and I also want to touch on your whole, like, maybe it was a bad idea for him to step in front of the car. I don't think there's any maybe about it. That was a horrible decision. Let me walk you through like the 5 bad decisions that I think he made. And like each decision I think got worse and worse. Like the first bad decision I think he made was getting out of that car and circling it with his phone, recording what was happening. I think that was clearly an escalation that was not necessary. If you were trying to get, an image of her face or her license plate, you can just take a picture to do that, right?
I mean, I don't know if I would agree that that's like, I definitely wouldn't say it's an escalation. She's blocking traffic. I assume what he was doing was that he was filming her to do what most people would want him to do, which is to say, okay, I'm filming what she's doing. I'm filming her. I'm getting her license plate, and then I'm going to send that to the local police. And
oh my goodness, Obi-Wan, come on, dude, come on. Why? Can you explain this to me, okay? Seriously, dude. Why would you repeat that again after I've said too many fucking times now that nobody disagrees with that? Why would you repeat that again as though that was ever up for contention? Why would you repeat that again? If you're going to sit here and say, I've been contending with this one thing the whole time that absolutely nobody disagreed with me on, I just keep repeating it, even though you guys keep saying you agree with me on it, I'm just continuously repeating it for absolutely no reason. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you keep repeating something that nobody's talking about? Why would you keep repeating something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about? Why would you do that? Because it matters? Okay.
Tell them that, she's impeding in a federal investigation or something.
I very much disagree with you on this one. The fact that he circled her car not once, but he was in the process of circling her car a second time, that to me very clearly indicates that he's antagonizing. Like you can say that she was being cringe. You can have that opinion. You can say that she was being hostile towards the ICE agents. I don't really feel strongly one way or the other about that. Like as long as you're not literally impeding that.
Why don't you understand that? There's lots of things that matter, Obi-Wan. Drinking water consistently so that you don't get dehydrated matters. Why didn't you say that? You know why? Because it's not relevant to the conversation that we're having right now. That would be fucking wild. Just like you repeating this over and over. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Or as though it's relevant is also wild. It's weird to just keep repeating something that nobody's disagreed with. You say, oh, well, it's important. It's important for what? It's important to keep repeating something nobody disagrees with? That's important to you? It's important to just keep saying something nobody disagrees with you on? I feel like it's semantics, and I'm not trying to upset you. How is that semantics? What is semantical about that? Semantics means that you have numerous words that mean the same thing, and different people can have different interpretations for the same word. What word are we disagreeing on? Where is the semantics?
The course of their duties, then, that's just, at that point, just civil disobedience, right? At worst, it's just civil disobedience. And so I just don't really feel very strongly about that. But the fact that he did it not once, but twice, like I think he was very clearly, he and the other officers were very clearly escalating that situation. You had the one officer that ran up to her car and just immediately started pulling on the door handle.
Yeah, so from this angle, you can see he is in front of the car when she starts to back up. And as she starts to back up and move her car, all of the two officers over here move with it. Her wife on this side of the car move with the car. The guy standing right in front of the car, who was walking out of the path, decided to stop before getting out of the path of the car and plant his feet, pull out his gun, and just stay there. This is insane, dude. Everybody else is able to move with the car where they could have gotten hit. They all could have gotten hit. They chose not to get hit. They chose to move with the car. One guy decided to just plant his feet, pull out a fucking gun. Tom, I was referring to these condos. Miss Good was allowing traffic to go. ICE left their truck to detain her. She is an American citizen and was obstructing.
Like, was that necessary? Was that level of force commensurate with her behavior in that moment based on everything that we've seen so far? Like, if she was throwing shit at them, if she...
So, okay, just to be clear, we don't know if she was obstructing or not. We have no idea. We have no fucking idea, okay? I agree in this moment, what she's doing is not obstruction. I agree. What she's doing in this moment does not look like obstruction because she's waving cars on, she's letting them pass. This vehicle got here after she was parked there. She was parked there for 4 minutes. This vehicle, this ICE vehicle here, came around. Initially, what's her face said that they were stuck in the snow. They were not stuck in the snow. They pulled around here, stopped here, and got out. And then the second one pulled up. She waved them along as well, and they didn't move. The claim that they made was that she was out there for hours all day following them around and obstructing. That was their claim. We don't have any evidence of this. We don't know one way or the other. We have no fucking idea. But if this is like the straw that broke the camel's back is as they're coming down the road, she pulls into the middle of the road and stops there. And they're like, okay, that's it. Like this fucking chick's been trying to get in our way all fucking day. That's that. Like, then it's a different story as to whether or not she was obstructing. We have no idea. So I'm not going to make the statement she was not obstructing. I think anybody who's saying she was not obstructing, you're putting yourself in a position to where you could be proven horribly wrong later. We have no idea. We don't have to make the claim on whether or not she was obstructing because he's still wrong for how he handled the situation. Either way. Now, it could be true that they were incorrectly detaining her or attempting to detain her. It could be the case. We have no idea. We don't have any information on this because we have the least transparent presidency of all time who doesn't want to put out any information on this, who's choosing, who's putting out statements on it without an investigation. It just, we have no fucking idea. So we can't make the claim. They're making a claim. We don't know what their evidence is, but
she was making threats at them. That's one thing, right? I can
we
understand
don't really we don't really know. It is kind of weird to me. I think it's a little suspicious to me that we haven't really heard from either side of the situation, of the the ICE side or the Renee Good side, like the definitive exact explanation of what she was doing, which is kind of strange to me because I think if it was like really damning.
Oh, that's right. Didn't her wife give an interview to CNN?
Minnesota in mourning
ABC.
now, and protests in Portland. 37-year-old mother, as someone who now speaking out in a statement, remembering the mom of 3 as someone who was pure love, pure joy, and pure sunshine. The FBI saying it's investigating, but Minnesota officials say the Trump administration is blocking them from the case. And with that scene still so fresh, another shooting by federal immigration officials, this time in Portland. A DHS spokesperson saying 2 people they claim are affiliated with the Tren de Aragua gang were shot during a vehicle search last night when the driver...
There's only one story. She wasn't obstructing just before she died. I don't care about her whole morning. But that's what I'm saying. You don't know that. Like, it doesn't make sense why she was sitting there. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Like, it's true. It does not make sense why she was just sitting in the middle of the road like that. It doesn't make sense. It's weird. Now, there isn't a good explanation for why she's sitting like that. Because if she was like trying to stay out of the snow or anything, she would have been back farther towards the side of the road, and she wasn't. But if she is obstructing, she's trying to block them, it doesn't make sense why she's waving them on and allowing the ICE agents to just go around her. But it also could be that she was just trying to be a nuisance and just trying to like get in their way and just be a pain in the ass. And so if she's throughout the day obstructing and then now is in the middle of the road and just trying to be a pain in the ass to slow them down or to cause them any sort of problem, this would still be obstruction and this would still matter. So again, we cannot make the claim she was not obstructing. We just can't make the claim. We don't have that information. We don't have the evidence. We don't know one way or the other. Nobody else can make the claim. Nobody else has the evidence that she was obstructing either, so we don't know one way or the other. But I don't like that. To make the claim she wasn't obstructing is the same as making the claim that she was obstructing. There is evidence for both directions. There's evidence both ways. There's evidence that she was obstructing. There's evidence that she's not obstructing. If you want to be the same as MAGA and just make claims that that ignores half the fucking story, go ahead. I'm not doing that shit. But that's what MAGA does normally. MAGA loves to make a claim that only like includes half the evidence and half the information in the story. And that's just that's not something that I would ever do. But I do think, never mind.
Quote, attempted to run over the law enforcement agents. Let's bring in our Armando Garcia. He's there on the scene in Minneapolis. Also, our Alex Stone is tracking things.
Okay. Yeah, I thought she did an interview or something. I guess not. What was this from Tim Pool?
Let's jump to this story. We got this from Fox News. Renee Good's wife claimed Minneapolis shooting was, quote, my fault, in video amid anti-ICE fury. This is an interesting development in the story, and it paints a picture of what happened. The quick gist, of course, is that following this shooting, the individual who died, Renee Good's wife, is seen crying, saying, I made her come down here. It's my fault. Let me see if I can find the, here it is. I made her come down here. It's my fault. Additionally, in the report, they state that Renee Good's family said she...
You have made so many unproven claims about this, Tom. LOL, you're not better. What claims have I made that are unproven? What claims did I make that were unproven? How is she both letting traffic go and obstructing? I literally just explained it. I literally just finished. I don't know, maybe you said that before I explained it, but I literally just finished explaining.
She would never have been part of anything like that and described her as compassionate and non-confrontational. It sounds like this woman who was in her car, the reason why she attempted to flee was panic. She did accelerate towards the officer. The officer had been dragged before, likely feared for his life, opened fire on this woman. It seems like this woman in this vehicle was brought down and radicalized by this woman that she had been in a relationship with. My understanding is it's not actually her wife. The report...
He planted his feet and intentionally blocked the vehicle. I never said he intentionally blocked the vehicle. Based on grainy video from 2 blocks away? What the fuck are you talking? I haven't seen video from 2 blocks away. I don't know where that video came
Reporting
from.
it as a de facto wife, meaning this reporting, it appears they're actually just in a relationship. They call each other wives.
Dating.
Well, yeah, social marriage, not a legit legal marriage, in which case it seems like this woman was in a relationship with this other woman, radicalized her, told her to come down and do this. When she's obstructing the road, these people are LARPing and they don't understand the consequences. They think they're playing a game.
Okay. All right. That was nothing.
Being in one way or the other, then one side would kind of champion that, whatever she was specifically doing. So I think it's still kind of unclear what exactly she was doing by blocking traffic. Was she trying to block like the car that was stuck in the snow, or was she just trying to cause a ruckus? It's kind of unclear, I think, at this point.
So you're right in that. I think there's an absence right now of like, we don't know what the internal report from ICE, like, so we don't know what the ICE agents are saying in terms of like the behavior that they observed from her. Obviously the videos that we have are pretty limited, but here's one thing I want to just ask you.
We also haven't heard though from her side, because they'll say things like she was looking out for her neighbors. Like, okay, what does that mean?
Well, I understand. There's the situation is not 100% clear right now. And so the best thing that we can do is just make the most reasonable deductions possible based on what we can observe. And so let me just ask you a question. If her intention, and this is something that I accepted kind of uncritically at first when it first happened, and then when the videos first started going super viral, I just kind of accepted the premise that she was trying to block ICE from moving. Of course, we found out from Kristi Noem a couple of days ago, and that was really new information that to me really changed like a lot of the analysis, because she had said that the convoy was stuck because one of the ICE vehicles got stuck in the ice or got stuck in the snow. And I was like, okay, wait, hang on. This is an entirely new kind of thing now, because
yes, we know that's a lie. We know that's a lie now, which is why it's hard to believe that they were obstructing at all, is because we know for a fact that what it was she was saying is a fucking lie. Like, we know that she was just fucking lying now. So, and on top of that, she said that she was like, she got on the ground reporting from these guys when she was in the interview with Jake Tapper the other day. But it looks like she just saw the video, because I thought the same thing. I thought this car was stuck and that she was like parked here trying to get around it. So I thought the same exact thing watching the video, thinking, okay, this car's stuck in the ice. She's trying to get around it, and she's just kind of stuck there and waving cars on until she can get around it. But then we see the longer video where we see this car came after she was there and parked here afterwards. So we know she was fucking lying about this car ever being stuck here. And that just makes us question the whole fucking thing from her now. And from them, is that they just made it up.
Before, I was in my mind thinking that the convoy was literally blocked by her, which was kind of silly in retrospect to think that, but like that's just what the initial impression was. But if her intention was to block traffic, why would she not park her car literally in the middle of the road? Like, if you're trying to block traffic, you're not really doing a good job of doing that by blocking one lane. Like, that just doesn't make sense. That her intention was to block traffic. And to me, like, the most reasonable deduction that I can come up with is, obviously her wife had exited the vehicle and was filming the ICE agents. We've seen a lot of activists and civilians monitoring ICE operations and filming them. And, that's constitutionally protected. They are allowed to do that. Sometimes I've seen examples of some really cringe people doing that. Other times I've seen examples where I'm like, I'm glad somebody was there to record what happened, because there appears to be a lot of force for that situation. So, like, I think the most plausible deduction for what happened was they went there specifically to monitor ICE. Specifically, the wife had gotten out of the car and she had her phone out. She was recording, and then the driver was just parked and just kind of observing what her wife was doing. And that, like, I don't think she was there trying to block traffic. It just doesn't make sense.
Have you seen? I don't think I included in this because I kind of made this hastily before the stream, because it was annoying, because like all the clips are all over the place. They're not really
the one of her dancing. The one of her dancing.
Because it's like a 3-minute clip. I mean, she's sitting there perpendicular in blocking, very clearly blocking one lane of traffic for 3 minutes. I
saw this bit before work. Adam legit did not speak for half an hour. He just came back to on camera. He's been off camera for a while now. I like it was it was like deja vu for me, sitting here with him just turning off his camera and disappearing like that. I was like, oh shit, okay, he's doing it again. They're breaking up again.
She's honking the horn, she's dancing. that does not to me seem like, okay, well, she's just observing. Like if you were just observing.
For those who don't know, I had a debate with them a while ago, and Adam literally rage quit in the debate and just turned off his camera and left. He just turned off his fucking camera in the middle of us debating and left. And yeah, that was that. He just peaced out.
So if Donald Trump believes that is the situation, and he is doing the prudent thing, he's not an authoritarian, he's delusional.
Adam said you're welcome to come back. When did he say that? I was going to reach out to them to see if they wanted to come on to a debate recently, but then I remembered Adam didn't respond to any of my messages after this. He just totally ghosted me, unfollowed me on Twitter, just didn't respond to any, left me on red on everything. So I figured they weren't going to talk to me again.
Okay, so Hitler wasn't an authoritarian because he actually thought the Jews were coming after them, right? Yes.
I'm not going to litigate World War II and whether or not Hitler was delusional.
I need some consistency here.
Like
I want no, it's not because it's not bad faith at all. You're saying that just because they believe it's happening, that it's no longer authoritarian, and I'm saying that it's.
What happened?
He's making a bad faith argument. I'm not going to.
No. Wait. This is not a bad faith argument.
It is a total bad.
No. Hold on.
I'm not here to litigate.
No.
World War
Wait.
II.
You are saying that someone cannot be delusional and authoritarian.
Look, I'm done with this. Okay.
Okay.
I'm literally done with you.
Okay. So now what?
So if Donald Trump believes that is.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's good to know. Maybe I'll reach out to them then.
There's a bunch of cars, and I don't know if they're ICE cars or more for the people that live with her group. There's a bunch of cars that are parked on the side of the road, as you would be if you were going to one of the houses or observing normally. So to me, that doesn't make any sense. If she was just observing, then she would just park normally. She wouldn't be blocking one whole lane of traffic.
But what could she possibly have been trying to accomplish by blocking one lane of traffic?
That's why I said to me, it's kind of weird and suspicious that neither side has really given a very clear accounting.
Well, could you just give me
I'm going to tell you why.
A guess?
Yeah, I'm going to give you my guess.
Okay.
Because the fact that neither side has said something, to me, my guess would be that I think that they were probably trying to block the ICE people in once the guy got his car stuck in the snow, and then they probably got their car out faster than they could actually set up their little blockade, and so they just kind of gave up on it. And so that's why maybe she's there, and you're like, okay, well, why isn't she blocking? Well, maybe someone else was supposed to block the other side, and they didn't do it in time or something. So she's just kind of there being cringe at that point.
But you think that's more plausible than they clearly observed that the ICE were stuck in the snow, and in that moment they didn't anticipate that traffic would be moving, and so she posted up perpendicular just so she could have a direct view of the situation and her.
ICE was never stuck in the snow. What are we talking about here? ICE was never stuck in the snow. They were never stuck in the snow. We know that they were never stuck in the snow. We have the full fucking video now. We know that they were never stuck in the snow. Why are we talking about this as though we think they were still stuck in the snow? What? What the fuck are we talking about here? I think this is the video. No, it's not. So yeah, so this vehicle pulls up after she's already parked here. Let's see.
On Wednesday, January 7th, an ICE agent shot and killed 37-year-old Renee Good. Bystander videos of the event have become key for those seeking to
Okay, so you can see.
Understand Renee Good. On Wednesday, January 7th, an ICE agent shot and killed 37-year-old Renee Good. Bystander videos of the event have become key for those seeking to understand and
Yeah, this one doesn't have it either because this
interpret
one.
what happened. The Minnesota Star Tribune analyzed 5 videos taken from different locations. Vehicle Christy No rammings that avenue, a one SUV perpendicular Good shows conservative media outlet go by through the open driver's side while Ross is circled clockwise.
Yeah, this one doesn't have it either.
On our air because we want to make sure, and you're going to see this. There, that's law enforcement pulling up in the pickup. And it is the Honda vehicle. See this.
Yeah, so there's footage before this where they show this car coming and pulling up here and parking, getting out of the car and everything. It's the same fucking camera. The same camera. Fuck, these are all like the original video that came out the day of. But the one that came out the very next day showed more from before.
And now that new video, is the story.
For the first time, we are on a by shooting a video and raw with ICE agent John. Angle of many camera point of view, footage taken on his own cell phone. It's a critical angle of many cameras on the street that captured Renee Good's fatal encounter with ICE agent Jonathan Ross. Using surveillance footage, bystander video, and Ross's own phone, CNN synced multiple perspectives of the shooting and mapped this incident in 3D space. Taken together, they show the fullest picture yet of what happened that day. A home surveillance camera captures the moment Renee Good pulls up in a maroon.
Okay, yeah, so you see she pulls up. The other car's not there yet.
Maroon-colored Honda SUV. 4 minutes before the shooting. 20 seconds after she arrives, her passenger and wife, Becca, wearing a white beanie, gets out of Good's car. Good then parks the SUV perpendicular in the road. Here's how Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem described what Good did.
ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day.
Available video doesn't show any possible contact Good may have had with ICE before this confrontation. What this video does show is that for a few minutes, while she is perpendicular to the roadway, several vehicles drive by, even large SUVs.
So see, it's pulling up right here. It's pulling up right here. It went behind her. It pulls up right here.
Able to drive around her as she moves back and forth on the street. And that includes this light-colored SUV. It slowly drives around Good's car from the rear and stops. Agent Jonathan Ross is recording video from his cell phone as he crosses in front of Good's car, recording as he sees her up close. She looks calm, and you can see both of her hands as she talks to the officer.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Renee Good's wife, Becca, who had been the passenger in the car, approaches. Cell phone cameras on the street start recording as Ross walks around Good's car with Good's wife following.
I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Renee Good backs her car up as the agent walks around the front of the vehicle. At the same time, on the other side, 2 more agents approach. One tries to open the door as Good backs up. Good's vehicle starts moving. From Ross's cell phone video, you see Becca, the woman in the white beanie, trying to get into the car again. You also see Renee Good turning the steering wheel to the right.
We can even see from his point of view that he just stops there.
She then accelerates. Slowing this down again and matching the exact time of these 2 angles. This angle appears to show the vehicle moving close to the agent. But in this angle, he does not appear to be in the path of the vehicle when he fired. Seconds later, Becca Good runs to her wife, followed by the agent who fired his weapon. He briefly looks into the driver's side of the car and then walks away.
Shame!
Now, what we cannot see in Ross's cell phone video is if the SUV TV made contact with the agent because the camera angle jerks up to the sky. But DHS still says it supports the agency's initial position, releasing the.
Yeah, we know it was not this. They were not stuck there. We know they were not stuck there. There's no question. We know they were not stuck there. They got there afterwards. They got there after she was already parked there.
Wife, like I agree with what you're saying in that it goes beyond simply just observing. If you're honking your horn and that kind of a thing, like they were obviously antagonizing the ICE officers, but that does not like that you can like blow a whistle over and over. You can do that. I'm not saying that people should do that. I don't even have a strong opinion on that. Like that's not something that I'm really thinking about. But in the situation that you just laid out, that to me does not seem plausible. Like she was blocking one lane of traffic because she
He broke so many rules leaving the scene, not checking a pulse. I don't think, again, I don't think that he broke any rules by leaving the scene. He's allowed to leave the scene. And I think it was probably good for them to have him leave the scene because everything up to this point was them just escalating. There was no like de-escalation tactics. This was nonstop escalation. That's the one thing that they did that was actually good for de-escalation is if he shoots somebody, there's a ton of people out there on the streets. More people are starting to crowd the streets and more people are coming out.
Tipped $18. You're really gonna make me pull the weight myself. Pad, where you at?
Did you say fad? You did. Thank you, Clay, for the $18. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, boy. Let's get some W's in chat. We got Joe, who sent the first $25, and then we got AB Clay, who sent another 18 afterwards. So appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you. But yes, we like. But yeah, that is the one thing that they did where this, like, all of these people are coming out. The guy who shot her, like, they should have her, they should have him leave. Like, he doesn't have to be there. He works in their same department. He's able to give them statements whenever, and they probably told him to leave. Like, almost definitely, they told him to leave. So I don't think it was wrong for her to leave. I think it was probably best for them to have her get the fuck, or for him to get the fuck out of there, so that things didn't escalate.
anticipated another ICE observer blocking the other lane. Like, where's the any evidence that there was another?
Well, you asked me what my guess is based on what we know so far, because we don't.
Yeah,
know. I said just a guess.
Right, but
because I agree with you. It's like, why would you block? She's clearly blocking one lane of traffic. I don't agree with you. It doesn't make any sense to me that you would block a lane of traffic to simply watch
later, Clay. Have a good
with
one,
some
man.
intention of like, oh, my goal here, like if I'm putting myself in this situation, I'm like, okay, my goal here is to watch ICE, because I know there's people that like tail ICE and they watch ICE and they blow whistles or they honk on the horn, and the goal of this is to try to alert some potential illegal to like hide, and that's like their stated goal. And so if that's my goal, I'm like, okay. And I'm sure these people have been coached. Like, you got to make sure that you don't like physically interfere with them, because if you do that, then they can arrest you and you can get in trouble. So I'm assuming they have this knowledge. So it shouldn't be like some like, out of the bounds weird thing. So if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to just park my car on the side of the road. I'm going to honk the horn and alert people. I would never think in a million years I'm going to block an entire lane of traffic, which gives them great cause to come and detain me or arrest me. That doesn't make any sense. In terms of like me parking my car perpendicular doesn't give me some kind of visual advantage to observe the situation.
Wait, sure it does. Sure it does.
No,
What do you mean?
How?
Because you're looking.
You can turn your head.
No, wait, hold on.
She could have just turned her head in the car, or she
let
could
me answer the question, Sitch. Let me answer the
Okay.
question. Like, her window is rolled down. There's no obstruction. She can just look directly at what is happening. Versus if she parked her car head on, she's looking through her windshield, that sort of a thing. Like, it's literally an unobstructed view if she parks her car perpendicular.
But she's also doing something illegal. So you're saying, okay, so she's doing something illegal to get a better view, which I mean that's pretty stupid if that's the thought process that she's.
If you're saying she did something illegal to get a better view, is you can say that that's dumb, but when there's ice, a lot of people do drive very differently and park differently and do different things to not get stuck in ice, to not peel out, to not get to not have to slip and slide. Like there's tons of things that people do differently when there's that much ice on the ground. So that's while I don't know that that's what she was doing. I'm not making the claim that she was parking like that because of the ice, but I am saying that yeah, like people do a lot of illegal things that would normally be illegal as far as like traffic violations that aren't that are normally much bigger of a deal. Hutch is just kind of making stuff up. And it's not making sense to me, really. They gave hold on, it's not making stuff up. They gave a hypothetical for what it is that they think. They don't have the context. We don't know what's going on. So they're saying this could have been the scenario and this would make it make sense. And he's saying, and they said, and then Sitch said, that's the only reasonable explanation I have. So Hutch said, I can give you other explanations that would make sense as well that do not align with what you're saying. So he's just giving other like scenarios.
Parking perpendicular in the road when a convoy in front of you is stuck. I mean, I don't find me a
yeah,
single,
that's
yeah, but find me a single Minneapolis police officer that would be inclined to give someone a ticket for that, bro. That is nothing. Like if a convoy is stuck, like if you can see that they're stuck.
You don't think that if there was a law enforcement convoy of any type that was stuck in the snow and somebody further causes some problem with traffic by parking perpendicularly to that at some point of the road, blocking an entire lane, you really don't think a police officer would come up and give you a ticket and tell you to get the fuck out?
No, not in this context. No,
I completely disagree. I think 100%.
You would have to, but you would have to articulate to me how she reasonably could have felt that she would have been even a tiny bit actually obstructing them by blocking one single lane when they like. What is her goal there?
Well, even if even if, since we're kind of doing the whole mind reading hypothetical, even though obviously this isn't super matter in terms of the court case, but it is kind of interesting. Even if the goal, if we're going to headcanon this, even if the goal wasn't to try to like block the ice in, you could say, well, it's kind of like if a police officer is chasing a suspect and you see that, you see the guy running and you kind of like stand in front of the police officer and the police officer has to like juke around you. It's like, okay, well, you added like a couple of seconds of their time to allow the perp to get away.
No, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this.
Well, hold on. Let me just lay out the argument.
Okay, sure.
It's the police officer can still go around you, but you're still obstructing the police officer. And so you could say, well, maybe the goal was simply, it's a 2-lane road. You got 2 lanes of an ice convoy coming. If you block one lane, they're going to have to come to a stop and slow down. They're going to have to do a zipper merge. You've now slowed down the entire ice convoy. Boom.
But there was no indication that we know of on video that convoy had this like urgency of like exiting the area. And I think if you were gonna draw up an analogy,
why does that matter?
Here's one that I think makes more sense. Okay, imagine a cop is like chasing a criminal, right? And they have to go through like a really wide doorway. And then, you see them coming and you're like, okay, I'm going to block them from coming. And then you stand at the widest berth that you could possibly stand. And you're only covering half of the space that needs to be cleared. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
so
obviously in that moment, the person does not reasonably think that they're going to be able to like block the cop because there's just so much space right there. So I'm just saying, like, the circumstances that the way that they played out in the video that we have so far, to me, it doesn't make any sense to assert that she was plausibly like trying to block them.
There's 2 lanes of traffic. She's blocking an entire lane of traffic.
They were
right?
they were stuck. They were stuck there. That's the thing. That's pretty crucial. They were stuck there.
Yeah. So, but wait, when they're not stuck, because we don't actually see. I'm assuming there's one clip, there's one angle where you can see like like a bunch of cars, and we don't know which one's an ICE agent vehicle and which one is one of their group. So we don't know that. But there's an angle, and you can see there's a whole bunch of cars, like kind of a few feet away from her, kind of behind her that are going to go, and that's why you see people kind of driving around her and all that stuff. There's a 2-lane road. It is a 1-way road, I believe. She's blocking 1 full lane of traffic, which forces 2 lanes to become 1 lane. Now, I don't know. I'm assuming you've driven in a situation where there's road construction or some sort of holdup, and whenever there's 2 lanes of traffic and it suddenly becomes 1, everything slows down and comes to a stop because people now have to merge. Okay?
But is it not?
So we don't know. We can't read her mind. So unless we find out from her wife or from someone else that she was instructed to do this, we might not ever know the answer to this question. But her actions are creating a slowdown. They are creating obstruction. So either A,
not if the convoy's not moving.
Hold on, she's either doing this for an intentional purpose to slow down ICE to some capacity, or B, she's just really fucking stupid. And either of those are still pretty reckless and still pretty negligent in this moment.
Listen, there's a bit of a fog around this entire situation, so I can't tell you with 100% certainty that her goal was to not obstruct traffic. But to me, it strains credulity to suggest that, given the fact that, number one, there was so much space in front of her. She's not actually blocking anything. The convoy does not appear to have been ready to actually leave by that point. So
well, we don't know that. I don't know. If
it doesn't appear. That's why I say that. I mean, I could be wrong.
Well, they're trying to drive around her. They're leaving. Some people are trying to drive around her.
No, that's not what happened. The guy drove in front of her so he could get out of the car and start filming her. That's the guy who drove around her. And that's the other.
Yeah, while he's filming up, you see like people are like driving around her. So people are trying to get by her at that time.
But at that point, any car that happens like after that, I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but like the first time that he does one full circle around her car and then starts doing a second circle. The first time he steps in front of her car, she actually is reversing her car. I don't know if you saw that. She's moving it backwards the first time he steps in front. That's when she looks over and says, "That's okay, bro. I'm not mad at you." She was moving her car back. So she does appear to be in that moment in the process of starting that 2-point turn. And then
so she was distracted with him in the road before that point, doing some sort of further obstruction than she was doing at the time of the shooting.
I mean, to me, I don't understand this argument that she was like literally obstructing these ICE officers.
Well, again, you understand the concept: 2 lanes, 1 lane. You're slowing down traffic, right?
You're slowing down traffic for a convoy of 8 ICE vehicles who had been stationary and stuck in the snow. Is it not reasonable to suggest that it was possible in that moment that she was observing them being stuck,
I think that's
and therefore felt like she wasn't actually obstructing anything in that moment because they weren't moving?
I think it's more likely that she had like a lot of people that do this, they have this like resist idea in their mind of like, I'm gonna go do some badass thing, and in that they could be very cringe. I mean, I think she was kind of cringe.
Like, yeah, they're just gonna be a nuisance. They're just getting in the way and just causing problems. Like that is possibly what it was she was doing.
But I could definitely see this kind of cringe idea of like, yeah, I'm going to slow them down. I'm slowing down ICE by blocking traffic 1 lane. They're going to have to get slower to the next person they deport. That 100% to me, now for my rating, that 100% to me makes a lot more sense than she parked perpendicular just so she could see them, as opposed to just getting out of her car like all the other people on the side of the road that were looking.
I mean, listen, we're not dealing with certainty. I don't find your suggestion very plausible.
Okay.
That she set out to obstruct them, because congratulations, you've obstructed them like 2 seconds. Why they have to turn slightly to the left and take the lane that is wide open. Like
this is a person who did very reckless and not very intelligent behavior of trying to drive away when the ICE was reaching her car.
I mean, there are a lot of stupid people in the world, but that would be the height of stupidity if she thought she would be any kind of actual hindrance on their operation by blocking 1 lane of traffic in a 2-lane road that they could easily use the 2nd lane.
Well, she is hindering to some extent, and as I said, that's why we don't fully know. Was there someone else trying to block the 2nd lane and they just couldn't do it for some reason?
But if they hadn't been moving, like if they hadn't been, so my understanding is that the car was still stuck. The ICE car was still, that convoy was still stuck, and so if they weren't moving, it is entirely possible and super plausible that she didn't actually think that she was hindering anything because they weren't.
Yeah, I think Hutch is just missing a lot of stuff when he keeps talking about cars being stuck. There's no cars being stuck. There's no car stuck here. He's kind of missing a good bit of info, because there were no cars stuck. The lanes are moving the whole time. There's cars going around her the entire time.
Moving.
So first of all, if there's a law enforcement convoy that's existing in one location because one of the law enforcement vehicles is stuck in ice or snow or something else, and a bunch of protesters like go around them and they're like, yelling at them and being very, hostile towards their presence, and you position your car in such a position so you're blocking one way of escape or one way of progress for the officers to get out of here, I think you have to be really fucking stupid to not perceive that that's going to be obviously seen as a hostile action by the law enforcement officers at that point.
You can be hostile to ICE. What is wrong with that?
Hostile in the terms of like they're going to feel like you're trying to block them in for some sort of nefarious purpose.
I mean, I'll wait for more information.
Okay, but you were saying it's reasonable if you're law enforcement and you see a bunch of angry people, getting like, yelling at you, and then you see a car come in front of you and block a single lane of traffic. It's very reasonable to be like on alert, like, okay, is someone going to try to block the 2nd lane? Are they going to try to box us in for some sort of purpose? That's not an unreasonable thing to think.
Well, given the other footage that we saw, I mean, because she was positioned there in that 1 lane without any like backup Antifa blocking car, like dancing and honking her horn. Like she was very obviously giving like resist lib vibes, you know, not like
which is not
Antifa
observing.
vibes.
That's I'm doing my part. I'm resisting.
Yeah, but if he's on alert, if you're going to suggest that like now ICER's like they're going to take this perpendicular parking with one lane fully open in front of her. The other thing too that we haven't even discussed is that she's seen very clearly like waving a car to go in front of her. So if she was really trying to block people, why would she do that?
I don't know, because either, well, first of all, was that, I don't know if that
Well,
was
it doesn't
an
make
ICE car, one of her
sense,
cars.
Sitch.
I don't know
It
if
doesn't-
it's
but
the
that
blockade
doesn't-
had failed at that point.
No, that doesn't
We
make
don't know
sense,
what
Sitch.
I said. We don't, no, it doesn't make sense. I said,
But no, not if it had failed at that point, like then she's just like, oh shucks. She's not going to be like, go ahead, you're good. I'm not mad at you guys. You guys are fine. Go ahead. Like that's she's not gonna do that. She's not gonna be like overly cooperative and nice to them by waving them on and talking to them in that way. Like there, no shot.
slow her down, do the resist lib cringe shit, and then, you know, you go, okay, look at me, guys. I block traffic. I'm so cool.
I mean, I have oftentimes negative opinions of protesters that I think are cringe, but I just don't think that even approaches what we should actually be focusing on.
Okay, we're not
like,
gonna be on this, but it's fine. We can move on to the next point. I want to show you because you were talking about the like how he circled the car twice.
Yeah.
If you look at the watch together, it's kind of interesting. This is a different. I don't know if you've seen this angle.
Are you playing it from your end here, or how,
yeah,
how,
I can play.
okay.
You can pause it too, or play it from your end as well. You have
But
control.
if you hit play, I'm gonna see what you're seeing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I think what was going on here was that I think he got out of the car. He was filming her for evidence purposes to send it to the police or something. And then you see, and you can only really see it from this angle, it looks like he's going back to his car, I assume, to leave. And then that's when you see the other ICE officer come up and he starts yelling at her to get out of the car. And that's when he goes back for the second time.
Wait, hold on. Play the video. Can you play it?
Yeah.
So this is him circling the car.
Yeah. See, he's going back to his car. And then you see the other ICE comes back. See, that's when he comes back.
Oh, okay.
So see, I think he only came back because the guy went from like, I'm observing to now we're going into detain arrest mode and I have to like support the other ICE agent.
But why do you need to circle the car? If you're going to observe, why don't you back up and like she has a license plate on the front of her car. The license plate's not going to be a different license plate on the back. Why not just step across the street and film from a wide angle? Why are you circling the car? What is the point of that?
I guess just to show that her car's in the middle of the road, show who the person is, get a clear. He wanted to get a clear identification of the driver.
You can do that from a distance. You don't need to walk in front of a fucking car. Well,
first of all, you're actually supposed to, I believe, if there's a car that's stopped, you're supposed to walk in front of it, not behind it, so that the driver sees you there. That is true. That is car safety. You're not supposed to walk by. If you can,
no,
I think you're walk in front of the car.
Wait, okay, that is car safety. That is true. That like, when you're younger, they tell you to walk in front of the bus so that the bus driver sees you. Or they say, like, if your parents let you out at your friend's house, you walk in front of your parents' car so that they can see you. But that's not what cops are supposed to do. Cops are not supposed to get in front of you. Cops, like, when they pull you over, they always park behind you. They never pull in front of you for this reason, because they don't want them to get run over if they pull in front of you. It is, but again, we've gone through like DHS and ICE handbooks showing that they're not supposed to.
So the driver can clearly see you, where they might not see you from behind or in a blind spot.
I looked into this, and you cannot, as far as I am aware, and maybe this could be homework, and if you DM me some set of protocol that shows otherwise, that there's not a single law enforcement agency or police department anywhere across the country that trains police officers to step in front of a vehicle. And in fact, there are many police departments across the country that specifically forbid this practice. No, because why would you ever create a situation that could be dangerous for yourself? Why would you do that?
Right.
What is the operational or tactical benefit of stepping in front of a car? Because now you're in a position where you have literally put yourself in danger.
So
by doing that.
I don't think there's any policy anywhere in any police office or any law enforcement agency that says if you think a car is going to move, that you should stand in front of it. I'm assuming every single policy is going to say not to do that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if there's a car that's not moving and you need to cross the path of the car to get to the other side, generally you're supposed to do it in such a way that the driver sees you. That's generally the way it's supposed to be. And so he has his car there. He's allowed to do exactly what he's doing. He has complete.
What are you basing this off of, Sitch?
Well, hold on. He has complete legal authority to film her, just as they're filming him. So I don't. To me, the idea is like that he's somehow in the wrong for film.
Who said anything about filming? What the fuck? What is happening today? Where people are just arguing against shit nobody's talking about? Like, whoever said he doesn't have the right to film her? Like, where the fuck
filming
did this
her
come from?
Obstructing just so he could potentially send it back to evidence somewhere? That doesn't make sense to me. That he should be criticized for doing that.
But you can do that in a way that does not create any danger for yourself. He could have simply gotten out of his car, walked slightly across the street, and then from a distance of like 10 feet. And
he wouldn't really get a good video of her face if that's what he's trying to do.
What? In 2026 with the
yes,
smartphone?
but he's supposed to he's supposed to walk across the street from like 20 feet away and then zoom in so he could get a picture of her face.
Hang on. Are you in a space where you have like a 10 feet of space in front of you? Can you just pull out your phone and pinch on something from 10 feet away and tell me you're telling me that smartphones in 2026 can't get a clear image of her 10 feet in front of him?
We've seen his I mean, look at his fucking thing isn't even that clear when he's as close as he is. It's just it's not high quality, phone work right here.
Yes, it is. What?
Wait, what? What was?
Of like 10 feet, and
we wouldn't really get a good video of her face if that's what he's trying to do.
What? In 2026 with the
yes,
smartphone?
but he's supposed to he's supposed to walk across.
You can see her face through the fucking windshield. You can see her face just fine through the windshield.
Street from like 20 feet away and then zoom in so he could get a picture of her face.
Hang on. Are you in a space where you have like a 10 feet of space in front of you? Can you just pull out your phone and pinch on something from 10 feet away and tell me you're telling me that smartphones in 2026 can't get a clear image of her 10 feet in front of him?
We've seen his I mean, look at his fucking thing isn't even that clear when he's as.
Hold on, right there.
Fuck. I mean, look at his fucking thing isn't even that clear.
You can see on the original video, you can see her face. It's a little small here, but on the original video, you can actually see her fucking face through the windshield.
When he's as close as he is. It's not high quality, phone work right here.
Yeah. You can't see her face right here? He thinks you can't see her face here? What are you talking about?
Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. You think that if he's across the street, he's gonna get he's gonna get as good an ID on this lady as if he was right. Okay, I don't agree with this at all. I really don't agree with this.
You are acting unfamiliar with the concept of zooming in on a smartphone.
Hold on. Look at these people here. These are people. He's in the road. There's people across the street. Not even across the street, just at the side.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, we have all of these phones here that lots of them are really far away. And you can still get a fairly clear picture from all of these other people's phones who are farther away than he is. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
And you can't even make out their faces.
This is a compressed video on YouTube.
Okay. So it's the compression, you think that?
Yes.
Well, also he downloaded it, so it's not even on YouTube anymore. Like if we go to this one, yeah, this one was downgraded to 270. This one's downgraded to fucking 270. You can still see everything just fine. Like, in this, you can see everybody's fucking faces, bro. You can see everything. It's just, like, super clear. This is insane. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one's downgraded too. Goes up to 1156. Like, give me a break.
What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? fucking trust me. Dude, you did a murder for what?
You did a murder for what?
They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her, but she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah, that was her goal.
Okay, so yeah, so it sounds like she was there trying to impede ICE vehicles. That woman has gone on to CNN interviews to like defend Renee Good numerous times. That same woman, and yeah, if she's putting out videos saying that like she was leading the protests and like the following of ICE protesters, which the Ilhan Omar also said that she was like a legal observer and that her whole thing was like following them around all day and like recording them and everything. It does seem as though that is the case. So like whether or not they had the right to detain her in this moment seems as though she was doing this throughout the day and like trying to be a nuisance and trying to get in the way. Whether or not they had the right to detain her doesn't matter. Like the problem is the way that they dealt with the situation as it unraveled. It does, like whether or not she was trying to impede vehicles doesn't matter all that much.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
Yeah, this one. This one also doesn't go to 1080 either.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Oh!
Okay.
Literally, yes. Hold on. I'm sure. Wait, hang on. I'm sure we can find like, because there's a point in like, I'm glad you stopped on that frame right there because you can see there's 3 cameras, right? So that's like the newer model of iPhone. You can for sure get a very clear image from 10 feet away with that phone. But that's her phone. Do we have image that she took with? Like, where's her footage? I want to see what kind of phone he had. But chances are, Sitch, that is a smartphone that is relatively new. And you know just as well as I do that you can get very clear image by zooming in from 10 feet away. You cannot give me any justification that makes any sense, any kind of advantage, any kind of like benefit to his operations, course of duty in that moment, where it makes sense for him to step in front of the car, not once, but twice, and then stop in front of a car, in front of a moving car.
Impeding ICE vehicles is an obstruction either. Yes, it is. That is 100% obstruction, for sure. That is definitely obstruction. Yes, it is. She wasn't doing a very good job at blocking traffic. I don't think there's much you can do when there's 2 lanes and you have 1 car, but it did seem as though everybody was in 1 line, and it didn't seem as though they were even using both lanes. It seemed as though everybody was just driving in 1 line. And so there were, I think when she first got there, there were other cars that were parked there on both sides of the road. And so if she pulled in the middle, it would have been harder for them to get around her. But other cars left and got out of the way after she first parked there. That gave room in front and behind her.
So
why would he do that?
If we're, well, before we move on to that, if we're going to look at like moral responsibility for actions here, I'm going to say that a person who decides to obstruct intentionally or unintentionally federal agents by blocking 1 lane of traffic and honking a horn is already at a point where they're in a more reckless or more irresponsible situation than the ICE agent who she sees and is not, not seeming like she's going to drive over, at least at first, and is just filming her and walking around in a circle. I don't see, you could make an argument and say, yes, now in hindsight with 2020, he should have gotten out of the car and he should have walked 20 feet away and he should have zoomed in and he should have treated her vehicle like it was radioactive. Like, you can make that argument in hindsight, but at the time, I think her actions far more.
If it was obstructing what immigration law was ICE trying to enforce in their cars driving on a public street, Opie, come on. I don't believe you right now. Okay. This is insane. I cannot believe this. So let's imagine we have an ICE facility, okay? And this is their parking lot right here. And they have a they have like a gate right here that opens up, and this is where they pull through, okay? And we have a car, an ICE vehicle here that needs to come out of the gate. You're telling me that you think if another car pulls up in front of this gate and just parks there, you think, well, that's not obstruction. They're just in a car. They're just driving somewhere. They're like, what? How can that be obstruction when you're just parking in front of them to where they can't go where they're trying to go? Like, that's your argument right now. That's what you're telling me. Is you can't see how that would be obstruction, right? But she didn't block them. Hold on. Guys, we gotta stop fucking pivoting on the arguments. We are talking about what is or isn't obstruction right now. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about what she did or didn't do. We're talking about what is or is not obstruction right now. Blocking the road with when you know that there's ICE vehicles coming down. That's the common definition of obstruction, not the legal. Hold on. Opie, can you answer the question? You think that this is not obstruction, correct? That's what you're telling me. You are saying that this is not obstruction. Not for ICE to be able to make an arrest. I'd agree that that is obstruction. Yes, that's just obviously obstruction. That is blatantly obstruction, and ICE has arrested numerous people for blocking their gates and stopping people from being able to get out of their facilities. They have done this over and over and over. Tons of protesters have decided to stand in front of their gates where their cars either need to come in or go out, and people standing in the way, blocking the roads to where they can't get through, make it to where they are arresting people and legally arresting people because they are obstructing. While engaged in or on account of the performance of official duties. Yes, not while making an arrest. You keep saying while making an arrest. Yeah, if they're supposed to go from point A to point B, this is part of their job, is they say, hey, go here and do this, and they're trying to drive there, and you block them from doing that, that is obstruction. That is part of their official duties. That is what they're doing. She wasn't blocking their gates. I didn't even make that association. Oh my goodness. Opie, you're being bad faith right now. This has to be on purpose. There's no way your brain has melted out of your ears this badly to where you're this crazy. You made a statement. I gave you a hypothetical and asked you to answer the question as to whether or not this is obstruction. It's simple. It's a simple fucking question. This is not hard. Is this obstruction? Yes or no? Is it obstruction? No. Okay, so this is not obstruction. Okay, so when you say them performing their official duties, you think if they are supposed to go do something as part of their job, that you don't think that's part of official duties? What the fuck do you think official duties means? What do you think that means? You don't think going to where they're supposed to go to make an arrest, or if they've already made arrests and they're trying to take them back to the facility, or if they're just going somewhere to do a raid and check IDs or a status, or like, you don't think that's a part of official duties? You think the only thing that's an official duty is making an arrest? That's it? That's the only thing that's an official duty? So just so you know, when you say no, you don't think this is obstruction, this is obstruction. This is obstruction. They have arrested tons of people for this. They will get charged. They will get arrested. They will get convicted. that this is obstruction. This is 100% obstruction. You just don't know what obstruction means. Blocking the gate is obstruction. Blocking the street is not the same. Oh my goodness. Okay. I just asked you if it's obstruction. You just said no. I can't. I can't with this, dude. I can't with this. Holy shit. How the fuck am I supposed to have a conversation with people who just change their arguments every 2 minutes? I can't do this.
Responsible for creating the situation and him simply walking around the car, which he has every right to do, and should expect that she's not going to immediately try to kill him the second he gets close to her car when he's just filming her.
I mean, you bring up a good point. I mean, he clearly did not assess her to be some kind of terroristic threat if he stepped in front of her car, right?
Yeah, not until she started going. Yeah.
If he thought that she was there to do terrorism and she was, you know, one of those types of people, like an actual like college Antifa idiot or whatever, then he wouldn't have done that, right? So like,
later, Freddie,
you can't possibly articulate to me why, if the goal was to document what she was doing, potentially gather evidence to pass on to local authorities, if they felt that she was impeding their traffic or whatever, you cannot possibly explain to me why it would not have been better and way more safe for him to simply take several paces of steps backwards and just record from a front angle without circling her car. What was the point of circling the car? What is the point of that?
Okay, again, we're not just going to go in circles.
But no, Sitch, this is not something that you can debate me on, okay? He is going to have a wider view of what is happening from a further distance. He's going to have a much more unobstructed view of everything that's happening in front of him if he's 10 feet back and filming it from that way.
He was obviously trying to get her face on camera.
You can, okay. I'm a bit, listen, I think
what you're saying is like, he should have stopped the car. He should have got out. He should.
Even if we agree with that, it doesn't matter, because what matters is, I appreciate the negativity. Really helps me understand your position better. I would love to understand your position if you actually had one. At this point, I don't believe you have a position. You change it every single time I engage with an argument that you make. You change your position. So I'm glad you understand mine, because it's impossible to understand yours if you just keep changing it every couple seconds. But the idea that like he walked around to get her face, to get their license plate, all of that, right? Fair enough. Okay, that's what he wanted to do. But then once they're actually going in to make the arrest, yeah, he wants to be back farther and like recording from a wider distance so that he can actually get it all on camera. He's not even really filming them walking up to the door or anything. He's not filming them right now. He's still pointed at her. He's still pointed right at her. So he's not even filming the actual interaction.
Should have walked behind her, gone onto the sidewalk, stood there, zoomed in on her license plate,
no. I
then
didn't
walked,
say
well, no, this is how you'd have to do it under what you're saying.
No.
Then walked a super wide berth from behind around to where like the other ICE agent pulls in, and then zoom in on her face to try to capture all of this on his phone, as opposed to just simply walking around, just filming her, as he's has every legal justification in the world to do.
This frame that you have on the screen right now, right? I don't know if this is right before the incident or this is the first one. Imagine exactly this position, but he is 7 to 8 steps like further backwards.
Yeah, the one more you look at how the quality of the camera here looks.
Now you have not only a clear view of the car, you have an unobstructed view of like everything that's going on around the car.
Okay.
And if you ever want to zoom in, you just pinch on your phone. I'm not saying this in a patronizing way. I think you are an intelligent person. I've found you to be reasonable. I have no like animosity towards you, but I think that you are twisting yourself into a pretzel by suggesting that he could have done a better job documenting what was happening by circling her car and then stopping in the direct path of her car twice.
So I think the reason that he walked in front of the car and stopped was because he was backing up the ICE agent. I don't think that had anything to do with documenting what was going on.
If he's backing up the ICE agent,
it's a different motivation at that point. So
if he's backing up the ICE agent, why would he not put his fucking phone down and get in a position where he's not in immediate danger? You're gonna back up your squad mate by stepping in front of a 2,000-pound car.
Yeah. So I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see what he says about what his motivation was. Now, obviously, if it doesn't align with the way people want to align, they're not gonna believe it anyway. And so since we're all doing kind of speculation of here, what everyone's thinking, I think probably what happened was, and I'm sure you've talked about this, is how he had that situation where he broke into some guy's window, the ICE agent busted someone's window, and he reached in to unlock the door as he was supposed to, because this guy was some kind of criminal, and the guy drove
he was
off.
a pedophile.
Okay, well, there you go. He's a pedophile. And he's trying to get this pedophile off the streets, and the pedophile then drives his car while he's trying to unlock it so they can pull this guy out of the car, and then he gets dragged, like 30, 40 feet, and he's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Hans. He got her face while walking around the car and the license plate and everything. I truly believe that, like, her partner just pissed him off enough to where, like, he was just, like, kind of ready to get him. But like that's like my best, like, assessment from the limited amount of information that we have, is just nothing that they're doing makes sense outside of the fact that they're just trying to be a nuisance. They're trying to be in the way. They're trying to be a problem. And then nothing that he's doing makes sense unless he's trying to, like, get some get back after, like, the partner called him fat and told him to go get some lunch and was, like, calling him big boy and shit like that. It feels like he was just a bit salty about some of those statements, because outside of that, I can't understand what he was thinking with the way that he responds here, and, like, the path that he takes.
He's all these stitches and his arms all, fucked up. So I think if you look at sort of what's going on with the video, from my perspective, it looks like he's going back to his car. He sees the other ICE agent start to approach the vehicle, tells her to get out. He decides to go back that guy up. The ICE agent reaches inside the car just like he did. And that's when he suddenly, gets in front of the car and pulls out his gun, is because he wants to maybe prevent the car from doing the exact same thing that happened to him.
How
to drag him? How this person is not, this person's not going to drive forward if I'm going to, stand in front of them with a gun.
Clearly that did not happen.
It clearly didn't happen. It clearly was the wrong decision to make. Yeah.
So then you necessarily agree that he created the condition of danger by positioning himself. No. The responsibility is way more on him, bro.
That is 100% not true.
For somebody that receives training, extensive training for these exact situations, you don't think?
Hutch said earlier that he's, like, read what it is that they're supposed to do in their handbooks and everything, and he should bring this up. I'm a little surprised. Like, if this happened on, like, day 1 or 2 after this happened, I would be, like, understanding of, like, why Hutch isn't bringing up a lot of these points. But right now, we have heard every single expert, every single officer, every single ex-DHS agent, every single ex-FBI agent, every single ex-ICE agent, everybody who has come out and said anything about this that ever worked in these fields has said he did everything wrong. All of them have said this. I haven't seen a single officer who has said he did the right thing. I have not seen one. We have the handbook that says that he's wrong for ICE agents. We have the handbook for DHS agents that says he was wrong. And we have every single officer that has come out and talked about this who have all said he was wrong. Every single one. Okay, I understand the problem now. I'm basing my interpretations on the assumption that ICE was not on their way to do official duties. Since that information has not been provided, benefit the doubt. Well, I thought we were told that they were doing raids. I thought that's why they were following them around the whole day. And that's why they were in Minneapolis. That, like, I thought we had been getting this information for, like, a week at that point, is that ICE was in Minneapolis doing raids, and that when they and that's why they were out there, like, blowing whistles and following them around in their cars and honking and all that shit, is because they were out there doing raids. And so they were just trying to make sure that, like, as ICE came through, they were able to make a lot of noise and let everybody know ICE is coming. So if you need to, like, get your shit, pack it up, get the fuck out of there, you'll have more than enough time, because everybody will see them coming from a mile away. I thought that was the whole thing. And so my assumption is that, like, yes, it does seem as though they are on official duties from my understanding. Yeah, I could be wrong.
Think that he has a higher burden of standard in this spot?
I don't know about you, but when I took driver's ed a million years ago, when I took my driver's test a million years ago, they drilled in your head, when you get behind the wheel of a car and you're going in a direction, it is always your responsibility to make sure no one is going to possibly get hit by you. That's always the driver's responsibility.
It is also a law enforcement officer's responsibility to not knowingly put himself in a position where something like that is even possible. I have no idea where you got the idea that this is standard for cops to walk in front of cars.
I never said it was.
I think you made that argument before.
No, I said it's standard for if you need to cross. This is for anyone. At least this is what I was told. If you need to cross a vehicle, it's always safer to.
Yes, again, he is correct for like school children and shit like that. That is not the case for police officers. That is not what they're told to do.
Cross from the front so that the driver sees you.
We are talking about law enforcement protocol. You will not find a single protocol.
They're going to say,
anywhere
yeah,
in this
don't stand
country.
in front of a vehicle you think is going to take off. Sure.
Yes,
I'm sure
because why would they do that? It's obvious why you would not.
Yeah, because they don't want to get obviously.
Exactly.
Yes,
So he literally created the dangerous situation that he will use as a justification to use that weapon. If he hadn't,
do you think he created it intentionally?
I don't think he anticipated her driving that way. No.
Okay.
I think I think he and his ICE officers, his fellow ICE officers, escalated that situation unnecessarily. I think he was very clearly antagonized by her because she had been antagonizing them, and circled her car in an attempt to sort of flex a bit and to maybe intimidate her a little bit. There was no operational value to circling that car. If you want to take video, step back and take a.
I think it was they were recording him, so he was recording them. I think that's all it was.
More clear video.
On that. But as I said, I think what he's going to say.
Real quick. Let me just say something real quick, because I watched your coverage, and at various times you specifically said the same thing that a lot of us were saying, which is that it was kind of frustrating because we didn't really have there is no very clear angle of what happened. Okay. If he had stepped back 7 feet and taken video from where I suggested, we would have clear video of all of that. And she would have been filmed fleeing a scene. He would not have been in her direct path. They would have found her 20 minutes later, charged her with felonies. She'd be in jail today, and none of us would be talking about this. But because he made a horrible decision that violated his own training protocol, a woman is dead.
Okay.
That does not happen if he makes better decisions.
I understand. And as I said Sunday, as I say today, obviously he made a lot of bad decisions. I'm not going to say
I'm so confused on what the fuck the argument has been about this entire time if he's not saying that that's what he's supposed to do. Every time Hutch said he did the wrong thing, that's not what he's supposed to do. Sitch has been arguing with him and saying, no, you're wrong. And now Sitch is like, no, I'm not saying you're wrong. Wait, what? What has this whole argument been about?
That it was smart for him to do what he did. Obviously, it wasn't smart for him to do what he did because someone is dead. And I don't think they needed to be shot and needed to die. What I'm arguing here is it seems like that you're placing 90% of the responsibility entirely on him and only 10% of the responsibility on her for creating.
He is the authority in the situation. Yes, he has more responsibility. That's how that works. She can be wrong for fleeing the scene, okay? But if he did not stand in front of the vehicle, that's all it would be, is that she's wrong for fleeing the scene. And we wouldn't have a conversation about this. There would be nothing left to debate. She's just wrong for fleeing the scene. Done and done. But in this case, we're not having that conversation because she got killed. And she got killed because he chose to stand in front of the fucking car. So this is obvious. What we're only talking about this because he created a situation to where things got more difficult, and he chose to make the worst fucking decision in that moment.
Creating this incredibly dangerous situation, ignoring an order to get out of the vehicle, and then very recklessly driving away without clearly seeing that it was safe for her to do so when she knows that there's at least 3 different people walking around her car at the exact moment she's driving.
I don't know if it's 90-10, but I do put more of the responsibility on him to make better decisions because he is trained to not do certain things, to do certain things.
Especially
I just want to be.
Look at this video. Okay, let's just say. Let's just say. Well, hold on. Let's just say hypothetically.
Let me just say real quick, okay? I agree with you that this woman was reckless and that she made a bad decision. I agree with you that her instinct in that moment to try to flee and her wife suggesting that she flee was wildly reckless and irresponsible. Insane. It was insane. I would never do that. I would never suggest that my loved ones do that. if anyone in my audience has any confusion about this, don't ever fucking do that. That is a really bad decision. But his training puts him in a position where he can make much better decisions that reduce or eliminate the risk of the kind of danger that he found himself in.
So let's imagine that from this guy's perspective. Okay. He's like, okay, I've filmed her. I'm going to leave. Then he sees, oh, this other ICE agent starts to come forward and he's decided that he's going to detain her, right? So now this ICE agent, now Jonathan Ross realizes, okay, we've moved from film mode to detain arrest mode. I need to go assist the ICE agent who's getting there. So he has to, or at least he feels he has to cross the path of this vehicle to some capacity to get to the other side to assist the other ICE agent at this moment.
Okay. But how does him doing that help the situation?
Because he's going to have to, maybe he thinks he has to help pull her out of the vehicle.
But
so he's made this decision. He feels that he has to cross the path of this vehicle. Now, if he crossed from behind, I think it's very likely she would have backed up into him. So
Yeah, but I think that he would be on the other side of the vehicle then. Again, like he was walking to the side. I'm fine with the saying that he doesn't have to be 15 feet back. But if your claim is that he was there to film the interaction, well then no, like he ought to have been like 15 feet back. If he's not there to film the interaction, he's there to assist in the arrest. Okay, well then he should have been on the side, one of the two sides of the vehicle. That's seems obvious.
That probably wouldn't have been a good idea either. So he makes a decision to cross in front. Okay. So that's why I'm saying, like,
somebody's dead.
Keep your stash full. No. No. I'm out of fucking space. I'm out of money. And I need to go and loot and get a bunch of shit right now. I'm not keeping my stash full.
That it would be irresponsible.
Somebody's dead because of that decision.
He might have been dead if he, and he might have been dead if he tried to cross from the back.
He would not have been dead or been any
danger. If he just sat there and did nothing, yeah, he would not have been dead. Or she would not have been dead. Yeah.
I'm not saying do nothing, but if he would have made better decisions that...
The last part of the expedition requires a shit. I know, I'm there. I am there. Oh, that's true. I should just be giving it to the expedition instead of selling it. Shit. Yeah, I should have just done that. Okay.
Did not violate any kind of protocol. He could have put himself in a position to observe what was happening or back up his partner in a way that didn't create any danger for himself. He did that. He stepped in front of her vehicle, and then I don't know if you've seen it, but like he's the second time he steps in front of her car, she's still moving backwards, and then he stops and plants his feet when she stops reversing. Mm-hmm. He stops in front of her car. How does that help the situation? Because if she guns it right, and she doesn't turn her wheels, he's like, oh fuck, and he shoots her and then gets out of the way. How do you know that car's not going to plow into the fucking house that's behind him and kill like a civilian that's in the living room? How is he making that? That's why they train them to not do that. That's specifically why, because it's hella dangerous to shoot someone when they're driving and you're in a residential neighborhood.
So I agree that obviously he should have handled the situation differently. And it could have been handled a situation where she would have just gone to jail or got fined for, resisting and obstructing and all this other stuff. And she would still be alive. That if he did things differently. I don't disagree with that at all. But the same is true of her. If she had just got out of the fucking car, instead of trying to very dangerously flee in a moving vehicle, they would have just given her a fucking fine and she would be alive. And that would be the end of the situation. And when I'm trying to look at the culpability.
I keep looking at this end of expedition and think, how the fuck is this going to be worth it, bro? They better be giving me like the best of the best shit at the end of this, because it's hard for me to believe that giving them this much fucking shit is going to be worth it. It is really hard for me to believe that they are somehow going to make this up to me.
Here, and I'm looking, okay, you have a law enforcement officer who is completely within their legal right to help detain a citizen who is doing something that appears to be illegal, and that citizen, for whatever reason, decides to try to resist arrest and flee in a very dangerous manner. That's 100% on that person for acting in that way. And they shouldn't have acted in that way whatsoever. So I say it's a tragedy that she got shot. She didn't have to get shot. But if she had just complied and not been stupid, then this wouldn't have happened either.
Let me put it in let me try to frame it in a different context, because I want to focus on like the training versus the lack of training. So like if there was a person who was an experienced like construction worker, they know about all the safety protocols, and they brought on, they were giving a tour of some construction site to somebody who has no training. And then due to that, the construction workers like negligence, or the foreman, we can just say he's a foreman or whatever, due to their negligence in that moment, due to their bad decisions, dangerous conditions arose, and then that person got hurt or killed by doing something dumb. Let's say the person that he brought on picked up a hammer and just started hitting stuff randomly, and then something fell on his head. Like, who do you think is more culpable in that moment? The person who did the stupid thing, or the foreman who's supposed to have the training to know the safety protocols?
If it is a person of sound mind and is an adult, and they pick up a hammer and they just decide to start slamming at random things, then obviously it's on their head. What reasonable person would decide to do something like that?
That foreman would be fired. They would be sued, and they might be charged.
They probably would be
kind of a crime.
Yeah, because they probably be fired or get in trouble, because obviously the family's going to sue. But that's not reasonable. It is not reasonable for a person to walk into a construction site and be like, I'm just going to start randomly hitting shit with a hammer. Like, that's an insane reaction.
No. It is reasonable to hold that hypothetical foreman accountable for negligence if they violated safety protocol.
Yeah, they're going to make an argument. Well, he should not have been able to get, they do. I mean, usually this is about kids, not adults. Usually with kids, they talk about, I forget it's called, like attractive nuisances or something, where you have to have fencing up because kids are going to go play in the construction equipment and stuff. Usually that's when these cases come up, because they're kids. I don't know if that's true with an adult. I think if an adult just wanders into a construction site and starts doing like crazy dangerous shit that a reasonable person would know is dangerous, I think it's almost entirely on their head.
I mean, listen, I don't have like an intense anti-cop bias. It creates conflict with my chat sometimes, because there's a lot of like really intense and anti-cop bias. Like my dad is a retired police officer. My sister's a cop. My brother-in-law. I have like my whole family's. I've been raised around law enforcement my entire life. I tend to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think most cops are good. My first instinct when I saw the first video was to place the responsibility entirely on her for making bad.
Yeah, that was my first thing. My first like reaction as well was when I first saw it. I was like, oh my goodness, she's a fucking idiot, dude. Why the fuck did she run like that? What a fucking idiot. Like, she's driving right towards this officer. Of course he's gonna feel threatened and feel like he has to defend himself. Like, of course. But then yeah, once you see the other angles where he kind of causes the situation to be that way, and the way that they escalate things so quickly, all of the other aspects of this just totally change everything.
Bad decisions, and with each video that came out and each day that passed and each new piece of relevant information came out, it just became clear to me more and more that this cop made some really, really bad decisions. And the whole, like, the broader context is also infuriating as well, because why was there a surge of ICE officers in Minneapolis in the first place? Why did that happen?
Because the Nick Shirley video, probably.
The fuck does that have to do with ICE?
You got the Nick Shirley domino meme into this shooting situation. Yeah.
I don't mean to get spicy with you, but I'm just pissed because it's like, what the fuck does like daycare fraud have to do with ICE? How does that make sense? Is ICE there to enforce like white collar like, are they there to investigate fraud? No, the administration used this opportunity to try to throw meat at their base because they're seen as like epic and owning the libs. And they send thousands of ICE agents into states like Minneapolis that have a lower percentage of non-residents and illegal aliens than many red states. Why are we not seeing a surge of ICE in Texas, where there are way more undocumented migrants and these kinds of things? Why did he choose that? So there's like, the whole thing is just infuriating. And I just like the fact that she was a bonehead, and I do think that she was a bonehead. I think she made a really dumb decision. I would never, ever advise that anybody make the decision that she made. But that's such an afterthought to me in the broader context. Like, she did not have to die. Like, that didn't have to happen. There were so many steps along the way that could have prevented this from happening. And yes, I think she does have some responsibility for what happened. But like, I think people should be upset that a woman is dead when this did not need to happen. I don't care if you think she's cringe. I don't care if you don't like her politics. I probably don't like her politics too, given the profile. But that's not the point. Like, this was a political stunt, and now this woman is dead, and I don't understand how people are not really pissed about this, or put a lot.
I mean, everyone's going to look at it. 99% of people looking at this are going to look at it purely through, red team, blue team, and that's how they're going to perceive this. If the politics of the situation were reversed, if this was people, trying to protest against, some MAGA people protesting against some Somali daycare or something, and they're doing the exact same situation, and you only, instead of ICE, it was local law enforcement. The politics would just be completely reversed. Everyone would have the exact opposite opinion of it. So, I mean, yeah, I know that it's just, it's very political at the moment, especially with Trump. sending people in, surging the area because of the Nick Shirley video and all this other stuff. Even doesn't really make sense because most of the people that are Somali that are there legally anyway. So
it's fucking ridiculous.
It does anything. And I agree that her death is a tragedy. And I said this on Sunday at some point, which is that, I don't like that there are some people that are cheering this on and saying, oh, well, it's good that she died because she's probably going to like trans her child or, just making these kind of like crazy claims because, she has 3 kids. I believe 2 of them were with another man who's still alive, but the father of the 3rd child passed 2 years ago, and now his mom is dead. So now he has no parents. So yeah, it's a horrible fucking situation. It's a terrible tragedy. And I think not only, which I agree, like the ICE agent, you should have definitely acted differently, 100%. And even if he acted exactly the same way he did in terms of his positioning, if he had 20/20 hindsight or he had hesitated for, a couple seconds, he would have not shot her and she, he didn't really need to. And that would have been, she would have been alive and that would have been better. But at the same token, it's like, you have a child to take care of. Why are you placing yourself in this kind of situation in the first place? It's just, everyone here is just so fucking politically brained on the whole situation. So I agree with the tragedy, but like in terms of the culpability, especially the legal responsibility here, as I said, if you're going to play stupid games with a cop and they're going to do stupid things too, you're going to lose both legally and probably your life. So just don't fucking do it.
Well, I think that's a problem. Like that to me is a problem. Like there should be no stupid games with cops. We shouldn't have law enforcement officers that are making stupid decisions. Like
people shouldn't be stupid with police officers either.
But
don't resist. Why are people fucking resisting? This is the stupidest thing on the planet. Don't ever resist.
But what do you think is the bigger problem?
I think Hutch really needs to push more on like the responsibility aspect. Like, again, like we can, if we say that like a kid was dumb for like stomping on a teacher's foot, it doesn't mean that like the teacher gets to like beat the fucking shit out of the kid afterwards. Like if afterwards, the teacher beats the shit out of the fucking kid and Sitch and Adam are sitting there like, dude, but the kid shouldn't have stomped on her foot. It's like, oh, okay, so who gives a fuck? She beat the fucking shit out of a kid. Like, this is kind of like when teachers are like seduced by a student, right? They got a student who just keeps like they think this teacher is the hottest fucking babe, and they're over and over trying to get with the teacher and trying to seduce the teacher. And then afterwards everybody's like, but dude, they shouldn't have seduced the teacher. I mean, like, they were hitting on the teacher over and over, and that's just, yeah, you shouldn't do that. It's like, yeah, but the fucking teacher is an adult. They have more responsibility. They have more culpability here. They have that like their actions mean more. You can't just turn around and blame the fucking kid. Sure, the kid should not have been seducing the fucking teacher. They got problems with their parents or whatever. I don't know. This is still wrong. That doesn't, like, this is the part that we should probably focus on. The teacher should not have been getting it on with the fucking student.
And I don't mean to do, like, are you familiar with like relative privation fallacy? You know what that is?
I have no clue what that is.
It's like, why are you complaining about this when they're starving kids in Africa? It's like a bullshit kind of thing that a lot of people do. And I don't mean to be doing this. Maybe I am. You tell me. But like, what do you think is the bigger issue in this situation? The fact that this woman made bad decisions, the civilian made bad decisions in a high stress situation, or the fact that there's this structural thing going on from the top down where we're having thousands of ICE agents patrolling. They outnumber the cops. I don't know if you saw the video. They're like stopping people they're stopping Uber drivers at the airport who are black and speak with a funny accent. That's what they're doing. That's what do you think like the people that supported Trump in terms of like immigration policy, do you think that they had this in mind when they meant like making our country safer and enforcing our like immigration laws?
Well, I haven't seen polling. I mean, I see some people say yes, some people say no. I don't know what the polling is in terms of people supporting various things or not regarding, what the ICE is doing at the moment.
The polling consistently show that Americans want the federal government to prioritize.
So like Republicans are polling at like 90%. Like, yes, they're happy with this shit. Literally everybody else, like independents, Democrats, like all of them are well below like 30%. So this is overall just not popular with anybody. This is this administration, and especially the way that they're handling their deportations. This has not been popular with anyone.
Criminals.
Except for
Like,
MAGA.
whenever you get
Yeah,
granular,
yes, I would
whenever you
assume
get
that's true.
granular, you know, it shows like a third of the country, they want everybody deported, and everybody else wants them to focus on like criminals, gang members, and
Right. Yeah, and I know there was like,
pedophiles
you know, those crazy videos of the people who are like, oh yes, you know, our parents are here illegally, our family members are here illegally, but I still voted for Trump because they're not criminals, right? Yeah, and then you know, their family member gets support. I you know it's people have very weird conceptions about what you know what's going on here politically, especially when they're in the voting season. In terms of that, what was the phrase you used? The
relative privation fallacy.
yeah,
It's like
I think it's a little bit that if you're going to bring it into the broader context of like, well, look at what like ICE is doing overall, look at what the Trump administration's policy is overall, which I don't agree with really, with a lot of what Trump is doing and ICE is doing at the moment, and, you know, especially not with like CCOT and all that other shit. I think it wouldn't be that fallacy if the question is like, do we side, you know, what kind of responsibility or latitude do we give people interacting with police versus with the police? And I understand that.
Again, like they're both can be wrong. Just she didn't kill anybody. She wasn't going to kill anybody. We don't have like, there didn't seem to be much of a chance of her killing people on this day, and yet we're still somehow worried about what she did in this scenario.
We do have to put a lot of responsibility on the police because they have the monopoly on violence as actors of the state, and thus they do have a high responsibility to, since they can, you know, take away your rights if they have probable cause to do so, and they can, you know, physically do things to your body without your consent if they have reasonable reason to do so. I understand there's a lot of responsibility on them to not abuse that power, and I think that's good. That's the way it should be. But at the same token, and I think this is why the law does give a lot of, as you even said in the beginning, gives a wide latitude for police officers to do this kind of stuff, is because they kind of have to have a wide latitude to engage in a lot of situations like this and not be afraid, okay, I can't like detain a person because I'm going to go to jail myself. And so, I mean, this was my thoughts, you know, years ago, especially during all like a lot of the BLM stuff, which is almost all these situations, even if I think the person shouldn't have been shot, it almost always starts with the person doing something wrong. They're resisting, they're not complying. There's no reason to ever, unless it's like a movie and it's like the evil corrupt cop that's going to like kill you because he's killed your family or some nonsense, which is not what's going on. Like 99.
I mean, this reminds me of like the situation. I forget the guy's name. It was some bullshit like, fuck, I can't remember his name, but there was a guy here in Atlanta. Oh shit. There was a guy here in Atlanta that was at like a Wendy's drive-thru, and he like fought the cops and took their taser and started running off with their taser, and the cops shot him in the back. And this is like right in the middle. What's up, man? This is like right in the middle. Oh, is he? I thought he was fighting a shredder or something like that. Shit. But yeah, I remember a bunch of people like acting as though this guy was like doing something horrible, but he was running away from the fucking cops as they shoot him in the back. And it's like, damn, dude, like I agree, he shouldn't have fucking taken the cops' tasers, he shouldn't have been resisting, he shouldn't have been fighting them, like he shouldn't have done any of that shit. But that doesn't make anything that was done by the cop justified. Like, all of that shit's still wrong. They still should not have fucking shot him in the back as he's running away. That's fucking stupid.
99.9% of these situations, There's no reason to not just listen to the cop. The second you don't listen to the law enforcement officer, you are putting yourself in an insanely dangerous situation. And at that point, in that moment, for me, I'm like, okay, you're gambling with your life for almost no reason.
Okay, so generally I agree with you, but I think that's kind of the problem that I'm touching on. Because when I look at this issue, first of all, I just want to say that in terms of the way that the public interacts with police, I actually agree that there's a lot of really bad, stupid behavior that is incentivized, especially with like social media. Like the best example I can think of for this.
Yeah, this is really annoying recently where I was on the fucking panels and on TikTok, and these guys kept saying like, you're the guy who's telling all of these people to resist the cops, and you're the guy who's telling people that ICE has no authority over them and they don't have to listen to them. You're the guy who's saying it. I'm like, bro, I'm not doing any of this shit. Like, that is not me. I am the guy who's telling people they should cooperate. I'm telling people like they're best if they just do what they're told, like that they would rather fight this in court later than fight them in the moment. Like that's me. I'm that guy. That's what Rob Noor claimed of me as well, is that I was this guy who's telling people to do all this shit. And I'm always have to tell him, like, bro, I am not that fucking guy. Like, I do not tell people this shit. That is stupid. That's insane. Like, that's just, that is what's getting people killed. Like, I agree. Like, this is all bad, and people need to stop saying this shit. That doesn't change how fucking bad this shit is. Like, that doesn't make any of this any better.
Well, two examples. One would be like January 6th, like people who supported that, you know, and like encourage them to, you know, like stand up to tyranny and stand up for the stolen election. But then also like the college campus protest that happened, was it 2 years ago, a year and a half ago? I saw so many examples of college protesters that were initiating violence against cops. Like unambiguously, they were the ones that were initiating violence. And yet.
Oh, damn, I had a defib. I heard the shit popping off up here. Oh, my bad, dude. My bad. Here, I got you. Oh. Alright, my bad, dude.
There's this culture when these kind of protest movements happen, of like anytime any video of a police officer using force circulates, people just assume that the cop is in the wrong. And I saw so many examples of college protesters like hitting cops in the head with like empty, you know, those giant.
Well, I think I do have a
defib,
so if that guy's down,
stupid shit. And I generally agree that something needs to happen in terms of an effort to educate the public about, like,
you know where he is?
We should be educating the public about like what
from.
Is the police training, like what are they trained to do, so you can be more prepared in a situation. Even if you're going to do stuff like monitoring ICE, like you need to know what.
I got a defib. Is somebody down? I heard a flare go off. I was going to try to pick somebody up. Yeah, I don't know. I heard somebody go down. I got defibs if they need them. Where at?
What your rights are, but you also need to know like a safe distance, these kinds of things. Like, I agree with you on that. I think you were kind of touching on that a little bit. But the bigger issue for me that I see when I watch this whole thing unfold, it to me just betrays a embarrassing lack of training and standard enforcement within ICE right now. Like specifically within ICE right now, I see a population of law enforcement agents that seem so emboldened. And of course they are. They have a mandate from the President of the United States. They have the backing of the federal government. Vance got up there and just said total immunity before an investigation had even happened. And now we're seeing footage of ICE agents like approaching cars that are following them, which those people are allowed to follow ICE agents. This is fucking America, okay? You can think it's cringe, but they can do that. They have that legal right to follow them, to film them, and to do all kinds of disruptive shit up to a certain point. And yet, how many videos have you seen of ICE agents running up to these people and threatening them with arrest when they clearly don't think they have a pretense to arrest them, otherwise they would have? But have you seen these videos? Dozens of videos of ICE agents running up to these videos. Yeah, fucking arrest me. Like, where is our standards of professionalism? I know, like, again, I told you, I know cops. Like, I know that cops are trained to not to de-escalate. Cops are trained to not take the bait. I have a brother-in-law. He's black. He's a cop, and he gets called like literally like racial slurs, Uncle Tom, stuff like that.
You're
and
open
his
it?
training, like he talks about it, like his job in that moment is to stand there and literally make sure that the people that are calling him these slurs are safe. That's his job in that moment. And to me, right now, there's a embarrassing
there's
lack
another
of
one here.
professionalism within the culture of ICE. It's shocking to me. There are no standards. They cut the days of training to 47 days as an homage to Trump. Should we really be doing 47 days? Like, what? Like, shouldn't it be based on some kind of evaluation to determine like the optimal level and not some fucking arbitrary homage to the president? It's laughable, right? Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah. I mean, I said this a lot during like a lot of the BLM stuff. I think the biggest lack of training for all law enforcement is that I don't think most law enforcement or any, they don't generally do specific, there's like a term for it, I forget what it's called, like specific adrenaline training, where they try to intentionally induce people into high stress, high adrenalized states of mind to get you used to it so that you can like control yourself and kind of try to be more cognizant in that state of mind, where obviously it's very difficult to control yourself in that state of mind. And I do think things like that should be mandatory for all law enforcement across the country, and something that should be regularly done, because that seems to be usually what happens is people get into that kind of state, and then that's when the bad stuff goes down. So yeah, I mean, I'm always in favor of more training for those purposes, but I don't think it's an issue of education in terms of like the public not being educated on how to interact with the police. I mean, there's like a classic, what was that classic Chris Rock routine from like the 90s or something, where he's, talking about, how he's got to tell his kids how to interact with the police. This was something we heard a lot, a few years ago too, during the BLM stuff, where, the black fathers would come out and be like, well, of course I give my kid the talk about how to interact with the police. I think people understand like that. It's that a lot of people, and like kind of the example you're talking about with the college kids, I think it's a couple things. I think it's people that are LARPing, a lot of these revolutionary LARPer types or political LARPer types who they just, to them, it's like an act. It's like a role play that they're doing, and they just don't perceive the danger that they're in these situations. Or they're just, people just get, just as, cops can get into sort of.
I agree with a lot of this. Like, I do think that like a lot of times people with the like anti-cop rhetoric, they get a little too, they take it too far. And then there's just a bunch of people then who think like they just don't have to listen to cops, and that everybody will have their back when the shit hits the fan. And that's not at all how it goes. Like, when you start fucking around, everybody else is normally smart enough to like back off and be like, all right, well, I don't want to be the one to get into shit with the fucking cops. And they think that they're fucking cool showing off in front of everybody by, being part of the resistance. And I just think, I think it is like a lot of just, people LARPing as revolutionaries and trying to look cool and trying to look like they're doing shit, but in reality, they're not actually stopping anything. They're not helping anything. They're not helping anyone. They're just causing more problems.
Sort of bad emotional states. A lot of people do too. They're just angry, or they just feel fed up with maybe something else in their life, or maybe with the police, and they just act completely dangerous and completely irrational. So yeah, people shouldn't do that. And I don't think it's an education thing. I think it's just sort of a like, don't fuck around and find out, don't play stupid games thing that kind of needs to be drilled into people, but it's not going to be, because you have so many people like Hassan, so many people who have this attitude of like, oh, well, if a cop tells you to get on the ground or to get out of your car or whatever, then you're a cuck if you listen to them. And as long as that attitude is prevalent, you're going to keep having situations like this happen.
See, it's not even that I disagree with what you're saying, because like a lot of the things that I would like advise people to not do around cops is because of this, is because of what I'm saying, is that there's this for a lot of cops, I don't even think it's most, by the way, but for a lot of cops, there's a lack of any kind of standards here. Like the standard shouldn't be like, oh, don't do something stupid that would give these cops a reason to, use excessive force. The standard should be that it is completely unacceptable for any kind of law enforcement agents to escalate situations the way that I think these officers did in this moment. Like, for example, like, can you give me a good reason why the other agent walked up to the car and immediately started yanking on the door handle? why was that necessary in that moment? What had she demonstrated thus far to necessitate that level of force?
Well, that's why. Well, listen, why I said I wish we knew more about what exactly was going on, or what exactly was going on before at that moment. He told her to get out of the car. She wasn't getting out of the car. She immediately starts to back up the second he reaches the car. So I
Why
said
not
he's
just-
like he's trying to get her out of the car, which I believe he has a lawful right to do at that moment. And
But
that's
look what
why
happened. I
he
mean,
yanked on the door.
but look what happened though. I mean, like, why not let her drive away and arrest her? I mean, how long do you think it would have taken them to find her and arrest her and charge her with felonies if she's going to flee? Like what?
Yeah, obviously, in hindsight,
I
that's
mean-
what they should have done.
No, but
Obviously,
have you? I agree with you that we, maybe there's some context that would make what I'm saying different. But would you agree that we saw nothing in any of those videos to suggest that this woman would be credibly perceived as like dangerous or like, yeah?
Well, it was interesting that when Jonathan Ross was filming the car doing the walk around, that the wife says we don't change our license plates, which is weird because that implies that there are a bunch of people that do change their license plates or something.
I think it was implying that the ICE agents changed their license plates, not just people in general, but that ICE agents changed their license plates and they cover their faces and they do a bunch of things to avoid people knowing who they are, what they're doing, that they're ICE agents, like shit like that. I think that is obviously the implication.
So I don't know. Maybe that was part of the thought process of why they're like, okay, we want to try to, maybe that was the guy's thought process of why he wants to detain her then and there. He's not so confident that the local police department is going to work with them to arrest him.
I mean, I don't know. It
is weird that she said that.
I guess, but to me, that's not like a strong indication. Like, oh, well, we have to yank her out of the car now. Like that to me is a bit that doesn't seem super plausible.
Again,
to me.
it's we're all looking at this from now that we know the future. You don't know the future. You see there's a car there. You tell the woman to get out of the car, and you open it to try to detain her. I mean, you don't know at that moment. Like, okay, obviously, my partner is going to cross in front of the vehicle, and then he's going to shoot her because she's not going to comply and drive it. Like, you don't know anything's going to happen at the time when you start walking towards her. You think, oh, she's going to get out of the car, and I'm going to arrest her.
I understand the concept of, so for example, there have been cops that have made second decisions that was completely in line with their training and used lethal force. And then it turned out the guy had reached for a flashlight or something like that. And in these kinds of situations, that's obviously a tragedy, but there are examples of cops using lethal force when it turns out in hindsight it wasn't necessary and the cop didn't technically do anything wrong.
Oh, I almost pulled a fucking Van Dread there. Hey, bro. Oh, there you are. Hey, hold on. You want a patina blueprint? I just found it. I've already got one. Is there...
And they had a good reason to do that thing. Like, I understand that. I'm not... I don't think I have unreasonable standards for police officers.
You're saying you think it's unreasonable for him to have asked her to get out of the car, which I don't agree with that.
No. I don't think it's unreasonable to, like, in itself for them to ask her to get out of the car. But if she's moving her car and you're running up and grabbing on the door handle, like maybe if she had demonstrated.
Bro, I found a fucking patina blueprint and an Osprey blueprint while I was in there. And so I thought, okay, I need to get the fuck out with this Osprey blueprint. I already have the patina one. I need to get out with this Osprey one. I don't want to take the chance of somebody trying to kill me as I'm trying to extract. I'm going to give it to somebody. I'm going to give the patina one because I already have it. I'm going to give that to somebody else. And hopefully they'll extract with me. And if anybody tries killing me, well, it'll be 2-on-1 or some shit. Like that is the thought process.
Demonstrated that she was holding a firearm, or like if there was some other thing that I'm lacking here, some other thing to suggest that she was so dangerous that they needed to like run up and immediately start yanking on the door handle, you would agree that that's an escalation, right? And then for the officer that was filming to make the decision to step in front of the car like that, like for me, I lose a lot of that sympathy that I have for cops who are forced to make split-second decisions, like really difficult decisions. that kind of evaporates once you're on mistake like 4 and 5, because you have now, like, again, I'll just circle back and say the cop that was taken that took that shot at every step of the way just made one worse decision after the other and literally created the conditions of danger for himself, and it was totally unnecessary.
Hey, let's watch the 10 seconds here. The walk up occurs, so we can just see.
No! No!
Okay, so I feel like
just back away here. Just back away.
So okay, if you're hold on,
Get the
if
fuck
you're
out of the way of the car.
wait, hold on. I feel like very often these conversations, this concept of like escalation and de-escalation are misunderstood. The whole thing is cops are not, or law enforcement in general is not supposed to escalate needlessly. Okay, if a law enforcement officer gives you what they believe is a lawful order and you do not comply with that lawful order, they can completely escalate to try to make you comply with that lawful order.
But did
So
they
he's
need
approaching
to-
the car.
did they-
He says several times, "Get out of the car." She's not getting out of the car. So he starts to open the door. She's not listening. She's not complying. So he starts to open the door. As at that moment that she chooses to escalate dramatically herself by trying to flee the situation in a very dangerous and reckless way.
No, but those officers have a responsibility to choose the least escalatory course of actions possible. Like, so you would have to articulate to me, like, you don't have to sell me on her.
I don't think that's not accurate.
100,000%.
We could say in hindsight, yes, the guy should have calmly walked up and said, "Ma'am, you need to get out of the vehicle right at this moment." And then if she doesn't comply, then he just says, "Okay, everyone, clear a path. Make sure that there's no one in front of her car. I'm going to attempt to open the door in case she drives away." Right? Like, obviously, in hindsight, maybe that's what they should have done.
Let her drive away. Arrest her and then arrest her for felonies.
Yeah, again, this is I feel like he should be pushing the responsibility aspect. Like, give a bunch of hypotheticals. He gave one of like somebody on a construction site, but I feel like there's so many better, like somebody who's in an authoritative position, the types of like responsibility that they have, and the fact that they are the one leading the scenario. So where yes, she escalates, yes, but she's not leading the scenario. She's not an authority in this scenario. She's not somebody who we put in place to make decisions for everybody else. She's not somebody who is she's not a public servant. Like, there's just a greater responsibility on that aspect of it. But then, as he said, also the fact that this guy has training, that he's trained to do X, Y, and Z, and that training again comes from, public taxes, and this is all, I feel like, just the best argument to make.
You could decide to do that, or you could decide, no, I'm going to try to pull out of the car.
You should decide to do that.
Why?
Is what I'm saying. Because you have now created, obviously, as it played out, you have made the situation so much more dangerous by doing what they did. I already brought it up to you. The fact that he shot her, and obviously I think her foot like slammed on the accelerator, as her body tensed up, because her car does appear to be speeding up. What if there's a civilian in the way? What if a baby was right there and they got run over? That cop would have been held responsible for that baby. I promise you that cop would have experienced consequences if a baby fucking died because of their decision.
I don't think so.
100,000.
Oh, yes, they would. Oh, yes, they would. Oh, yeah, it definitely would have been on the fucking cop. For sure. For sure.
Her responsibility. Well, actually, it would depend on whether, if the courts found that he acted lawfully, it would have been on her responsibility. If they found he didn't act lawfully, then yeah, it would have been the cop's responsibility.
No. They are
entirely on that.
They are told in terms of like there's specific protocol when it comes to shooting people that are driving a car, and they specifically caution extreme care in those situations because something like this could happen.
I understand. Listen, I understand the concept. I brought this up on Sunday. It is dangerous to shoot someone driving because you don't know that they could dead weight on the gas,
It's
or they
stupid.
could stop. I understand that. I've seen videos of both. This is a video of the person. They obviously crash. There's the video of the court case that people keep bringing up to relate to this. I don't think it's really that related to this. Was the Barnes versus Felix. I don't know if you saw the dash cam for that. It's the opposite. The cop is getting dragged by someone in the car. They shoot them, and the car stops. So in that case, it actually works. So I don't know if I don't think it's like a definitive thing one way or the other. I agree. It's very risky, but it's not definitive. In terms of like what the cops should do, again, I think it's very easy now that we in the future land to say, yes, he should have not tried to pull her out of the car. But in that moment, the ICE agent has every legal right and it's completely justified to tell her to get out of the car, and then when she doesn't, try to pull her out of the car. And I don't think it's fair to use 2020 hindsight to say, well, now that we know this situation happened, they should have just given her a lawful order, and then when she tries to flee a scene, they should just put their hands up and said, well, I hope that
would have
my
been
friend over
safer.
there
You agree
has
that-
her
but
license plate and her face, and that the local law enforcement will properly engage with us to track this person down and arrest her. I don't think that's like a reasonable thing to have at that moment.
Wait, you don't think that what you just described there would have been way more preferable to what happened?
Well, obviously, now that we know the outcome, it would have been
That's why
before you know the
no.
outcome. I don't think that's reasonable to assume that that's the exact course of action that they should take.
No, but Sitch, this is why they train them to not escalate in this kind of way. They train them to avoid these kinds of situations. That turned into an extremely dangerous situation, and I agree she contributed to that, obviously, but they are trained specifically to avoid these kinds of things. And it's almost like if she drives off, like they are gonna find her within 20 minutes. They will find her, and she will be charged and thrown in jail, probably for felonies, for fleeing a law enforcement. She
Wow,
would've been
bro.
fucked,
That's fucked up.
So it's not
dude.
like you're
That
describing
is
it like, oh,
fucked
you're
up.
just throwing your hands up and letting her get away with it. They would have found her so fast. And I don't understand how that was not 1,000 times more preferable.
Hey, yo, shoot this guy
to
in the
what
corner.
happened.
I keep saying, everyone I think who's having a
Yes,
conversation about this honestly
him.
would agree that in hindsight is preferable. Okay, when they're engaging in the action, they don't know the future.
There you
They don't
go.
know the
Thank
outcome.
you.
No,
What's gonna
I'm
happen.
repeating myself though.
Fucking bitch shot me while I was in the drawer. No defibs? Fuck. Yeah, I'm already at half health. Oh, you fucking rock. Here, I've got one for you here. You can have your defib back. Thank you.
Okay.
They're-
I know, but I'm saying you keep
I
saying
understand.
that it would be preferable. Yeah, it's preferable now. At the time, because we could have had an alternate scenario where this woman wasn't dumb and she just got out of the car, and then that would have been the end of the situation.
But I
and that
feel
would
like
have been preferable than trying to rely on the local law enforcement, which I don't even know if they're working in conjunction with ICE. They might be telling ICE to fuck off. They might not give a shit about any of this stuff.
I mean, maybe, but I don't understand how that. So, like, you keep saying they didn't know the future, but I'm saying that they are trained specifically to not do these kinds of. At least I don't know about ICE, but I know that cops are trained specifically to and possibly take to de-escalate when possible. That's what
When
the training calls
possible,
for.
yeah. But I don't believe it's accurate that either ICE or local police are trained to, if they see someone who's doing something illegal and they want to arrest or detain them, and they tell the person to get out of the vehicle, I don't believe it's policy or training that that person refuses to get out of the vehicle. You're just supposed to throw your hands up and say, well, hopefully we'll get them somewhere else. I don't think that's the policy whatsoever. Because then everyone can just hide in a car forever and they can never get arrested if that's the policy.
I don't think that is something that I would be willing to entertain, because at some point you got to get out to like eat, go to the bathroom. Like
Well, but yeah, but you
I'll tell
understand
you
that
what,
seems kind of like silly. It's like, okay, the police are now going to surveil people 24/7. Like, well, we got to wait for the exact moment they leave the car to arrest them because we can't possibly do it when they're in a car. Like, we see police pull people out of cars like all the fucking time. There's traffic stops. It's like you can't all the time they do a traffic stop. And people think that's crazy.
If the person demonstrates, if there's like a significant threat, or like, let's say there's like, a child that's been kidnapped in the car, like there's certain things that would create a kind of urgency where that level of escalation would be appropriate. Do you think it's plausible that these ICE officers were a bit triggered and emotionally compromised
I
in
would
that
assume,
moment?
but I don't know.
That's a fucking problem. To me, that is a problem. The standard that we should have for officers, and I'm not saying it's an easy job, because I do think they get a lot of unnecessary, inflammatory, crazy shit. And I think it goes way overboard. I've never been ACAB. But the standard that we should have is that these officers, these guys and gals, need to be like Zen monks. They do need to be trained to not take the bait, not let their ego get involved, and they need to go in there with the mindset that they are there to serve and protect the people who are like insulting them.
Yeah,
maybe.
I got one.
They don't need to not ever get their feelings hurt or not ever experience emotions, but we should be training these officers to be guided entirely by their training protocols and their mandate, not ego, not this person pissed me off because they were honking on their horn. That's not a justification to escalate the situation the way that they did.
So
where is he?
I agree in theory that it would be fantastic if cops were all Zen monks. All law enforcement were Zen monks. That'd be fantastic. I'm in favor of that. give them all meditation classes. Okay.
Seriously.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. I have like 100% totally in favor of doing actions like that. That's totally fine. Now, obviously, that's not the way it is at the moment. And even with sorts of training situations, it's still going to be times where that's not the case.
Well, I'll
so
take it
judging
because, yeah,
again,
I just
judging it
used
based
my
on
last
this
one.
situation, I do agree that I don't think the ICE agents acted the best way that they could have acted. And I do think that they were acted stupidly, as I said. But I think if you're resisting arrest and this woman is driving a vehicle in a very reckless manner, she's acting far more irresponsibly. I understand that these
I
guys
just
have
defibbed
policies
the
and all this
guy.
other stuff, but they're completely within, that guy's completely within
Yeah, I
his
got him.
100% legal right to do exactly what he did, to walk up, tell her to get out of the car, and try to open up the door. I do believe that in a lot of situations, law enforcement is completely taught and is justified to try to pull people out of cars if they refuse to comply.
Yeah, but
And
not
it's
in this.
it's a 100%.
Not in this case. Not in this.
I don't know if that's, wait, I don't think that's true at all. I think if an officer has gives you a lawful command to leave your vehicle and you do not, for any reason, they can pull you out of the car. And actually, I mean, I'm sure you've seen tons of footage of, people trying to be sovereign citizens or whatever.
Yeah.
They get pulled over for some lawful reason, and the officer tells them to get out of the car because they think that they're drunk or they, whatever reason, they give some lawful command, and the person refuses, and they're not driving away. And the officer says, if you don't give me your license, if you don't get out of the car, I'm going to break the window. And then they break the window and they pull the guy out of the car, and they can completely do that. It's completely justified.
Well, in that situation, the engine might be off, for example. But I do know that there are law enforcement protocols across in various police departments across the country that specifically train cops to not do what they did for this reason. For this very reason, that car becomes a fucking unguided missile. And unless they do carve out exceptions. Like it's not that they never say don't shoot someone who's driving a car.
Well, hold on. I would assume that there's policies about like, yeah, you should try to avoid shooting a driver in most scenarios. I don't know. I would be surprised if there's a policy of, if you give a driver a lawful command and they refuse to complying out of the car, that you just sit there twiddling your thumbs and you're not allowed to try to remove the vehicle. I don't think that's a policy anywhere.
So I mean, I would have to look into this because like I did look into it a little bit a few days ago, and I found some policies that very specifically laid out this potential situation where if you escalate and you try to do that. So I don't know about like pulling out of the car, but the point is like it's the escalation itself that turned the situation into a dangerous one, and it didn't have to be. Like I think I already asked this question, but like based on all the videos that we have so far, and maybe a new video comes out tomorrow and it shows her doing something much more serious or dangerous or whatever. But based on all the videos that we've seen so far, would you agree that his level of urgency to get her out of that car, so much so that he was trying to pull on that door handle while the car was moving backwards? Have you seen anything in those videos that would give you a sense that that level of force was necessary in that moment?
Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable for if a police officer or an ICE officer, law enforcement, says to get
No,
out of
that's
the
not my
car,
question, though. That's not my question.
I'm answering a question. If a
No,
law
no,
enforcement
no. I didn't
officer,
ask if it was reasonable. I said, is it necessary?
Is it necessary? Yeah, it
Yes.
could be. Yeah, 100%. It could be 100%
How?
necessary. Yeah.
How?
A person who you witness doing a crime and you're trying to get them to leave their vehicle so you can arrest them or detain them refuses to do so. So you have to open the car to try to pull them out of the vehicle to arrest or detain them. Yes, that is completely makes sense.
What I ask when I say necessary, I mean like I'm imagining the guy has like a kid in the car and is threatening to kill the kid, or the person who's driving the car is doing something that obviously in that moment poses a threat to the people in that area or otherwise. That's what I mean by necessary.
So
I don't know how you could possibly.
I think the standard of necessary you're making is too unreasonably high. Because
no. You don't have any standards, bro. The reason why that standard exists is because this situation shouldn't happen.
No, because hypothetically.
Yeah, it's not a high standard. It's just the standard. This is kind of the issue here, is that this is kind of just the standard. Like you're just not supposed to do these things. So it's keep saying like your standard is too high. Why the fuck is this guy chasing me? That guy's being weird. Yeah, it's just the standard because they want to avoid these situations. That's why they have the standards in the first place, is to make it so that shit like this just never happens.
If you got pulled over for a speeding ticket, okay, that's all you're doing. You're speeding, you're going 10 miles over the speed limit. So the guy, police pulls you over and they say, give me your license and registration. And you say, no. And they say, well, you need to give me your license and registration. And you say, no. And they say, okay, get out of the vehicle. And you say, no. The cops just say, well, it was only for speeding. This person doesn't have a hostage in the car. I guess I just leave. And that's it. Like, everyone gets away with any sort of minor infraction forever now at this point. Like, I don't think that's the way you can have the police or law enforcement operate.
But that's not what they do. What the cops are trained to do in that situation, I know this for a fact, is they're not going to try to like jump in your. They're not trained to like as soon as the car starts moving forward, try to like stick their hands in there and like turn the wheel over. Like, what could you reasonably, possibly expect to do in that moment? Are you going to stop her from driving away by sticking your hands in? No, they're trained to run to their cruiser and then pursue that person.
If she's driving away and the guy's like trying to like dive in the car or something, then
that's crazy. That's they are not trained to do that.
That's a dumb thing to happen. I mean, people are kind of arguing that's what happened with the Barnes-Felix situation. I don't think that's exactly what happened in the Barnes-Felix situation, but the Barnes-Felix situation was kind of unofficial dash cam. It's like, the car is stopped and the door is opened and he kind of puts his foot on the inside the car, and maybe he's trying to like prevent the guy from leaving at that point. And you could say it's it's reckless and stupid in hindsight, but that's not. I don't think that's what happened in this situation. I mean, you can watch it again. He's approaching. No! He's trying to open the car door, and then she starts backing up. So
yeah, as soon as that happens, and especially as soon as the car starts moving forward, there's nothing that you could say to me that could explain the benefit of him trying to stick his hand and like grab the wheel. What are you stopping by doing that?
Yeah, I would agree that once the car is going, you probably shouldn't reach inside. I do agree with that. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, then I think you agree with me. All right.
But that's not what we were arguing. We were arguing, you were saying it was an escalation to simply try to open the door in the first place. And I'm saying that's not the case. That's completely justified to try to open the door and get her to remove the vehicle.
I think you contradicted yourself a little bit there.
No, I said it. No, hold on. I said once the car is in motion, okay, yeah, it's not smart and it's stupid to reach inside the car because you're putting yourself in danger when you're reaching inside the car. We were arguing, you said it was an escalation for him to try to open the door from the outside at all in the first place. And that's what caused the situation.
Yeah, to run
that's
up.
That's what we were arguing about. I wasn't arguing about whether it's smart to reach inside the car once it starts moving. That's a completely different argument.
So imagine, if you will, an alternative universe where instead of walking up and immediately grabbing on the handle, he stood like a foot away and said, "Ma'am, out of the car," and didn't even touch the car yet.
We don't know. She could have done the exact same thing. We have no clue.
Then she drives away and you pursue her and you charge her with felonies, dude.
Okay. Or she starts to do exactly what she's doing. There's a guy standing near the front of her car and he shoots her because the exact same situation plays out.
But what you're doing, I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, but you are laying out the reason for why we should train officers to not do what they did.
I agreed from the beginning that I think the ICE and what they were doing in the situation was stupid. But I think what she was doing was stupider, and you don't do a stupid off with police officers because you're going to die and you're going to lose the legal battle.
Okay.
All right. Listen, I feel like we're circling the drain a little bit here.
Okay.
How do you feel about just like the state of like Trump and MAGA and U.S. politics just broadly right now?
I mean, it's horrible. I would say it's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Not very great. So everything is
not very great.
Hyper tribalized at the moment.
I didn't catch your thoughts on like Venezuela. How do you feel about all that?
I don't have a problem with getting Maduro at all. I think it's kind of awesome. I don't know if it's going to lead to any sort of positive outcome. I'm not really confident that the Trump administration has some sort of well thought out plan on how to deal with the situation or the aftermath of it. There's some, anonymous reporting, but there's some anonymous reporting that the oil companies didn't really have any sort of communication with the Trump administration about taking over the oil fields or doing anything in that capacity. I don't really talk about this extensively in the show. I really think Trump's messaging after the fact was really retarded in making it sound like, well, we're just going to take their oil, as opposed to actually helping the people there.
Yeah, not great.
That being said, I do think it is weird that I saw not a lot of people, but I did see some people, including Brown and Joy Gray, and even Crystal Ball to an extent, were like defending the Maduro regime and defending the situation in Venezuela and making it seem like it's entirely.
I totally believe that Crystal Ball might have been defending the Maduro fucking Regina, that's wild, bro. That's fucking wild, dude. I would believe she'd do that though. That's insane, dude. Holy shit. I haven't seen that. So I have no idea if that's true. So don't like act as though I'm saying this is true because I have no idea. I have no idea if she did that. But that's fucking crazy if she did, dude.
Really America's fault that Venezuela is the way it is, which is completely insane and not remotely factually true. When it's been the governance of Venezuela has been so fucking horrific and has led to all the horrible situations that's going on in the country at the moment.
Yeah, I saw a Kyle Kalinske tweet where he said basically it's not appropriate to even discuss that Maduro was bad because the real problem is the U.S. policy, and don't understand that perspective. Like I don't think you
That's
really need to
retarded,
shed.
yeah.
I don't think you need to
Completely
shed any tears for Maduro. You can still say that it's bad policy and it's going to blow up in our faces and blah blah blah, but you know he was very clearly a pretty horrible leader for that country that caused a lot of suffering, and so you know, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how do you feel about like generally about like the state of the left right now in this coming up on this going into the second year of Trump?
I'm kind of on the. I don't know. I think we're really going to have to see 2028 what kind of candidates come up in the presidency. You know, is AOC going to be the front contender in the primary, or is it going to be Shapiro or someone else more moderate? It's weird because it seems like there is a lot of pushback on the left to be more moderate, which I appreciate, and to kind of move away from the more socialist leanings of things, the more woke leanings of things. But to me, it's kind of still vague and unclear what the future is that going to be. What is that going to look like? I mean, part of the thing I am worried about, though, it's kind of fallen out of the news was you had the whole thing with Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and kind of the rise.
Sorry,
of
man, I'm out of
nationals, all this
defibs.
shit.
I just used them both already on other people. Anybody got a defib? Sorry, bro. There's nobody else around. Huh? I said I don't have a defib. Yeah. Yeah, you have to have one in order to pick somebody up. We can... Sorry, bro. I already picked other people up.
And I do think if that becomes more popular on the right, if that becomes some sort of dominant political force, I'm not sure it will or not. Because it's kind of weird. It kind of moved out of the news cycle now, so I don't know what that means. Or maybe we're just focusing on other things. I do think that's going to kind of lead back to a pendulum swing back into the sort of the hyper woke sphere of like, see, we were right. We were correct. Everyone on the right is racist again. So to me, it's all just still, it's very fog of war, very unclear what direction the country's going to go at the moment.
What's your optimistic take for both sides? So like, if you imagine a situation where the Republicans somehow manage to, turn the momentum around, because you would agree that momentum is pretty clearly moving away from them right now.
The Republicans?
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of people are not happy with a lot of the ICE stuff. So in that regard, I would say yes. A lot of it's going to depend on whether everyone's kind of predicting some kind of massive economic collapse, which will, that might be the biggest issue. Well, the biggest issues could be if there's an economic collapse, Trump's going to get blamed for it 100%. If we actually do put boots on the ground in Venezuela, or we do invade Greenland or something crazy like that, that's going to have a huge impact. But if we don't do either of those actions and the economy continues to plod along, I'm not sure there really is going to be that big momentum swing against Trump unless some other unknown thing, creeps up.
Well, I'm just looking at election results. And so like throughout all the special elections in 2025, and then on election night in November, the margins are just insane in terms of the overperformance relative to 2024. Which when there's a consistent trend of overperformance, it is predictive of like midterm performance and sort of like the short-term future. And so, for example, like the Democrats were overperforming relative to 2016 by a margin of like 5 to 7 points before the blue wave happened in 2018. And that number in the second Trump term is actually closer to like 12 to 13 points. It's like double. Wow. And they really got blown the fuck out in the elections in November. And so I don't really care about like opinion polls so much as like election results. And right now, I don't know if you guys saw there were polls that came out about ICE. there was a 17-point swing towards abolishing ICE in the aftermath of this shooting. There have been 2 polls that I've seen come out in the last 24 hours showing roughly similar results, which is like around half the country thinking that the shooting was not justified versus around 30% who say that it was, and then the rest are unsure. So there's, I think, a lot of momentum away from not just Trump, but like the whole administration, certainly the agencies, and the election results are just like really brutal for Republicans right now. People bring up like the fact that the Democratic Party, like technically their approval rating is lower than the Republican parties. And a lot of that is fueled by discontent within the Democratic voter base, who seem to be clamoring for like a fighter, and they just perceive the current leadership structure as being ineffective when they're out of power.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't seem to be translating to electoral liabilities for Democrats, because they're just, I mean, Spanberger and Mikey, what's her name? Cheryl and Mamdani performed a little bit worse, but you know, they had crazy overperformances. Mikey Cheryl, that race was predicted to be within like 2 or 3 points, and she won by 15 points or something ridiculous. And so there's also something going on where the polling seems to be massively underestimating Democrats right now. That's just what happened back in November, like by a pretty big margin. And so I think they're headed towards like a collapse. I think their coalition is just straight up collapsing right now. I'm biased. I want that to happen. So maybe that's coloring my perspective, but that just, that does appear to be happening right now in terms of actual numbers and results.
Well, I hope that if it does happen, I really hope the Democrats don't fuck it up by electing a bunch of crazy fucking people.
Well, who would you want? Who would you want the nominee to be in 2028 of all the...
Well, so far, I like Shapiro the most from last time.
What about Kelly? He's pretty moderate, right?
I don't think I've really read or heard too much from Kelly personally. So I'll have to see as we get closer to the election.
Do you have a preference? Do you think, would you like to see the Democrats, would you like to see the Democrats take the House majority or take the Senate?
Yeah, I think I would, just because, I mean, first of all, Congress is really just, you know, massive derelict of duty at the moment, you know, letting the executive just do whatever. So I would like a Congress that actually provides some level of pushback and actually wants to do its job of passing legislation. That would be nice. So everything's not just executive order, and then the courts, you know, have to argue a year or two later whether it's even legal or not. Because I don't know if you saw, like, there, you know, Trump had his tweet today about how horrible it would be if the Supreme Court says his tariffs were illegal, and then all of a sudden the country has to pay back all this money. And I do think the tariffs are probably illegal for him to do, but it is also true that then all of a sudden the government and our tax money is going to be in the hook for all this. And this is why, you know, this is supposed to be done the correct way through Congress and not just the president, you know, the flights of fancy of the president.
Do you have a preference for 2028? In terms of, would you like to see the Democrats take control of government?
It depends as I said, it depends who the nominees are.
If it's Shapiro versus Vance,
I'd be more in favor of Shapiro, I assume. I really don't like JD Vance, so.
Adam, you've been really quiet. Do you have thoughts? Did he walk away?
Yeah, Adam, dude, every time they say something to Adam, he's just like sitting there dead silent. What the fuck? He's barely talked the whole fucking conversation, too. Like, if you guys just got here, he hasn't said shit pretty much the entire time.
Does he?
I saw him in chat.
I have not really dove into it. I am curious about it, though, obviously. It looks like you've looked into some polls.
Like, the entire conversation about the ICE stuff, he hasn't said a word. He hasn't said a word.
Well, the polls, like, I think show, like, on the generic ballot, we're seeing, like, a kind of consensus in the aggregate around, like, plus, like, 6 to 8 for Democrats. But, again, the polls seem to be, like, I don't know if you guys agree, but the pollsters seem to have figured out how to weight things better. Because in 2024, the polls were actually pretty fucking good. I think they were the closest to the actual results since maybe 2012. And for whatever reason, maybe it's just people stopped using landlines, plus Trump just being a pretty chaotic force. But the polls were having trouble like figuring out how to weight to account for him, but they figured it out. And I don't know, I'm just speculating, but it seems like those kinds of models that they're using when Trump is on the ballot don't work all that well when it's an off presidential cycle, he's not on the ballot, because they are just demonstrably like massively underestimating Democratic strength. Democrats just keep blowing out the projected margins. And so, yeah, it's not great. It's not great. I mean, like, and now you have a lot of Republicans that are talking about retiring. There's some reporting that up to 24 Republicans could announce as they're retiring in the next couple months. We'll see if that plays out. But certainly, I think a lot of Republicans feel that they're headed in a pretty bad direction.
This is what I hope. Okay. I'm tired of the memes. I'm tired of we exist in a political environment where everyone gets to say like, it's just a meme. It's not happening. I'm just trying to trigger the other side.
Yeah.
Well, I don't feel like that happens from Democrats very much. I don't think Democrats are ever really like, oh, that's just a meme. Like, I think that is a constant defense of Donald Trump is like, oh, you guys just take him too seriously. Like, he wasn't being serious. It's like, that's not a good thing, dude. If he's like able to just say random shit and he's not being serious all the fucking time, then that's kind of a problem.
I want Donald Trump to try to force our military to invade Greenland so that we can all everything will be out in the open and we can all take our stance. Okay, that's what I want. I'm tired of us all existing in the realm of the memes. Okay, let's just all put our cards on the table and see where everyone's standing at the moment. Right?
You want like
hopefully that'll be the future.
You want like a reverse rally around the flag kind of thing.
Yes, that'd be nice. Here, let me ask you.
I would take an executive order against lip injections. That's what I want.
There you go. Oh, I gotta figure out for taxes this year. Is super chats going to be tax free? Because
No.
They're not.
They're not considered tips the way that we get them.
God, did you already try to do this?
Yeah, I have to claim my tips on a Schedule C. I don't know how you guys do it, but
on top of that, it's not even like the whole tip. Apparently it's like sorry. No. That I think it is the whole tip, but it's not. Yeah, it's not for all tips. It's for like service industry only.
But the way because there's an intermediary like the YouTube super chats, that I looked into this and that prevents it from me.
Yeah, it's almost like a salary from a contractor, I believe. Like YouTube is our employer.
Eating the legal sort of classification as tips, even though they are tips.
I'm gonna ask my tax guy. Okay, I'm gonna say, hey, try to get me to not pay taxes, please.
Well, he did help. I mean, Trump did help YouTubers and streamers out a lot with the tax cuts in 2017. Well, depending on, I feel like most content creators, because they allow small businesses basically to deduct like $20,000. That wasn't possible before. So that covers like most content creators by far.
I did say I promised that my little avatar has to wear a MAGA hat if super chats become tax free. So we'll find out.
I don't think it's when I looked into it, I think I asked my accountant and he said it doesn't.
Okay. So let's see. Let me read you some questions and comments around our conversation.
All
if
right.
you're up for that. Okay. Joshua for $20 says Hutch saw the "She Thick as Hell" clip you were talking about on Sunday on PKA. They showed the clip at 1 hour and 28 minutes on that episode. You saw someone was talking about an ICE agent thick as hell.
Yeah, I don't know if somebody added that line in posts, but yeah, there was a pretty funny clip of somebody talking about an ICE agent with a fat ass.
Okay. Lieutenant Sasquatch, thanks so much for being free. Was here for 15 months. Says the video shows the entitlement main character syndrome of the left. They think they can just do things with zero repercussions, no matter how dangerous.
I don't think that there should be no repercussions for like fleeing. If she would have fled, and I would have obviously supported charging her with.
No, she needs to die. She has to die, Hutch. Obviously, that's the repercussion. The repercussion is she's got to be dead, bro. If you try to run away, I saw it in cartoons all the time when I was a kid. Like the cops, somebody would start running and they would chase after them, shooting them the whole time. Pow, pow, pow. That's how it works.
Fleeing arrests, like I don't understand how your viewer walked away with that impression.
Well, I would think I guess the idea would be if you thought there'd be repercussions, worse repercussions for disregarding law enforcement, then you wouldn't do it. Right? You would just get out of the car.
Like a rational person would, but I don't think she acted rationally in that moment.
Okay. Well, I think that's what they mean when they say they have like main character syndrome.
Oh, like the woman had?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think they were saying the woman. Maybe they were. I thought they were talking about like people defending her, but maybe they were talking about the woman. I don't know.
I can't speculate. Maybe, but like, or maybe she just, I don't know. Her wife telling her to drive off was, I thought, really, really bad.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, she's, to me, like, that's so damning. Like, she's not even, the driver's in such a state. Her wife can't even get in the fucking car. She's like, just leave me? Like, what do you mean to leave you? Like, that's a crazy thing to do.
Yeah, that was bad.
Ace for $7. Thank you, Ace. Says, good episode. Hutch should be on the show more often. And the issue, first and foremost, was Trump not allowing an investigation and trial to occur. Worse, ICE shouldn't have been there in the first place. I don't think that's first and foremost. I mean, I agree. I don't agree at all with the Trump administration's handling of this, where they're basically, I mean, I don't think they're going to try to pursue charges. And I think if the state does, they're going to try to knock it up to the federal jurisdiction to kind of softball the whole thing, which I don't agree with.
So
it's kind of a weird situation. And I'm curious how you, well, I don't know, maybe you wouldn't agree. It's a weird situation.
Bro, just in like 2 runs, to Stella Montes, I have gotten so much fucking shit, bro. Just in 2 fucking runs, I've like doubled the amount of money that I have. I've gotten like sensors, advanced electrical components, tons of gun parts, tons of guns, tons of blueprints, like,
because I feel like this, I don't think that there's I think there should be an investigation, but I don't think there's enough evidence here to really convict him, or to even, depending on investigation, maybe to even bring charges. But I don't really trust, you heard the mayor of the city was so, get the fuck out of here, ICE, and all this other stuff, and kind of this cringe shit. Like, I don't trust either organization, the local government or the federal government, to do any sort of objective investigation into the situation, because both of them seem so biased in opposite directions to either nail this guy or let him go free.
Well, I don't know how you feel about our judicial system, but my opinion has changed over time. I actually think our judicial system is like pretty fucking good. So it's kind of difficult to drum up charges and secure a conviction, like Rittenhouse, Comey, Letitia James. Like, it's not as simple. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe the local authorities in Minnesota are going to be, biased, and that would influence their prosecutorial decisions or the way they handle the case. But
well, you agree, you agree that even though Rittenhouse was let go, that bringing that to trial seemed ridiculous and very politically motivated.
Yes.
So
yeah,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I could very well. That's why I don't really have a lot of. I agree that I might have faith in juries, but I don't have. Well, sometimes I don't know. I do have faith overall in the judicial system, but I don't have faith in situations like this for it to not be very the investigations and the charges to be very politically motivated on both sides.
Like anytime there's something like this with a ton of national attention, unfortunately, it's the case that oftentimes politics does influence these kinds of decisions, and I think that that's bad. But yeah, I generally have faith that it's not a simple thing to just say, we're going to come up with some pretense to throw this person in jail. Like, we actually have pretty robust protections here, and it's kind of difficult to do that willy-nilly. But to your point about the investigation, I don't know if you read the reporting, but there are now 6 attorneys that have resigned in protest at the DOJ, because reportedly DOJ is they're saying reluctant.
Federal attorneys?
Yeah.
DOJ attorneys?
Yeah. They're saying that DOJ is reluctant to investigate the actual shooter, and they're trying to focus on the widow. They're focusing on
bring charges against her.
Yes.
She said to drive. Yeah. That makes sense. They would do that. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of crazy though.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Optically, I don't think that's going to go well for them at all.
Optically, I don't. It's hard to tell. Well, it's hard to tell because
optically, with Trump's own base, it might be beneficial. But yeah, the problem is, again, Trump was able to win because he had independence in the last election. He's not going to have independence in another election. Not him, but the MAGA-esque people they're not going to have the independence if this is how they do things. They are not moving in a good direction to where, yeah, they're going to be fucked if they keep going in this direction.
Obviously, the internet's pundit class will probably cheer it on. I don't know if the actual half of the country that votes red would cheer it on.
Yeah, that's why I mean when I say it would be optic L for them to to charge a widow. Even if you think she committed a crime by encouraging her wife to leave, I think discretion. Most attorneys would not, in that moment, take that course of action.
It's hard to tell, and it's kind of blackpilling when I think about the political optics, because it seems a lot of people. I think most people in the country are moderate, and they are not in favor of actions kind of like what you're describing, not in favor of hyper partisan actions. but they're not really the ones that move the conversation or control the conversation, even if they're majority. I think it's really the pundit class on both sides. And I think this is very often why you see politicians will just throw out these, the red meat for their base to get them, all frothed up, to get them on board. And then they're going to pull the party, they're going to pull the conversation in that direction. Because, like in 2 years from now, 3 years from now, is a moderate person going to remember that the Trump DOJ brought charges against Renee Good's wife? I doubt it.
It's hard to tell like what stories are going to stick and what aren't going to stick. But yeah, there's just a deluge of news now. And so it's just, the Charlie Kirk news cycle was like 2 weeks. I was convinced that was going to be like 6 months. And it was just barely a blip.
Just for people who just got here, we went over some like statements from the woman who recorded the original video. And apparently she did say that Renee was trying to block traffic. She did say that was like the intention and that's what they were doing, and that they were like following around the ICE cars for a while. And so it does seem to be like more plausible. The issue is that I like, because I was making the argument like she waved people on. There's no way you can think she was trying to block traffic. The issue is that because there were cars that were there in the beginning that were like behind her, in front of her, it might have actually been like a lot more possible to block cars at the point, and then became less possible. Like it became less of a thing over time because the other cars left. And so they needed to, like, at that point, she was just waving them on. But it could also be the case that, like, she wasn't really, like, trying to stop them overall, but that she was just trying to be kind of like a nuisance and just, like, get in the way and just cause, just be like a disruptor. So yeah, it's not necessarily that like she was like trying to like make sure that they couldn't go anywhere at all, but that she was just like, just causing problems. She doesn't like ICE. She'd been following them around. She just wanted to be like a pain in their ass. Like all of this is not so ridiculous to think. Yeah, like this is why like throughout this I've said like we need to like hold off on whether or not she was blocking the cars, because, or whether or not she was doing something wrong, because like we really just didn't know. But right now I would say like we don't know for sure, but I would say the evidence definitely leans in favor of like she was trying to block ICE cars, most likely. That seems to be the case.
Well, a lot of, I don't know if that's barely, but I think a lot of stuff has been going on like nonstop. So it just changes the story in people's mind.
Yeah, I had another thought about the investigation, but I forgot, honestly.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Graham for $10 says in a little green arrow text, collecting evidence is unnecessary. So I think it's aimed at you.
I disagree.
Collecting.
I don't know what that's in reference to.
It's in reference to him saying that he's interpreting your viewing of how the guy was filming her as ISO was collecting evidence. He's like mocking your take on that.
No. Hey, so there's like a couple angles to this. I'm glad you brought this up because I wanted to get into it, but we didn't. The fact that he felt, for whatever reason, let's just assume the most charitable good faith interpretation that he was honestly just trying to be as comprehensive as possible in gathering evidence. I find that a bit unbelievable, given that he could have done a better job and captured more of the event by positioning himself further back. If you're trying to collect evidence, that would make sense. But let's just assume, he was acting in good faith. Okay, congratulations. Like, you've just laid out the justification for fucking body cameras, which, by the way, 90% of the country support every law enforcement officer wearing body cameras. Joe Biden implemented a policy when he was president that mandated that all federal law enforcement officers wear body cameras. This influenced the broader policing effort in this country, because now I think most cops in the country wear body cameras. But Donald Trump, in his infinite wisdom, decided to end that policy. And I think there's a good chance that if this guy hadn't been distracted by trying to film with his phone, if he had an operational body camera, maybe he would have made better decisions. Maybe he would have been better focused in that moment and remembered his training and not been as careless as I perceived him to be. So that's a whole other angle to this. I don't know how you feel about it. Do you agree? Would you like to see all law enforcement officers wear?
All law enforcement everywhere for any level of law enforcement should always have a body camera. Yeah, it's crazy to not have that. I think it's hard.
I remember when this first happened, and everybody was like, "Wait, doesn't ICE have to wear body cameras?" And everybody was like, "Yeah, so we should be getting body cameras soon." And like, that was kind of the assumption, was that we were just gonna wait and get body cameras, and then instead we got a recording from his phone, which just seems so fucking weird. Like, that. It just seems like that could have been edited and that could have been changed. And I have a key for the archives, and this is the archives. This room isn't locked. So I'm wondering if there's like another room in here somewhere. Because I don't know what the fuck my key is for. Or like where it even goes.
It's really, I haven't really seen anyone publicly argue against that. I mean, that seems like, what is the argument against that? That seems crazy.
If you ask cops, I think a lot of cops would say it has like a chilling effect and it makes them second guess their instincts. And
I feel like a lot of them say that at first, but then it seemed like once they all kind of got used to body cameras, like, actually, this is super useful for us. There's so many times you'll see people like lie about the interaction. And it's like, well, you're on camera, so.
There's been a ton of exculpatory body camera footage just in the last year of people like running at cops with knives. Like I've seen like hella justified shootings because of body cameras. So yeah.
Brian for $5 says, so is Hutch saying law enforcement shouldn't shoot someone driving into them? That has always been lawful under that scenario.
I don't know about lawful, but like, how does it make any sense to do that? Does that, like, what would create more safety for the officer in that moment? Trying to make an effort to, like, all of their attention and focus, making an effort to get out of the way, or shooting the person and the car is just going to keep going forward. So like, it's just a practical question. Like, how does that make the cop safer by shooting someone who's like 2 feet in front of them, who's driving towards you in a car? Like, if it's all about safety and protecting the cop's life, that's seems to be a really bad decision that you would make.
Well, it all, I mean, obviously it would depend on a lot of factors too. Like how much distance do you have to move to clear out of the way of the vehicle? Because obviously if you already have, especially if you already have your gun drawn, you know, the time it takes for you to squeeze your finger is going to be substantially less than to move your legs in one direction to try to dive out of the way of a moving vehicle.
But even squeezing that trigger, like, how does that help you? If
because often people do, as you said, sometimes people dead weight on the gas, but very often they don't. So even if you do get hit, you know, the car could be slowing down or it could stop. So you're not gonna get as bad.
That's kind of hard for me to believe, because if you shoot, especially if you shoot someone in the head, there's no way their foot is going to transfer from the accelerator to the brake.
We've seen, as I said, I've seen videos. We've seen videos of cops being dragged by people in cars and they shoot the driver and the car stops.
I would have to see the videos that you're looking at. I'm just my understanding.
You could look up the Barnes Felix video. You could look up, there's another one. I'm trying to remember what it was. I don't remember the name
of it. Oh
shit.
I'm so fucking dead.
It's kind of related to this, where there was like a woman in a car and she had been shoplifting, and one officer's in front of the car and one's to the side.
Yeah. And he was acquitted,
he's like actually gets on the, he's like on the hood of the car. He shoots her. I mean, that makes her stop driving. So
I mean, a jury acquitted him, but I think that was a really bad decision that he made.
No, it was a bad decision being in the front of the car, but I'm just saying he shoots her and it makes her stop driving. So definitely, it's not outside the realm of plausibility at all that you shooting someone's going to make them stop driving.
I think generally speaking, just the danger of that happening tells you right away that the policy is in many places and should be everywhere to get out of the way, focus on getting out of the way instead of shooting the driver.
I'm assuming that is the policy. And I would agree with that. That does make sense, but sometimes you're not in that situation for whatever reason.
Yeah. I mean, I get like, if the car's like 50 feet in front and this person has like a nuclear bomb that, you know, like you could, then there are, you know, like, so
I don't like ask to get that far.
But I'm just saying that there would be some exceptions. And when I looked at a few different policies over the week, and like all of them basically said the same thing, where it's like, it has to be an extreme situation, basically. Like there has to be like a uniquely high level of danger that would justify shooting a driver. Otherwise, it's not.
Well, let me ask you a question, because so that story, where the police officer is standing directly in front of the vehicle, and they're talking to this woman for like a good amount of time too. So I think that's like way more justified than even this. They're talking to this woman for a long time. He's standing in front of the vehicle, and she starts driving, fully knowing that he's in front of her and that she's going to hit him. I agree. Like, yeah, he shouldn't be standing in front of her because she could flee, but I don't think you could make a legal or moral argument that an officer doing something that's putting them in a risky situation means they forfeit their life.
No, that's
to such
actually,
extent they can't shoot the person who's driving.
That's actually not what I'm saying. So like you can have a cop like violate their training and still be within their legal right in terms of like a jury trial or whatever to use lethal force.
I thought legal and moral, right?
I mean, I think cops have a moral decision to. I mean, I think our law enforcement structure in the country, just in general, there should be a moral obligation to train these officers to use the least amount of force that is required of every situation, and to de-escalate the situation in every opportunity that they can. And I think the ICE under Donald Trump right now is displaying an astonishing lack of professionalism, and it's pretty disgusting to me.
Okay, but I'm just saying in that situation, I don't know if you saw the video or not, but in that situation where they're standing in front of a car, and the woman is very clearly driving through the officer she's a completely stopped position to driving through the officer.
Is that the one with the black woman and it's like a shopping market,
Yes.
like parking lot? So
Yes.
I saw that video and I know nothing about that case, so I'm not dodging you, but I just don't know anything about that case. I know he got acquitted, and I know he also violated protocol when he stepped in front of the car.
But I guess laying out, because there could be, so we'll say hypothetically, you have a situation where there's a woman in a car, police officers think she's stealing. One is at the passenger window trying to get her to open the car. One's standing in front of the car. And then she makes a decision to go from park to drive and to drive through the officer. So much so that he's like actually pushed onto the roof of the car. Do you think it's wrong for him or illegal for him to shoot her and kill her to get her to stop or attempt to get her to stop?
So I don't want to co-sign anything you're saying about this particular case.
Yeah, not about this case, just this hypothetical scenario.
No, but what I will say is that the protocols don't say that it's never okay to shoot a driver. So you can conceive of some situations where maybe it makes sense, like if there's a brick wall, behind you or whatever, and you don't think there's any, like maybe that, and this person is, has the nuclear codes that's going to go off in like,
it's someone that's accused of shoplifting and they're driving into you. You've made the decision to stand in front of the car, which is not the right decision, but you're in that situation. Do you have a legal or moral right then to pull out your gun and shoot them when they're driving into you?
I don't know about the morality of the situation, but just
it's hard to say. It's hard to say moral in this situation because I don't know how we would talk about like the morality of the situation here. This is when we're talking about like, because even when we're talking about like him just being scared and making decisions, like if this was a normal person in this situation, I think we would think of a lot of it very differently in terms of like what ought to have been done and shit like that. Like I think that a lot of this is drastically different. I think the whole scenario is drastically different if this isn't a law enforcement officer. If this is somebody else, this is a very different scenario altogether.
In terms of the practicality of the situation, it's difficult to imagine that being like what we would train cops to do, or that being like the right decision given the risk that the car could be an unguided missile that now, drives straight into the target that's like 20 feet behind you or whatever.
Do you think that, so let's say you're in a situation, you momentarily had a lapse of judgment and you made the wrong decision to stand from the car. Okay. Even though your policy said not to, you're getting hit by this car. You're now on the roof. You make the decision, well, I'm not going to shoot the driver because maybe that will cause a worse situation. So I'm going to just take my chances and roll off the hood of the car and dive off and that's it.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't take that. I would shoot the driver in the face.
Mean,
but I think it's totally right to do so.
All right. I mean, you're coming up with your own protocols.
Okay.
I'm just telling you what I read.
That's fair, yeah.
What I read, and the reasoning why, and the reason why they give not to do that is because the car can become an unguided missile, and yeah.
Right. Okay. One fat pup for $10 says, "If you circle me twice, it's a threat."
I think he was very obviously taunting her, trying to intimidate her. There's no.
He didn't say anything.
You don't have to say things. You understand, you can intimidate people with your body language, with your presence, with your motions, with your positioning. You don't have to use words to threaten someone, right?
What does it matter if he's intimidating her? What does that mean?
It's unprofessional. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Just do your job. Why is it?
Okay.
Is it his job to intimidate people, or is it his
Well,
job?
no, I think, is again, we just disagree. You've interpreted that he's trying to do some sort of intimidation tactic. I'm interpreting that he's trying to get a picture of her face and her license plate.
Wait, I don't think, was he actually saying that he thinks that he was trying to intimidate her, or I thought he was saying that, like, I thought that they said, like, what if, and he responded to that. Yeah, the person said, how do we know? And they, like, you know, said, like, circle me twice, like, yeah.
Yeah, but your interpretation doesn't make any sense. Respect.
It makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't, because if you're trying to do that, you would back up and fucking zoom in with your 4K, you know, 2026 iPhone.
I don't think so.
50x. Come on,
I don't think that's the case.
Pull out your phone.
I think
and
if you're going to make the
zoom in
argument
on
that,
something
like,
10 feet
he
away.
wants the full scope of the situation, assuming
Yeah.
the video that doesn't exist, then I agree, yeah, you need a wider scope, wider frame. But I think it's very reasonable to think that all those cars have dash cams, and they'll have video, a wide video that shows her blocking traffic, shows the entire situation lead up to it. So what he's doing is he's filling in the gaps, which is I want her face and I want the license plate, something that wouldn't be available from their dash cams. And maybe, in fact, I just thought of it, maybe that is why she was parked perpendicularly, to make it more difficult for them to see your license plate. Because if she had just parked and
Come on,
blocks
bro.
traffic in the correct way that the car's supposed to be, they all see your license plate.
So you're being a bit ridiculous here.
How's that ridiculous?
I'm going to park my car perpendicular in an open space with the hopes that they can't see my license plate when they can just walk up and just look at it and take a
Well, then
picture.
someone has to leave the vehicle to go do that. They can't just drive by and say, oh, we got our license plate.
All right, you lost me a bit on that one, but we don't need to linger on
Do
it.
you think that you should not lock
Yeah, I
your
don't know
door
what
because
that
someone
meant
can still
either.
break the door down?
I don't understand the analogy here.
There's lots of things people do that add an element of friction to make it more difficult for someone to do something.
That's a comically low level of friction to park perpendicular, because now the cop has to walk two steps that way.
Do you think
to see
it's
your license plate?
I don't think it's unreasonable to envision that at one of these resist lib meetings, they're like, okay, guys, you should block the lane, one lane perpendicularly, so that they, you slow them down. They'll have to merge. You're stopping the convoy, and if you're perpendicular, they can't easily see your license plate without actually having to get out of the car and wasting agent's time. I could 100% see some resist libs saying this exact thing.
I mean, if you can find me like some evidence that they're training resist lib Antifa wine moms to to do this, to like hamper ICE agents for approximately 2 to 3 seconds at most, then I'd be persuaded. But I'm not aware of.
We'll have to get
I'm not now. I'm mad because I feel like I should be invited to resist lib meetings. And I'm not getting invitations, but I'm like the fucking king resist lib over here.
Okay. I think we need what's the guy's name that does all the undercover video? He needs to get
James O'Keefe.
You need to get James O'Keefe, yeah, to send in some hot guy or girl to sneak into the meetings here to find out what their tactics are. That's what we need.
Get him on the case, man. If you can, if you can crack the case, then sure.
Arnora Zorro was here for
the James O'Keefe going to Wine Mom, Facebook Mom Antifa meetings. That would be the greatest fucking content of all time, dude. Holy shit. I'm like, I'm almost ready to just go make it up and pretend it happened. Well, I'm like right there thinking, yeah, this is such a good fucking idea. I just need to hire a bunch of people to pretend this, because that's what James O'Keefe would do anyways, right? Like if he's gonna do it, he's gonna make it up, and he's gonna find some way to just make it seem as though that's what's happening. So yeah, we need to make this happen.
$10 says, how do we know is that the officer did think she would have stopped when he had his gun pointed at her? Is it not an officer's prerogative to detain her once they decide to arrest her? I believe it is.
Of course, a cop.
I'm totally lost on that question. What did that even mean?
How do we know is that the officer did think she would have stopped when he had his gun pointed at her? Is it not an officer's prerogative to detain her once they decide to arrest her? I believe it is.
Of course, a cop can, or any kind of officer can decide to detain someone. But when he said, what did he say about stop the car and then grabbing the gun? What did he say? He
said, how do we know is that the officer did think she would stop when he had his gun?
So I'm assuming at some point they were talking about something, and one of them said, how do we know X is the case? And this person was responding to that saying, how we know is, but they said, how do we know is. Tom, you should do your own Wine Mom investigations for sure. Yeah. I've I've made a pretty extraordinary effort to stay away from Facebook moms for a while on the internet. Those, like, truly, I'm not even kidding. Facebook moms are like the biggest problems on fucking YouTube. These people are crazy. Like, these people are crazy. They are a problem. They are the biggest drama hounds in the fucking world. It is horrific dealing with Facebook moms on YouTube. Are Facebook moms the MILFs near me? What? Facebook moms are like, it's like old women who are online, who just kind of like are always getting into fights and like speculating about shit. They're not technologically advanced. They don't seem to pay attention to the news. They don't seem to ever know what the fuck they're talking about, but they like just drink a lot and get online and then just say shit. So it's pretty much like all of TikTok is like just a bunch of Facebook moms, right? That's what we call Facebook moms. It's like if you watch a lot of these like open panel shows, a lot of those are what we call Facebook moms. They're just women who are just out here just talking shit just to talk shit and have no clue what the fuck's going on, but they're insanely opinionated and very like serious about the dumb shit that they have to say.
Gun pointed at her. Is it not an officer's prerogative to detain her once they decide to arrest her?
I mean, we all saw how it played out. I mean, did that work out in terms of detaining her?
No, but the question is, because you were making the argument that once he tells her to get out of the car and she doesn't, they just put their hands up and they don't do anything. I believe it is an officer's prerogative to, once they give you lawful command, to try to make sure you follow that command, including pulling you out of your car.
Yes, but not the... Okay. When you walk up to the car, probably first. This is what most police do, is they walk up to the car and say, I need an ID from you, right? And when they ask for an ID, then, you know, either they give you an ID or they don't, and then you go from there. But like, even if a police officer already has like the ability to detain you and arrest you, most of the time they still start with like, hey, you know, do you know I pulled you over? Okay, can I get an ID? Can I get insurance or something like that, right? So in this case, like, they could have started off with a very different scenario, but instead the guy's walking around the car, they're talking shit to each other. They're you can tell from Renee's response to the guy, we don't know what he said, but you can hear her say, bro, I don't have a problem with you guys, you're fine. Like, whatever it is that he said is obviously like being confrontational to some extent, to where she feels the need to like let him know, like, y'all are good, chill. But yeah, we don't know what all happened, so it's not sure, but that like, we would expect that, yes, they would start off by just asking for an ID or something, not walking up, pulling on the handle, screaming, get the fuck out of the car. Like, that's a very odd tactic to use there.
Within their training protocols, and if they're trained to not do something because of a potentially like dangerous externality or whatever, then they generally should not do those things. This is one of those situations. Like, can anyone explain to me, anyone in your audience or either of you two, explain to me, what was the value of him not once but twice stopping in front of her car? How did that add? You're trying to say it's because he wanted to get a better view. I find that a bit ridiculous. Step back and you get an even better view, because now you can see 5 feet to the right and left of the car and everything. But
he wants to look inside the car for weapons, children, pets, anything. When they go into arrest mode, they want to know what's going on with the situation. He's the following officer. He's there to assist the arresting officers.
So, but why stop in front of the car? Why stop in front of the car?
Well, I mean, that was obviously an inconvenient placement, but he's got to cross the car to witness the arrest.
I mean, I could buy that. Like, that seems reasonable. If he's looking in there to see if there's a weapon or whatever, okay, great. But you stop in front of the car. I don't know. To me, and again, I'm a bit biased here, but we've seen enough footage from ICE now we already know how this administration operates. I think it's very plausible. I think it's likely that it was more about like intimidation. They didn't like that she was fucking with them and they wanted to get super aggro with her.
Yeah, but
I think the fact that the first guy is just walking around recording them, I don't think he was recording for like documentation. I just don't think that that's the case because of the way that it was. One, the fact that he was doing it with his cell phone. Like, why wouldn't you just turn on your fucking body cam or some shit like that? Like, why not? Like, it's such a weird scenario. But yeah, on top of that, I don't think that the I think that they were being confrontational once they got out of the car. And so it just seems as though that was not their intent. It didn't seem as though they were trying to document.
I think that's kind of the problem. Is there's a lot of priors here in assuming the behavior.
I could be wrong. I'm not assuming. Like I'm not going to tell you 100% certainty that that's what happened.
They were going to detain her. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, of course. That was obviously that was their intention, was to detain her.
A survey of the scene before they detain her would probably be useful.
Sure.
What if there's a kid in the back? You can't see that
scene
with his wide angle lens, right?
Sure, I buy that, but like he had already done the lap at that point, and now you're backing up your fellow officer by stepping in front of a 2,000-pound vehicle and literally creating a dangerous situation.
Well, he's got to get to the other side of the vehicle where the arresting officers are.
Why? He already had. He had the officer that walked up to her had somebody right behind him.
He did one lap around the vehicle,
but then he got back. Sitch pointed out that it looked like he was getting back into his car, but then when he saw his buddy approaching the car, his instinct in that moment was to back up his officer by stepping in front of the car when the guy already had somebody backing him up right behind him. How is that helping the situation?
Well, I think we don't know because we'll have to see what he says. I think because he's walking in front of the car, it looks like he's get to their side, and then he stops and draws. It seems like right when she shifts from reverse to drive. So we don't know if his intention was to stop in front of the car like that, and also as people had pointed out, the way that she's backing up, she is also angling herself more towards him anyway, even if he wasn't walking. But so we don't know if his intention was to stop in front of the car, or it's just he once the car started to go into drive, he just stopped because his brain was like, okay, now I draw.
So we did the Zapruder film like analysis, and you can pull up actually you have the video here.
Yeah.
If you want to watch it in slow motion, my judgment when I watched this video like 20 times was he actually stopped when she stopped going in reverse. And then at that moment, and we know this now because of his footage, she is seen, and I find it difficult to believe that he didn't see this, but she is seen very quickly turning that wheel to the right. And I think I heard you both agree that she was not intending to murder an ICE officer. She was intending to flee.
He didn't perceive her as a threat either until she stomped on the gas.
But I don't know, Sitch, if you can play it, but like he stops and plants his feet when she stops going in reverse.
Why the first angle here? Or his body cam? I don't know which.
No, this angle is fine. Yeah. If you want to slow it down too, I don't know, but
I think there's a slow version at the end.
No!
So
shit!
I don't know. I think you just kind of missed it.
There's a slower one here.
Oh, here, yeah, I'll do that.
It seems like he draws right as she starts to go forward.
Yeah. Well, he's getting ready to draw before that. And then as soon as she starts moving forward is when he draws. But but when he stops in front of her car and plants his feet momentarily, he did that when she stopped going in reverse. That seems kind of suicidal and insane.
I don't know if I don't think suicidal is insane, but it was obviously not the right decision to make.
Well, I mean, I'm being hyperbolic. I don't think
just standing in front of a moving car and planting your feet does seem a little suicidal. I don't know. That's just me. I don't know what I'm talking about.
It was literally suicidal, but like that seems to me someone who made if the decision in that moment is to for your own safety, like obviously like he's going to say that he felt like his life was in danger. I feel like stopping in front of that vehicle probably contributed to that danger.
Of course it did.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
If he kept walking, he would have been out of the line of sight, or out of the line of the car. Sure.
There you go.
Yeah. But as I said, that doesn't forfeit her responsibility not to hit someone. It doesn't forfeit his right to try to defend himself.
I mean, I agree with you in principle.
There's also something, because I did hear some of your coverage about whether he was hit or not, and I think there was something that you missed, which is if you watch their feet, I'm pretty sure both of them slip on the icy road.
Well, click. Yeah, press play here because
Yeah, watch
slow
their
mo, right?
feet. It looks like, see, like they're both like
Yeah, right,
slipping.
right. Yeah. So yeah, when the contact was made, you used a word, Sitch, a couple days ago that I've been using, which is like it looks.
It's so fucking insane that he starts shooting there. Like, it is so fucking insane that he starts shooting there. That is so ridiculous, bro.
Looks like he got clipped.
Yeah.
Like when I hear someone say you hit them with their car, and I don't think this is my own bias, but when I hear that, I think like a direct like head-on hit. If somebody gets hit, if somebody makes contact,
Sure.
like, or
That's
gets
why I
hit
say
on the
clipped,
side of the
'cause
car,
it
then I say
confers
clipped. Yeah.
a different meaning. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he got clipped.
Well, there's no question the car made contact, but like,
right.
So like another thing that you can't quite see from this angle, and you can ironically see it better in the grainiest worst video, is he actually, when she stops, he actually, his instinct is to put his hand down on her hood. Like he like leans into her car, which is another like really insane decision. You can't really quite see it from this angle because his left arm is blocked by the other officer. It's that one grainy video. You guys know the one I'm talking about.
I don't know which one you're talking about. You're talking about the.
It's the one that's really grainy. It's the one that Tim Pool was posting to suggest that
this one.
I
mean, I can't really. Is this
that
one?
I think so. Yeah. So you see his hand on the hood there, right?
I think he's. It looks to me like he's already slipping because of the ice.
Yeah, again, you showed the other video from like the front side. You could tell he doesn't get hit. He does plant his feet. He just stands there and pulls his gun out.
He's leaning forward and using the front right part of her car as like leverage to keep him upright. But that's
well, yeah, because I think it's very possible he was falling and he just reaches out. And there's a car coming at him.
Well, rewind it a little bit. I don't think that's what happened.
I don't know if it has how long it has in the beginning of this clip.
The screen went black for me.
Yeah, no, it's.
Oh yeah. So like even
the towel. Like what's going on?
It is. I mean, it is. But like it looks to me like he put his hand on, like he put his hand on her car. Like even just like very briefly. Like.
All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna move to. I think Pisco did some debates earlier, so I will. Shit. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, let's see.
Do it. Let's go. $20,000. I'll take that. Right? Fucker backed out. Fucker ran away. Didn't do shit. What a little bitch. Anyway, because I don't know, you guys seen me in real life. Some of you have at least. I'm not the strong dude or anything like that. And if you can't take me, I don't know. That's some bitch ass shit. Anyway, next person.
Was that after the pickle jar thing?
Yeah, because I was making fun of it. And anyway, let's go. Stream Rift, you're live.
Oh God.
Oh, there he goes. Try again.
Hello.
Hi,
bro,
what you got?
it's fine. It's fine. How you doing, man? How you been?
Good, bro. I've been great. How are you?
Oh, I've been good. Okay.
What do you got for him?
I'm sorry. I am distracted here. I'm trying to get my freaking. Okay, here we go. Now we're good. So I have a question for you. Now we got to Andrew Wilson. So I got involved. So I was talking shit on him online, and he was being a bastard about it. He played a word game. I want to know, you Pisco, you're so good with word games. You tell me. So he says Mormons are not Christian, and I said I'll debate. He said I'll debate anyone. I said okay, great, I'll debate you on it. Then he changed the prompt. Then he didn't even show up. What a filthy fuck that guy is. Doesn't that sound like fuckery to you?
He said, I have a question for you. You're so good with word games. He did this and that. Doesn't that sound like fuckery to you? Where did the word game thing come from? What was that? What does it have to do with word games? Where was the word game here?
To not show up to a debate after you change the topic.
Right, change the topic. And I said, okay, fine, we'll do your new topic. You pivot, and then he doesn't even show up. He says his wife is sick. You know, his wife's sick. Okay, fine. But
well, if his wife is sick, I don't think that that's necessarily fuckery. If his wife is sick,
well, not if he doesn't reschedule.
But this ice shooting, since everybody's so excited about it, we disagree.
On Pisco stuff, like Wilson stuff. We can. I don't.
Yeah, we'll do Pisco stuff. You guys. Okay. So you're of the opinion I shouldn't have pulled the trigger, correct?
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Okay. So as
it's actually stronger than that. No, it's stronger than that. Not only should they not have done it, I think it's murder that he did do it. I think he's a murderer.
Okay, great. So you think he's a murderer? That's your framing. So qualified immunity, judicial immunity, these things exist because we know people will take jobs as cops, sheriffs, judges, and they can't do their job effectively if they have an unreasonable burden on them of how they perform. So like judicial immunity, if the judge just freaking hates you, it's amorous, whatever, doesn't matter, they get a free pass. So my question to you is, you obviously think qualified immunity shouldn't cover as far as I think it should, and you don't. So what protections, if any, do you think law enforcement should have while they're out there doing their job to keep them safe? Because at the intersection of all of this debate seems to be one side saying, well, the officer was in fear for his life and he needed to protect himself. So let's say that line got crossed and you say it's murder, fine. You know, he circled the vehicle for 10 seconds. Some people will say he was standing in front of the vehicle. Well, he couldn't have been standing in front of the vehicle for more than a second or two. So just imagine the scenario to set this up, give you a hypo. Cars parked for 4 minutes, then they start driving away. Like at what scenario, like we'll start at the beginning. So cars parked for 4 minutes. ICE shows up. At 2 minutes of parking, what should they do at that point?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the hypothetical. We could get into it more. You started, though, talking about qualified immunity. Not really relevant to this discussion. Qualified immunity is a doctrine that applies in the context of civil damages suits.
Yeah, this is what I was saying before, is that when we were watching Tim Pool the other day, they started saying like, oh, qualified immunity also is about whether or not they can be charged with crimes. I was like, no, it's not. No, it's not. So qualified immunity is about whether or not you can get fuck. 9 out of 24. Qualified immunity is about whether or not you can get sued. Not whether or not you can get like charged with a crime or anything. You can still get charged with a crime with qualified immunity. That's a whole separate thing.
Bullshit. Qualified immunity is a guardrail we put up so that law enforcement can operate without worrying about getting personally sued because they were being too rough with someone, among other things. It's a guardrail so that we can have law enforcement that can actually do their job, not just standing in the sidelines. So I think it's relevant. How
just
is
telling you
that
it's not relevant to,
for the discussion?
it's not relevant to my analysis because I'm not contemplating no, because I'm not contemplating a civil damages suit where qualified immunity would be applicable. I'm contemplating a criminal action where qualified immunity is not relevant. That's why I'm bringing it up. So a lot of the cases that are relevant to the use of force arise in the qualified immunity context, no doubt about that. But that is just bringing up the sort of relevant use of force standard. But it's almost like a hard context because it's not just the standard, but also about like people's perception about what the legal standard is,
Well,
as opposed to the actual use of force analysis.
I'm trying to ask you about a boundary, right? You
Mm-hmm.
think it was murder. I think he was on the job doing his job and he didn't wake up that morning deciding to kill her. So qualified immunity should apply. Let's set the legal analysis aside for a second. You, Pisco, you're a human being. I'm assuming you believe we should have law enforcement and they should be able to do something.
It's a bit of a stretch. He's making some assumptions there to say that Pisco's a human being, but okay. All right. We'll see where this goes.
Things, right? We don't disagree on that. Okay. So when we're looking at how law enforcement's interacting with citizens, how much of a guardrail should you get them? And I'm trying to use this as an example because you think the officer crossed the line. So I'm saying if we roll back 2 minutes before the shots were fired, there was someone impeding ICE doing their job, and they were parked in the middle. And I'll admit nothing had happened at that point that warrants being shot. So what tools do you think law enforcement should have used, or where do you think it went off the rails for, again, a functioning society? We got to have law enforcement able to go out and do their job without worrying if they had an extra half a second to live or not in a situation where they're scared. So
yeah, where I think it went off the rails, where it went off the rails is in the use of force, which is what I'm describing as murder. That's where it went off the rails. Was that unclear?
Oh, it just feels like you're not engaging with it here, and that's too bad.
But what I thought I answered your question is, where did it go off the rails? I don't have a problem with ICE in the main having authority to make arrests for crimes that they witness in their vicinity. And I haven't really dug into the question of whether ICE is authorized to make those detentions. And I'm assuming in all of my conversations that they are. And so I don't really have a problem in principle with ICE being authorized to make arrests or to use force, even in the scenario that we're talking about. It's
these are very pointed example.
Well, can I?
Do you think he should have? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just to maybe kind of get this somewhere so we don't circle for another 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's murder, Pisco? And then we can see why he disagrees. Go ahead.
Murder is the causing of the death of another human being with malice, aforethought, and without justification. In this case, the only thing up for debate, because we're not really going to question causality here, the bullets did cause the death, and it was done intentionally with either practical certainty or knowledge, and there's no triggering.
Is Pisco sick? He sounds a little sick.
Exception that would make malice not be applicable except for justification. And because I don't think there was a justified use of force here under the elaborated SCOTUS standards that are incorporated into Minnesota use of force law, then because of that, it's murder because it's not justified. They cause the death of another person with malice. It's definitionally murder, in my opinion.
So I don't think he woke up and had that forethought that you're talking about. He didn't. I don't think he even looked at her in the car and said, "I want to kill her."
Premeditation is not part of my analysis.
I'm answering Wick's question.
He didn't ask you a question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, premeditation.
I thought
is
he
not,
asked you for why it was murder and me why it wasn't.
No, I didn't ask that.
No,
okay.
but just to be clear, premeditation is not an element here. I'm not claiming that he
What was your standard?
premeditated it.
You said forethought. What was it that you said?
I didn't say foresight or forethought.
What was your definition of
malice?
You said malice.
Malice aforethought. Malice aforethought. It's a term of art. It's from the common law. Malice. It's the intentional.
At what point do you think he became malicious? As soon as he saw her parked in the middle of the road, so he walked up, got all, and he wanted to escalate it, or?
It's just the definition of murder. So malice in this case can be conceived.
You can't say it's just the definition of murder. He's asking, what does that mean? Like, it's like premeditation. Like, are you saying? Because this is what a lot of them think when people say this. They're like, they keep responding with, "Oh, so you think he woke up that morning and said, I'm gonna go kill an innocent woman? Like, that's what you think? Like, that's not." I mean, that's also premeditation, but that's not the standard. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be that in order for it to be premeditation. And so, yeah, I think when he says malice with forethought, like he's asking him, like, explain, what does that mean? Malice with forethought. Oh.
conceived in an instant. You can have malice in a split second. In this case, the malice, the mens rea component of the murder, was made at the time he intended to shoot at her direction, with practical certainty that death would result.
Is there
That's
any
malice.
scenario of him walking around the vehicle or his position of the vehicle where you think it would have been okay for him to shoot? Like, do you categorically reject the idea that the vehicle, in this case, to oversimplify the argument, the vehicle was a deadly weapon? Do you categorically dismiss that, or do you think that it's, you know, if if there's something about the way her hand was on the steering wheel that might change the equation for you?
I don't understand the question. I'm going to just try to clarify it. So, are you asking me whether I think it's possible for vehicles to be used as deadly weapons? Is that your question?
Yes, that's part one.
Yes, it is possible, by which I mean there are cases in which the use of a vehicle can be as a deadly weapon. And in fact, I can think of a lot of scenarios in which that would happen.
So in this scenario, she was parked for 4 minutes. She backed up, and then she started driving towards him. And this all happened really fast. So what makes you feel like that didn't make it the issue? Like, a lot of folks say, well, she was slightly pointed to the left, the right. He stepped in front of it. They blamed the officer for not being able to predict where this car was going to be. These sorts of things. It seems like you cut a very free pass. Like, the citizen here could have simply just been the jackass all along and then parked the car and not moved, and she'd still be alive. And it sounds like that's an unreasonable ask for someone of your position. I mean,
yeah, you're just doing a very like untailored analysis about like what someone could have done. You know, what could have prevented the death.
To find something here, but it seems like we're not getting it.
It's a very unsophisticated and untailored analysis. The question for use of force isn't what the decedent could have done differently. It's doing the use of force standards as articulated by the Supreme Court and by policy. That's
all right.
Well,
I'll
the use of force is.
This. There's a bunch of other folks that want to disagree with you here. I think we've hit the intersection.
Wait. Did you want me to explain it? All right. Here's it in a nutshell.
I'm all ears.
So the test for use of force is objective reasonableness. In the context of deadly force, it's when there is a risk, an imminent risk of serious bodily injury or death.
Death or serious bodily harm. Yep.
And the use of force needs to be necessary. That is, say, reasonably necessary to prevent the qualifying threat. And in this case, not only do I think that his body was not at risk of serious bodily injury, I think that the use of force there has no tendency to eliminate the threat, right? It's not at all clear that him shooting in the moment is going to decrease the tendency of the qualifying threat, assuming that it was there. Because, of course, shooting someone... Wait, let me just finish. No, shooting someone in that context doesn't at all have any tendency to decrease the risk. It would be different if it's one of these cases where there's like been a high-speed chase, they're trying to escape a murder, or where there's enough for a reasonable officer in his position to think that there is an intent to like use the vehicle in the future to target people. That's not found here, and therefore I think it's almost like it's an easy case of not justified.
The one argument that I think we would find common ground on is if I'm in that officer situation, the vehicle's coming at me. Part of the reason why I like a 45 caliber round is if you get someone in the shoulder to physically knock them back. Like you're pointing out, if she's already that close to him, he shoots her. I think the vehicle still runs him over. So that's a part of the logic.
Hang on a second. That's not just an in-stream rift. That means you agree that it's not necessary, right? As in, it has no tendency to lower the risk or threat. Did you just say that?
I gave you an opening on that one.
No. Wait. Why don't you agree with that? Wait.
I'll go 90% with you for free.
So 90%. It's not. It doesn't follow the objectively reasonable test of the Supreme Court.
Bro, this motherfucker's trying to juke me out right now. He's trying to fucking juke me out, dude. Blup. See, he's trying to fuck with me, dude. Get somewhere, bro. I need to move. One way, go somewhere. Holy shit.
And therefore, it's not justified. Therefore, it's murder. That is beautiful. That is the case right there. If you think that shooting the driver there has no tendency to lower the risk, and an objectively reasonable officer in his position would have known that, then it's done, not justified, right? It would be like if you, I use this example all the time, right? If there's someone shooting at you from a given direction and you're just anxious, yes, there's a deadly threat upon you, but what you choose to do in response to a deadly threat is just aim in a completely other direction for no reason because you're panicking. Regardless of whether or not those shots cause the death of another person, no one can say those shots are objectively reasonable because they have no tendency to actually respond to the threat, which justifies the use of force. And so on that view, of course, this is like a preposterous claim that shooting this woman would be objectively reasonable. How could it? If it doesn't, it might even increase the chance that he gets fucking hurt.
Yeah, like I said, 90% on that one. It doesn't get me all the way to a cop should be arrested for murder, because this wasn't him just walking down the street. This wasn't just random animosity. He didn't see a group of protesters and say, "You guys are fucking awful." Pew pew pew. There's enough there.
He doesn't
where I think
need
qualified
to.
immunity makes sense. I get
No,
it.
but Stream Rift, I need to tell you this because it's very important. Qualified immunity
Doesn't
only
apply, is
applies
what
in
you're
the
saying.
civil damages context. Do you understand that? So don't talk about qualified immunity.
Okay.
All right,
Rift.
Pisco. Yes,
You got
Greg.
anything else on this for Pisco? Or we
That's
gonna
it.
let
That's
you-
it.
I just
All
want to
right,
see him
good
again
deal.
sometime.
Okay.
Love you, brother. You did great.
So you answered all my questions correctly, Pisco. You passed the test. Well done. You get to move on to the next round. Congratulations. Like, what the fuck? What was that? What was that whole thing?
Great at World War debate. You're
Thank you.
awesome.
Word
Your
war
Discord's awesome. Yeah, word war. And yeah, Wick's always an excellent host. I'll catch you guys later.
Appreciate it.
See you later,
Thank
buddy.
you.
It's interesting to me because I'm not a lawyer, right? And I don't know the ins and outs, and so I can't speak to the legality of it like perhaps you could. But just watching that and seeing him, had he A, not shot, and B, simply took a small step to the left or the right, or yeah, the right, nothing would have happened. Nothing would have happened.
True.
And
true.
It's just, I can't say if it's legal or not, but it was unnecessary, and I think that anyone trying to justify it or even worse, celebrate it is
right. DHS is not authorized to do unnecessary shootings. They're authorized to do necessary shootings.
Okay, let's see what we got
Wait,
next.
Is that true?
Okay, Magtard, what do you have?
Is that true? DHS isn't. Oh. I just shit my fucking pants, dude. Oh, I just shit my pants. Oh, I just shit my fucking pants. I just shit my fucking pants. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I just shit my fucking pants. I just shit my fucking pants. Change it. No, I will never change these pants. This shitting of my pants is an honor. This is an honorary pants shitting. I just found a Torrente blueprint. And I was able to put it in my, if you don't know, the best gun in the game. I almost said best game in the gun, but it is the best gun in the game in my opinion. Now, there's other guns that I haven't been able to try out yet, like the Bobcat and shit like that. Supposedly those are decent guns as well. But from my perspective and from the stats on like all of the guns in the game, it is the best gun in the game. So and it's obviously my favorite gun. Like oh no, I use the fucking shit out of the Torrente, and right now I don't have any more Torrentes. And so I've needed to be able to make more, but I can't make more because I don't have the blueprints, and I just got the blueprint. And it's in my butthole, which means, if you guys don't know, in this game, you get a butthole pocket, meaning that if you die, the stuff that you have still stays with you because you put it in your butthole. So I get it no matter what now.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yes. What do you have?
Oh, yeah, my question is for Pisco, and why ought Ethan not have sued Denham's, Casey Tron, and Frogan when they blatantly and flagrantly tried to steal his did steal his intellectual property and actively tried to be a market replacement for his stolen intellectual property?
Because I don't think, notwithstanding the clear infringement, on my view, that having clear infringement is it necessarily entails that suing is justified.
So
do you agree with that?
There's allowed to steal internally his intellectual property?
I didn't say that. I said in any given instance. So no, I just want to make sure you agree or not. I didn't say that they're allowed to sue infinitely. I said in any given instance, the mere fact that you have a strong legal case isn't enough to know that the lawsuit is justified. I'm asking if you agree with that.
Isn't enough to know if a lawsuit is justified?
Ethically justified.
So if you have a strong legal case, your lawsuit isn't necessarily justified?
Yeah, would you agree with that proposition?
No.
Do you think every case which is a strong legal case is ethically justified?
Is ethically justified?
That's
Under
my question.
Ethics? Yes.
Yeah. Were lawsuits trying to return fugitive slaves justified because they were legally allowed under the Constitution? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, he said yes. He put that.
Then we just have a different. I think that is just a difference in preferences. It's going to ground out into what we think is right, and I don't think that just.
Yeah, he sounds kind of sick. I think he's sick.
Because something illegal.
So what are Ethan's remedies then? Just have his stuff stolen?
I don't think that the existence or non-existence of remedies is dispositive on whether something is justified. So you asking the question presupposes that there ought be a remedy for every legal wrong. I can give you my ethical case if you're asking for it, or I can just answer the question that you're giving, right? So like, what's his remedy? I didn't say that there is a remedy, and it wouldn't be necessary on my view.
So basically, your position is that Ethan just has to have his stuff infinitely stolen because
No, it's not my position.
wrong.
No, that's not my position.
Okay, so why is his lawsuit ethically wrong? He's getting remedies.
You're asking the question, right? So I think a lawsuit is ethically. You're not going to agree with this because you bit the bullet that it's justified to sue even to return slaves into bondage. So you've already bitten the bullet. Okay, so you're a law maximalist. Whatever is legal is ethical in your view. So just to be clear, that's an absurd position. But my view is that, so you're not going to agree with this, that lawsuits are justified in general. I'm going to presume that lawsuits are ethically justified if they follow the animating purpose and good purposes. That is to say, the sort of legitimate purposes of a given cause of action. I'm going to presume they're valid absent some broader societal harm. And if they're motivated only by invalid purposes and no valid purpose, by which I mean one that is regarding the animating spirit of the statute or cause of action, I'm going to assume it's bad absent some overwhelming societal good cause or effect. So that's my kind of standard.
Yeah, just a quick question on that from my end, if I may.
Yeah.
What is your, because I haven't followed your Ethan Klein stuff, to be honest. What's your argument that it is an illegitimate use of Ethan Klein's time to sue these people? Because you admit they are stealing content. You will cede to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that they infringe on his property.
So what makes it illegitimate for him to go after him?
So because I don't think that his purpose in bringing the lawsuit is a legitimate purpose with respect to the cause of action, I'm going to hold a presumption against him. I don't think that there's a single legitimate purpose, and I'll explain. I think legitimate purposes with respect to, this is my own ethical view. I'm not saying this is a legal standard. I'm just telling you ethically. Under the copyright statute would be things like the following: preventing infringement, if you cared about preventing infringement, using the lawsuit to protect the artistic integrity of your work, trying to deter future infringement, recovering damages.
That, though?
No, I don't think it.
Really?
No, because I don't think that he cares about infringement in this case. I think that if I thought he cared about the infringement in this case and he cared to do a more blanket deterrence, I would say that it is. My presumption is that it is ethically justified. But because I don't think he's already disclaimed damages as a reason for why he's doing it, he says it's not about money. He wanted the infringement to happen because he set a trap in January. He wanted this infringement to occur. He is open about this, and therefore I don't think that there's any of the legitimate purposes under the statute. Given that, I'm going to apply a presumption against the lawsuits being ethically justified, notwithstanding their legal strength. And because I don't see an overridingly good social purpose in the lawsuit, I'm going to presume that it's ethically wrong.
Yeah. So Wick, what happened was Ethan, he made the video, the content nuke. I think it, and I read before he did it, he registered it with I think it's the Library of Congress, or
I remember the details. Yeah.
Yeah. And then after he did that and he premiered it, when he announced it, Denham's, Casey Tron, and Frogan all conspired with various snark communities to
That's not
basically
proven. Wait, stop. I'm gonna correct you. Where's the evidence they conspired?
Anyway, they conspired.
So wait. So I just want to be clear. Wait. Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence they conspired? Yes or no? Do you have evidence they conspired? Yes or no?
I don't have evidence offhand that they conspired.
So how do you know they conspired?
Well, that's just my ethical opinion.
Oh, so you're a troll.
Ethical opinion about the lawsuit. Anyway.
Well, hang on.
So
No. That's a statement of fact. That's a statement of fact. That's a statement of fact. You said they conspired and you have no proof, and you admit you have no proof.
Yeah, kind of like how you have no proof that the lawsuit is unjustified.
What do you mean?
Your subjective opinion.
Well, that's what an ethical take is.
Yeah, your subjective opinion. So
Yeah,
anyway, the lawsuit is based, and you know it's based.
Okay, I mean that's your opinion too, right? So how do you prove that it's based?
No, I know it's based.
It's just your opinion, bro. It's just your opinion, bro.
Because Frogan, Casey-Tron, and Denhams.
Sound like an idiot.
Knowingly stole his IP. They knew they were stealing his IP, and now they're facing the consequences of stealing his IP.
You're just stating what happened with respect to the strength of the legal claim, which I grant.
Protect their IP.
Yeah, and you think it's a good thing that people sue to get slaves back into bondage. You said that. That's good.
Yeah, because people have property rights. We can't just abrogate those rights.
He's a troll. All right.
Wait, hang on. Sorry, you think it's okay to abrogate rights just because you personally think it's okay?
If there's slave rights, yes, I do. Wait. If there's slave rights, yes. Yes? Do you agree or not?
Okay.
What?
So you think that we should maintain slavery and we shouldn't have gotten rid of people's property rights?
No, I think we should. I think what we should have done is what we should have done. Well, I'm answering your question. What are you uh-ohing?
Well, I think that you realize.
I'm curious what you answered.
You asked me what we should have done. I think we should have done what Great Britain did and bought the slaves and then set them free and then outlawed slavery.
Wouldn't that be socialism because we're buying private property?
Yeah. What if they chose not to alienate their slaves? They thought it was
alienate their slaves.
Yeah.
What do you mean alienate? What do you mean alienate?
So alienation is a notion that like if you think of an inalienable right, it's one where you can't give it away, right? So they don't choose to give up their right or entitlement to own the slaves.
I don't think there are inalienable rights.
Okay, then they choose not to sell their slaves back to the government.
Okay. Then slavery is legal and they're holding slaves illegally.
Okay. Do you I'm gonna give you one more thing, Magatard, and then we're gonna move on. What do you got? One more thing quickly.
Well, I mean, thank you for admitting that Ethan's lawsuit is based in awesome.
Is this? We have a guy who comes in the chat sometimes, I think, called Magatard. I can't remember if that's his name or not. We have Maga Destroyer, and then Maga. I think his name's Magatard. I think that's it.
I'm glad this societal good of upholding property rights is being upheld by Ethan Klein. And yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Okay, let's get to some of these super chats. I got a couple questions from the audience for you. Then we'll start bringing more people in. $5 from Jen Wink. Is a lawsuit more or less ethical than maliciously stealing IP?
It depends. Sometimes it's more.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like that's a dumb question.
Sometimes it's less.
Sure. £5 from Riz with the fuck. Say, how come Pisco focused on the purity of Ethan's motivations with the case, but not Denham's and Frogan's motivations in stealing his content?
So we're analyzing.
That he can think both are immoral. It doesn't matter.
The sort of justification of one action. It does take into account potentially the motivations of other people. It's just not dispositive. And we're not talking about purity of motivation here. I would accept the presence of improper motives with respect to the lawsuit. I think a lot of lawsuits are justified by or have present improper motives.
One is going to be worse, though. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if one is worse. If you think one is bad, because he can condemn the other one and still, because like I don't know anybody who's saying it's okay to steal copyright IP and like that's fine. I don't know anybody who's saying that thing. But there are tons of people who like are fully on Ethan's side, saying that like he's completely justified. I'm not saying he's not, but I do understand Pisco's position. Like I do think he has an argument here because I've talked about this before. Like I gave the example that if somebody breaks their arm in your yard, right? and like it's your next door neighbor, it's your best friend, you guys are best friends, you've been best friends forever, and you're hanging out, and your son is riding down a hill, and as he's riding down the hill, he's going too fast, and he goes off the road, and he hits your planter with all of your like flowers and trees and stuff, and goes flying off his bike and breaks his arm. In the United States, it's fairly easy to sue somebody for something like that. Like you could say, like, lots of kids live in this neighborhood. You're putting a planter here with branches that could make this a hazard for them if they broke their arms. Or sorry, if they drove into it. And this isn't like a rare thing in the United States either. Like this is something that people do get sued for often enough. So the idea that you would actually sue your friend, though, seems kind of fucking insane. Like, most people would think that that's like a horrible thing to do, to just turn around and sue your friend over something like that, when, like, if you have insurance, you know, you're able to afford it, it's not a huge hassle for you, then yeah, it's really fucked up for you to turn around and sue your friend. But let's say instead your next door neighbor is Mexican, and you think he should get out of the fucking country. He's a citizen, he was born in the United States, but you don't give a fuck. You think that he should get the fuck out of the United States. And so when your son breaks his arm in his yard, now you want to sue him. You were looking for a way to sue this motherfucker. You cannot wait to sue this guy because you want to make him lose everything. You want him to lose his house. You want him to go back to fucking Mexico. That, I would say, is an unethical lawsuit. I don't care if you're justified in suing him. You can sue him and be justified. That's still an unethical lawsuit. You did something really fucked up. And even if we say he is an illegal immigrant and you want to sue him just because you think he's an illegal immigrant and you don't want him there, like if somebody came around and was like, well, which one's worse, being an illegal immigrant for 5 years or suing somebody for 6 months? Like, which one's worse? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they can both be wrong. It can be wrong to be in the country illegally, and it can be wrong to sue somebody unnecessarily, like, or sue somebody out of malice. Like that, both of these things can be true. Both of these things, can be wrong at the same time. And so, in the scenario where I review Ethan's entire video as well, and he doesn't sue me, well, we're fucking neighbors. We're cool. He's not gonna sue me. I'm allowed to watch his shit. But these other people, he just doesn't like them. He just doesn't like them, and he thinks they should get the fuck out of America. And so he's gonna sue them just for being pieces of shit, right? I think that's okay. Me personally, I think that's okay. I think especially when the other people are malicious in tons of other ways. So I don't care so much about the copyright thing. I look at all of the other malicious things that they've done to him, and I say, this is some get back. This is some get back. And I've talked about doing this myself as well, where other people were continually harassing me, lying about me, doxing me, like putting all sorts of like my personal shit out there, finding like my old partners, my old girlfriends and shit, and bringing them on their shows to talk about me. There was all sorts of fucking shit going on for a while that was insanely fucked up. And when all of a sudden they started stealing entire fucking like 2 to 3 hour debates from my VODs and just uploading it to their channels, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm suing these motherfuckers. Not because and a bunch of people kept saying, wait, there's other channels that steal your VODs all the time. Like, you've never given a fuck. You've literally watched guys asleep watching your stream live for 8 hours. They watched your whole stream for 8 hours and went to sleep and just watched you sit there. And all of their viewers were just watching you for that 8 hours, and they were asleep the entire time. You didn't give a fuck about that? Yeah, because I like them. I don't give a fuck. This other guy, I don't like him. Fuck him. I'm not suing him because because he broke copyright. He did break copyright. He's just giving me the ability to sue him because he did this. I'm suing him because he's a fucking piece of shit. And so, yeah, that's like, I don't know. To me, that's enough. That's all I need. I don't need any of the other shit. Fuck all the other shit. I say, you're malicious to me. I'm malicious to you. I am happy to play eye for an eye. I'm happy to fuck you up. And if you're using your channel to harass me, if I can copyright you and get strikes on your channel and get your fucking channel taken away as you've used it as a vehicle to fuck up my career, oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. I will do that shit. No doubt. So where Pisco says, oh, well, this is immoral because he's doing it for malicious reasons, I believe Ethan is doing it for malicious reasons. I believe he's being petty. I think he's just trying to fuck with them because they fucked with him. But I also think they did fuck with him. And so I'm okay with it. Like, I'm perfectly all right with that.
But I noticed a lack of any proper.
I agree on the get back part. I just think it doesn't matter to the courts. We're not talking about the courts, Wasted. We're talking about ethical lawsuits. My whole explanation is that he's saying just because something is illegal doesn't mean I think it's lawful. He's saying that because Ethan is going after them for a different reason than the law, he's just using the law to go after them. He thinks this is unethical. And I'm saying, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I think it's fine.
Purpose. And that.
But that is a subjective thing. I'll admit it's very subjective. And that, like, depending on how you feel about any specific instance, you can look at it and be like, oh, I do think it's, immoral. I don't think it's immoral. I think this is fine. I don't think it's fine. Like, you can have different feelings about different things. And I understand that it's very subjective, but that is like my personal opinion is in this case, he is justified. I'm sure there's tons of other cases that you could show me that I'd look at it and be like, oh no, that's fucked up. They can't sue them for that. That's so fucked up. Like, no way. I'm sure those exist in droves.
Is why I take a burden against the lawsuits. If I thought there was a proper purpose to bring the lawsuits, I would take a presumption in favor of the lawsuits, but I don't detect that, and therefore that's my frame of reference. And notice, by the way, folks, no one else tries to provide a framework for when they're going to consider ex ante a lawsuit justified and when they will consider it not justified.
Look at this, dude. I got a fucking Osprey and Torrente blueprints today. I like literally the only gun blueprint I have ever gotten before is the Venator and the Anvil. That's it. And I just got the Anvil yesterday. And then I got the Mantis gave me the Venator because she finds blueprints like no other. But yeah, I just got this today. The Torrente. This is my favorite gun. The best gun in the motherfucking game.
All of them try to have this morass of different factors, ad hoc factors, that they'll use to try to distinguish different cases as it suits them. But no one actually does the work as I did to show right? To predict in advance when they'll justify. It's not just on lawsuits. It's also on things like doxing, right?
This is super easy.
People will not.
If they're my friends, it's okay. If they're not, it's not.
Right. If that's your standard. So we just want
I'm memeing, by the way,
people.
But, yeah.
I know. We just want.
No, I do agree with that to an extent. I think that, so legally, I think it's okay that people are very subjective when it comes to who they do and don't sue. I think it's fine. Like, legally, yeah, you can pick and choose. Like, whatever. Morally, obviously, there's going to be a different implication. But for the most part, I do, like, just lean in the subjectivity of it. Like, yeah, if you want to sue them, they actually did the thing, then it doesn't matter. But maybe I just don't care about the ethics either then, but I think it's a distraction. So again, I gave you the example. The kid breaks his arm in the neighbor's yard. He hates him because he thinks he's an illegal immigrant and wants him to go back to Mexico. So he sues him, even though the kid has insurance. They have no problems paying for it. There wasn't really anything like, he doesn't really think it was malicious or horrible or anything, but he thinks he can sue this guy and get like a lot of money out of him and possibly even take away his home or something like that because he doesn't like Mexicans. That one, you don't think that's unethical? You don't think that's wrong? Like when you say like you don't care about the ethical consideration, I think that this is like a really good example to explain to people that there's obviously ethical implications with lawsuits, not just legal ones.
People to have ex ante standards that they don't just adjust and change at their whim and discretion whenever new facts present themselves. So come up with a standard.
Okay, give me just 2 seconds. I need to find this. I can't find. I need to find where the hell this room is. Because I have no idea where the fuck it is, and I have 2 keys
What's up,
for it.
I'm Troubleshoot. In this quick guide, I'll be showing you these two. Well, there are multiple here. There are videos throughout the entire map. Onto this floor here, you're in the right place. Make your way to the cultural archives. Now, recently they did add a night mode to Stealth Monsters, and I highly recommend coming at night as it's going to greatly increase your chances for good loot. But just to keep things nice and clear for the video, I'll be going during the day. The best place to spawn is the seed vaults, where you can just turn around here, and there's some pipes that lead you up again right here. As this game has just started, there shouldn't be anyone else at least too close by, so we can make our way up here pretty safely. It is labeled as the storage room. Heading straight there, doesn't even seem like the shredders have spawned in. That's pretty good. Heading all the way to the end here, where we marked, you can see there's a locked door. All we need to do is just access, bang, there we go, open the door, and close the door behind us. Now, to start off inside this room, you're not going to find the usual loot that you'd expect. There is a grenade case straight in front of you here, but besides this, I don't think there's too many things that can spawn in. Maybe a weapon case or something like that somewhere on these desks. It's mostly just drawers and searchable computers, like this drawer, computer, and that, a drawer right here. And of course, any other configuration of these, there's a couple more that can spawn.
Wait, but it's a fucking pink key. What the fuck? Okay. Weird. Alright. But
here, states is all the way to the ending straight there. Doesn't even seem like the shredders have spawned in. That's pretty good. Heading all the way to the end here, where we marked, you can see there's a locked door.
yeah, see, that's the whole issue, is that there's shredders.
Standard, and let's apply it. But I'm the only one actually out on a limb giving a standard, or you sound like an idiot like the last caller who says, well, as long as it's illegal, or as long as it's legal to bring a case, it's justified to bring that case, which is, of course, ridiculous.
Okay, $20 from Zonia TV. To Pisco, if Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron were much larger streamers, would you find Ethan?
What's the name?
To Pisco.
Which is, of course, ridiculous.
Okay, $20 from Zonia TV.
Zonia TV? Is that the person's name? Zonia TV?
To Pisco.
Case, which is, of course, ridiculous.
Yes, that is the name, huh? Interesting. Interesting name. Interesting name. Just find that to be a interesting name.
Okay, $20 from Zonia TV. To Pisco, if Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron were much larger streamers, would you find Ethan's lawsuit more ethically justified? If so, do you think his lawsuit is more out of spite than out of justice or remuneration? Remuneration? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a point at which the size would affect it. I think the larger and larger they are, perhaps more of this like harassment rationale or of the effects on infringement might make more purchase with me, but it's really at the margins. I think you have a high burden here to show the presence of a proper purpose or some sort of pervasive negative social consequence that's going to be prevented by this lawsuit. And I think people have failed on that score. I've even asked, like, what's the horrible thing that Casey Tron did to Ethan?
What? Okay, that's stupid. He's still running with this fucking, like, Ethan is saving the streaming industry. He's saving okay, we only have 23 minutes. Fuck. He's saving the what do you call it? Like the React community, and he keeps saying that like Ethan claimed to be saving the React community. I don't think Ethan ever claimed this. I don't think Ethan ever like implied that he was doing that. I don't think Ethan ever like made it seem as though that was a thing he was trying to do. And I had this debate with Pisco, so if you guys didn't see it, check out the debate. It's on my channel. But yeah, I think it's called like Tom settles the Ethan Klein H3 lawsuit debate once and for all or something like that. But it's just I think it's I don't know why he does this, but there's no reason to think that Ethan was ever saying that he was that he was trying to save everybody. Like, it's just a weird interpretation of what Ethan said. He did. There is a reason. Okay, I'll admit there's a reason to think that. I just think it's ridiculous. I think it's a dumb thing to think. I don't hear that when I listen to what Ethan says.
And no one can really even explain it.
Okay. Pondering politics, $10. Okay. My Pisco versus the world question. You would agree, wouldn't you, that Star Wars Episode 7 is worse than Episode 9? Yes or no?
I think that Star Wars Episode 7 is better than Episode 9. No, I don't agree.
Okay. $5 from Alishness. Do you think that you approach most debates like a lawyer, and most people aren't lawyers? They think you're being pedantic and combative unnecessarily?
No, I think that it's like wrong to say that I approach things like a lawyer or like how one would do it professionally. In fact, I think a lot of the quote unquote tactics that I use aren't like indicative of what strong lawyers would do. It's a different kind of thing, right? Like, I often think that the theatrics that I will do, or the yes or no, that's just because I'm more in the kind of linearization mode. And I don't always think that that's most effective for lawyers to do. Sometimes it's better for lawyers to...
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people say like, oh, it's because he's a lawyer. It's because he's a lawyer. I every time people say this, I'm like, I totally disagree with you. I think it's because he's a debate bro. I don't think it's because he's a lawyer. Like, don't give him that fucking out. Like, it's because he's a debate bro. Like, he's what the fuck? How the fuck? How the fuck? Where the fuck did you come from? Bro, I'm about to like run out of all of my health shit. I just got here.
Focus on the big picture, to have simple stories as opposed to getting stuck in the granular details. And so I think that there's this like almost, what's the right word here? Stereotype that the kind of question and answer that I do is what lawyers would do. But I don't actually know that that's what I'm doing and what effective lawyers do when they're practicing law. I think they're different things.
Okay. $5 from Riz, what the fuck, to say, yesterday, folks said the standard was whether the shooter felt threatened, regardless of whether they were actually in danger. Were they correct?
Yes and no. So the mere existence of danger is, or not, isn't the analysis. So they're correct on that score. That it has to do with feelings, but not just subjective feelings. Feelings for what an objectively reasonable officer would have in that position. So it's both a subjective, but crucially, an objective reasonability test. So yes, it is feelings dependent, but it's not mere subjective feelings. It's the feelings that an objectively reasonable officer would have in that position.
Okay, we're almost done with the first batch. We can get back to live, people. $5 from Eddie Bombay to say a lot of people who have worked around forklifts have been in more danger than that ICE agent. Not a question, but thank you. And then finally, $2 from Psychor Games. Pisco, can you summarize your positions? I just joined. No, he already did it, and you'll figure out. If you want to challenge him, you can come in and do so. Let's bring in the next goober here, okay? What's up?
Yo,
Live.
Gibbs.
How you doing? You're doing all right today?
Oh, speaking of, I want to, I don't know why I said speaking of. Want to remind everybody, I talked about this at the beginning of stream. I am doing panels again. We've got a panel scheduled for this Friday. We've got a bunch of people coming on. I've talked about the fact that I'm doing these panels for a while and that I'm prepping for it. I fucking hate these things so much, dude. I fucking hate these things so much, dude. Holy shit. Oh, this is it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness, dude. I don't want to spend my whole time fucking with you. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice. Exactly what I fucking needed. Holy shit. Oh, crap. Somebody else knows I'm in here. Okay. Yeah, you can come in. I'm like mostly just getting like resources and shit, so you can have like everything once I'm done in here. I just can you shut the door? Okay. I just used my key to get in here, but it's actually kind of shit. Like, I thought there was going to be, like, guns and shit in here, and it's all fucking, like, diamond stuff. Like, snow globes and crap.
Okay, he's looking good.
What up, brother? How you doing? Let's see your outfit.
It's not as good as usual.
Camera's being weird.
But,
Usually it's good. Oh, nice. What up, man?
Yeah, we got some wild shit. I got a date later. We got to do some wild stuff.
Hell yeah.
What are we talking about today? Let's see. You don't think I heard that you thought this was a murder earlier? Why is it a murder, Pisco? I'm sure you've already gone into this at least once.
Yeah, I think that it's a killing with malice of
Oh wait, did you need more medical stuff?
The definition of murder.
Okay, I said this the other night on when we were on the Destiny thing, and I was like, basically, I said, okay, if you're breaking into the Capitol building, you should probably have been shot, right? Would you agree with that?
No.
No. Really?
Okay, cool. He didn't kill me. That was Oh, a gun bag. Holy shit. Okay. It was literally the 2 guns that I found in here are the 2 guns that I came in with, so not too great, but not horrible. Not horrible. We had a pretty good run. This is some good shit. I'm definitely happy with what I got. I would like it to be better. I feel like for a pink key, it is a bit depressing that this is all that's in here, but you know, whatever. It's still pretty good shit nonetheless, so. When does Mantis come on? She was dropping N-bombs on stream. Hilarious. When the fuck did she, where did she drop an N-bomb? Mantis will be on in literally just a minute. I'm gonna finish this shit up and then we're gonna play teams.
Why not?
I don't think that it was smart strategically to shoot all of those people in that context. I think it might have made things more unsafe, and I am not convinced that
not strategically.
It would be justified.
Do you think that, okay, but do you believe it's okay if someone breaks into a home and then you shoot them?
Depends on the context, but in general, burglaries I do think would, in most cases, be sufficient to use deadly force. Yes, and in the case of
like a business.
In the business context, it's more fact dependent. It really does. It is more fact dependent. Because there isn't a necessary nexus in a business with a imminent fear or threat of serious bodily injury or death, I don't think that mere property destruction is sufficient for a deadly force. And so it depends for the business context.
Interesting. Well, like that's well, then we're just gonna be polar opposites on that one. I don't really see why we're going. I don't feel we
Well, just because something would be justified, just because it would be legally justified to shoot, doesn't mean that I think that it's ethically justified. And so when you ask the question, was it justified, and you didn't say legally justified, I thought that what you were asking is like whether it was good. It would have been good to shoot all of them.
No, yeah, no, that's fine. I get your more. I got a different one we can fight about here. I think that'll be more fun. What about the Ilhan Omar? Should we prosecute Ilhan Omar now that there's whistleblowers coming out saying that
Ilhan Omar?
Yeah, that she funneled money to her husband's funds.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. I thought you were referencing this conspiracy theory that she married her brother, which to me has never been corroborated.
I don't give 2 fucks about that. I'm talking about my money, bro. That's what I care about, my money. Like,
what's the accusation?
The accusation is she funneled money from her campaign into her husband's business, which would be a breaking of campaign finance laws.
Yeah, I would need to see the facts there, but if she's violating campaign finance laws, I'd have no problem prosecuting her or filing a lawsuit, depending on which is applicable given the state of mind.
Okay. Do you think there's fraud in all of this in Minnesota, or do you think it's just a witch hunt?
Well, there's absolutely fraud in Minnesota. Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Well, shit. I thought I had more to argue with you about today, but I don't know.
Wait a second. Is anyone contesting A, that there isn't Minnesota fraud, or B, that if Ilhan Omar did fraud or did campaign finance violations, she shouldn't be prosecuted? Like, who is arguing that?
I have had many arguments already in the last 2 weeks about if there was even fraud, if fraud exists at all in Minnesota, or if it's just a racist witch hunt against Somalis. Now, I'll tell you what, guys, conservatives, y'all watching, stop fucking using the IQ argument. You make us look bad. That's not the argument you need to be using. I'll give 2 fucks about this. Sorry, that was a little soapbox.
Yeah, the contention isn't that there's not fraud. It's that A, the reporting on it has been itself fraudulent and lies, and B, that the kind of narratives are damaging, not true, or outright slanderous at times.
Okay, so, but this is, I guess, the problem is, it's like, if you say, oh, it's Somali fraud, and they're committing a larger amount of fraud than other specific groups, like, I don't know, Mexican fraud, right? Like, that's not necessarily racist. It's like to say that, but immediately it's pushed as is racist. Like Nick Shirley, okay? His reporting
some of it is racist.
Like the Pulitzer. Well, how so? Like, yeah, I agree. Some of it is racist. Whenever we have conservatives come on here and yell about the IQ shit, I think that comes off very racist, right? Like that. I agree with you, Pisco. But if I go, the Somalis are committing fraud in droves, and they have a history of fraud, and not fraud of crime, going back to the Barbary pirates. I don't think it's racist to say that.
They have a history of fraud going back to the Barbary pirates.
Like not crime. You like piracy. That's a crime, right? We agree piracy is a crime.
Yeah, and Italians have a history of crime going back.
Sure.
To
Italians also have a history of crime. Coast of Nostra.
And white people have a history of crime going back centuries.
I agree. I agree.
So I think the feeling is that sometimes people will fixate on a given group, given their sort of.
Yeah, but one of them has special status. We're not giving Italians protected status.
What are we? Yeah, but that's different, right? Like the temporary protected status.
That's the difference.
Well, the point was that there was protected status. It was called being white. And once Italians were considered white, they had that protected status. They had that special status. So that's...
Yeah, but we don't need to give temporary protected status to people from Italy, because Italy is not a country that's engulfed in humanitarian and warlike conditions, bad humanitarian conditions, or famine and shit like that. So temporary protected status for different countries doesn't relate to their tendency to do crime.
Yeah, but if you're giving temporary status to a group and then they're committing fraud on one of the most massive industrial scales of all time, wouldn't you agree that maybe we should take a look into keeping giving them that status?
Have you heard of painting too broad with a brush? And maybe just because some members of the Somali community did fraud, maybe we shouldn't treat all of them as though they're fraudsters.
Okay, sure, maybe. But if your community is also at the same time one of the largest per capita recipients of your welfare and tax dollars, so it's a net negative on their taxes, and you're committing fraud on a massive scale, I mean, that's a double whammy, is it not?
I guess I don't understand the question.
So,
how are those things related?
I'm Hispanic, right? If every Mexican was receiving welfare, that would be a negative drain. If we're all Mexican Americans were a negative drain on the U.S. economy, that group of people was committing basically not tax fraud at that point, but they're just a tax burden.
Yeah, but I'm not convinced that Somalis are a negative weight on the economy.
We have the stats.
What you're citing right now is their
80% of them get welfare.
You're right now citing their.
Okay, just to be clear, she did not call them the N-word. She used the N-word with a soft A. She did not call them the N-word, but she did say the N-word with a soft A, and then said, "Well, she's like, I thought he wasn't black. I thought he was Brazilian or something like that." I was, no, he's from New Jersey, like in New York. But I don't know if this is this person's like first day on the internet or something, but there's lots of videos you can watch if you're looking for white people to say the N-word. They're all over the place. It's the internet. Kind of like the thing that happens here. Or Xbox Live. Like we've literally had a couple of guys just today, white dudes on the game saying the N-word, so you're a little late, but we can replay it if you need.
Fiscal impact, but that's not the impact on the economy. That's impact on the fisc of the government.
Yeah, I pay for that. Don't you pay for that? You're a lawyer. You pay for that.
Yeah, but I mean, yes, that's true. But the idea is we've implemented temporary protected status for a reason. It's for humanitarian purposes.
So they got a status, and we're paying taxes, and it's all going to them, right? And so then they have the status, and then now that same group of people,
they're also
already
paying
a negative,
taxes
like, on the fisc.
They're also paying taxes.
If you are paying, okay, how? If you're getting welfare, you're probably getting a tax return, right?
Well, not every Somali is paying welfare, and it's a thing called sales tax.
I heard the ones running daycares are getting bank, actually.
But, I mean, the real reason I'm mad is because I know that if I committed this crime, I would get caught in
fucking
2 weeks. That's the real
the thing is, these people did get caught, and they're being prosecuted, and they were prosecuted under Biden.
So yeah, I didn't do too bad on that one. I got an El Toro, a Renegade 2, and an Anvil. I went in with an El Toro and an Anvil, but yeah, coming out with another one, and then I got like $20,000 in diamond stuff, so it wasn't too bad. Like I expected to find like a Bettina or a fucking, like an excellent, like, legendary blueprint or some shit, but I'm on the internet all the time and never feel the need to drop it. But I also recognize history and power dynamics. Well, it's not what we're not talking about, whether or not people feel the need. That's a drastically different conversation. We're just talking about the fact that, yeah, if this little kid gets such a boner off hearing people say the N-word, it's pretty easy to find.
What? And then we have the attorney general on file saying don't press these cases too hard from Minnesota.
Says who? Wait, which attorney general? Keith Ellison?
One of them, the one that's in trouble now. They're opening the thing. I'll find it for us in a bit.
No, but the Department of Justice, the federal attorney general under Biden, he implemented wide sweeping investigations, and like a lot of these cases were tried and prosecuted under the Biden Department of Justice. So it sounds like they were caught, and the fact that we're talking about it shows they were caught.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like it because it seems like we're going in there and we're finding millions and millions and millions of dollars of new fraud all the time.
Oh, we are. No, we found a bunch, and I'm not saying that we got all of it in Biden's term. The investigations continued, but we are charging it and we're enforcing the law against them.
I just don't know how you could say that. Like, it just doesn't seem like under Biden there was really
don't you agree?
Hammer. It was all no.
In
I don't
virtue of what? Wait. In virtue of what? Was there not any action on it by the Biden administration? That's where the cases started. A lot of them they secured convictions in Biden's administration. Why would they just be letting it go when they're the ones making press releases on it and there's news stories on it during Biden's administration?
Maybe just like, to me, whenever you say this, right, it's a little hard for me to believe that, the Biden administration, which is also the Kamala administration, was really diving into this that hard. Whenever,
in virtue of what? Why is that hard to believe?
I will tell you why it's hard to believe. Because Walz clearly had to know, and he got put in there as the VP candidate. This would be like, we have some of the biggest fraud of all time in our state.
Wait, but did Walz ever fight back against any of these? I thought Minnesota charges. Fraud. Minnesota faces major fraud investigations, primarily involving Somalia. While the main focus of Somalian fraud in Minnesota, particularly involving daycare and food programs like Feeding Our Future, exploded in late 2025 and 2026 following viral videos of federal investigations, the underlying schemes and initial federal charges and other related programs like autism care started emerging earlier, with federal charges being filed against Somalian individuals in late 2025 and 2026 for fraud schemes that ran for years. Wait, what? That's wrong. It said 2025 and 2026 again. It meant 2017 and 2018. That's just completely incorrect. Because it said, while this exploded recently in 2025 and 2026, it actually started in 2025 and 2026 with federal charges. Like, come on, bro. Said the same thing. Click the link and see the source. I mean, it's, oh, there it is. Okay. Sometimes dating back to 2018 or before. The large-scale, widely publicized cases involving Feeding Our Future. Okay. Did the state of Minnesota charge any of the Somalian fraud cases? Yeah, this isn't, this is something that like I've had to keep making clear to my audience. It's like the idea that there is no fraud is bullshit. Like there's fraud. There is fraud. Like we've known there's fraud. That we've known that, and I'm gonna be a little stereotypical. It is common for Somalians to commit fraud. Like it just is a very common thing. Somalians in America commit a lot of fraud. And so the idea that there's no fraud from Somalians, that this doesn't exist, is bullshit. The problem with the Nick video is, one, he didn't show any fraud. Two, he just went and saw that there's a bunch of charges and investigations and shit, and then just went to drum that up by like pulling on doors and acting like he was being denied because of fraud, and that he was able to show the fraud, you know, in real time, which is, none of that was true. He didn't show any fraud. He didn't investigate any fraud. He didn't report any fraud. He did, like, nothing he did had anything to do with fraud, outside of the fact that he could just go to articles and charges and investigations, indictments, and see that there was fraud, that the Somalians had committed a bunch of fraud. Like, that was just, that was enough. Tom tries not to say the N-word. I mean, I know that that's what you're here for. I'll say it for you real quick if that'll make you feel better. The state has the state of Minnesota has charged and convicted individuals in Somali-related fraud cases, though most massive schemes have been prosecuted by federal authorities. The state has directly pursued several cases, particularly involving child care assistance programs. Can you provide any credible sources showing that Somali Americans commit a significant amount of fraud or crime in the U.S.? I don't know that it's necessarily Somali Americans. I know that a lot of the phone schemes, internet schemes, like data hacking, shit like that. A lot of that is credit card fraud. A lot of that comes from Somalia. I don't know if Somalian Americans do as well, though. Let me see. So I would be surprised if there was even like data on this. In 2026, the question of whether Somali Americans commit a disproportionate amount of fraud is subject of intense national debate, fueled by massive ongoing federal investigations in Minnesota into state-run programs, while Somali community members and activists emphasize that bad actors are a small minority. Yeah, of course, it's always going to be a small minority. Even when we're talking about like black people, you know, the 1350 memes that, like, you know, 13% of the 13% of Americans commit 50% of the murders, right? Lots of people say the crimes, it's not crimes, it's murders. Then they'll also say violent crimes, it's not violent crimes, it's murders. It's about 30%, still disproportionate for crimes and violent crimes, but yes, that is only like 2 to 3% of those murders are committed by are committing like 60%, sorry, 2 to 3% of those people are committing like 60 to 70% of those murders. So it's a very, very small minority of black people that are just committing a lot of murders. So while they may commit a disproportionate amount of murders, it's a very small group of people that are doing it. And it's going to be the same with fraud, is even though they're saying it's just bad actors and a small percentage of Somalians that are doing this. I don't think most Somalians are committing fraud. That's not true at all. Most Somalians are not committing fraud, and the majority of Somalians are not committing fraud. But it is, my understanding is that it is like a disproportionate amount. Now then, Tom would have to read more. Have you seen him read? Do you want to come on and read for me? Case demographics in the largest pandemic-related fraud case in the U.S. Feeding our future, approximately 82 to 85 out of 92 to 98 defendants are Somali Americans. As of late 2025, 61 people had been convicted, most of whom are Somali descendants. Scale of theft. Federal prosecutors have estimated that fraud in Minnesota social service programs, including food, housing, and autism services, could total between $1 billion and $9 billion since 2018. They describe this as industrial-scale fraud perpetrated by organized groups within the diaspora. Community contacts, former investigations, and community leaders note that fraud has taken root in pockets of the diaspora. They point out that cultural factors such as tight-knit clan ties and communal reliance have been exploited by some providers to collude with or dupe recipients into fraudulent billing schemes. General crime rates, census, and incarceration data from 2023 to 2024 suggests that Somali-born immigrants generally have slightly lower incarceration rates, 1,170 per 100,000, than native-born Americans. Okay, so yeah, so they still have lower incarceration rates, so it's not as if they're committing a lot of crimes in general. Systemic failures. Critics and state officials argue that the issue is less about the community's culture and more about the systemic vulnerabilities in Minnesota's public programs, which lacked adequate oversight and were easily swamped by organized theft. Targeted investigations. Advocates argue that the focus of the Somali community is disproportionate due to the recent high-profile federal raids and political rhetoric, while larger-scale corporate or tax fraud in other sectors may not receive the same level of public or ethnic scrutiny. In 2026, international fraud, what is that? Indices? Is that a typo? Indices? Fraud indices and crime statistics do not list Somalia as a primary source of global credit card fraud. Instead, Somalia is currently at the center of massive high-profile program fraud investigation. Global credit card fraud context, India, Brazil, Pakistan, Mexico, United States. Okay, so yeah, they're not even in the top 5. The United States commits more than Somalia does. Well, I guess in terms of percentages, that's just going to be the case with 1350 talks about arrests, not convictions. Correct. And black people also have a higher rate of cases being overturned as well. So even if we go down the list of like convictions, they have a higher rate of being overturned. So, which means that they're unjustly being arrested at higher rates, unjustly being convicted at higher rates, and not only do they get arrested and convicted at higher rates, but the time that they get, the amount of time that they're convicted of, is higher as well. So, like, you have the same two people, one's white, one's black, they commit the same crime, same priors, same lawyers, same everything. The black person on average is going to get more time. So yeah, it's but that doesn't mean that they don't actually like commit more crime. Like, black people do commit more crime. It's just that there's reasons for this. And it's kind of frustrating. I had this conversation with somebody on a TikTok panel the other day where a black guy was trying to say, like, dude, that's been debunked. Black people don't commit crimes at a higher rate than the general population. And I was like, bro, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, when we're talking about like systemic racism and we're talking about the negative outcomes for the black community, we're talking about how this affects them, we're talking about like how this hurts like two-parent households and all this shit. How the fuck are we supposed to make this argument if you're standing on the other side saying that doesn't even exist? How the fuck are we supposed to stand here talking about the fact that they get convicted at higher rates and for longer periods and all this shit if you're standing on the other side saying no they don't? No, they don't. They don't get convicted. None of that happens. No, that's not true. That's been debunked. Like, what the fuck? It hasn't been debunked. It has not been debunked. Like, it is true that it's arrests, not convictions. But I do think that, like, even with convictions, it's still a high rate. It's just, there's reasons for this, which is the whole argument about systemic racism. If this isn't true, then we're just kind of fucked on the entire argument. Well, the claim that black people commit more crime is overly simplistic and can be misleading. Not really, like, depending on what you mean by that, because almost every crime statistic, they are disproportionate in almost every single one. Like and when I say disproportionate, I mean like somewhere from 30% and up of arrests. So it is. Yeah, it is seemingly correct, but arrests do not equal crime. Okay. We literally just finished going over that. You were here. I saw you in the chat while we went over that. We just went over that. You were here. I saw you in the chat the whole time. We just went over the fact that there are arrests, not convictions, but that we literally just covered that.
And either this guy's totally inept and he didn't know any of this was happening, and y'all put him as the VP, or he knew, which makes him in cahoots with him, like for this.
Wait.
And so, like, when you tell me Biden administration, and which is the Kamala administration, it's just like, oh yeah, they're prosecuting this. I got doubts, buddy. Like,
Gibbs, you know that doesn't make any sense, right? Because what you just said makes no sense. You're like, well, the fact they chose Walls to be VP shows they didn't do anything about Somali fraud.
Oh yeah, it shows corruption.
You understand that makes
like because it doesn't. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm just a little blown away that you just said that after I just went over the fact that, like, yes, they are still convicted at higher rates as well, even though they also have a higher rate of those convictions being overturned. That doesn't, like, it doesn't change the stats. The stats they're not high enough to change the stats. They're still, it's only going to be like a small fraction of the overall numbers that are being overturned. But again, that's like, if that they are still in convictions, in percentage of like prison population, percentage of jail inmates, like federal inmates, like they are still very disproportionately represented. We're talking about convictions, like the 1350 thing is not incorrect, while it is only arrests. When you look at population sizes and everything, it's still accurate. All people who get arrested are not convicted, but that's true for white people, black people, Asian people, Mexican people, like Latino people, Hispanic, whatever. But all of them are going to have, you know, some people getting arrested and not convicted. So it's, yeah, it doesn't change much. Plus the current percentage is actually, it's higher than 50% at this point. It's actually gone up over the last 5 years. So it's a good bit higher than 50% at this point. But again, like, arguing that that's not true just kind of like hurts the entire argument about systemic racism. Like saying like, oh no, that's not real. Like, what the fuck are we talking about, dude? Like, what are we doing here?
Makes no sense whatsoever. Just because they pick someone who's in a state where fraud happened and where the state itself was defrauded doesn't mean that they didn't do anything about.
But again, like, yeah, so as we said, Minnesota did charge some of these people according to the AI. I probably should have found the source for that. 2016, the state charged Abdirazak Ahmed Gari, I don't know how to read these names, and Ibrahim Awgab Osman with felony theft by swindle for overbilling at least $103,000. They pleaded guilty and were barred from the child care industry in 2018. Administrative actions, while many 2018 allegations of the $100 million in annual fraud were investigated by the Office of the Legislative Auditor, the state often used licensing sanctions and funding pauses rather than criminal charges for every incident. Why did it say that's a really weird way of saying it? That's almost contradictory. For them to say they often, it says the state often used licensing sanctions and funding pauses rather than criminal charges. Oh, okay, sorry, rather than criminal charges for every incident. Okay, that made sense. Never mind. My bad. So yeah. In late 2025, the Minnesota Department of Human Services shut down the Housing Stabilization Service program and paused new licenses for adult daycare centers due to suspected large-scale fraud. Yes, this is one of, oh my goodness, this is one of the things that we went over with that kid's video. Nick, whatever is it, Nick Shirley. That's one of the things that we went over, is the fact that they kept saying, look, you can even see here that some of them had their licenses paused. Some of them were put on probation. Some of them, they had, like, you know, some of them had violations for X, Y, and Z. And it's like, bro, that's the fucking oversight. You keep saying there's no oversight. You keep saying that they don't care about it, that they're not doing anything about it. That's it. That's the fucking oversight. You seeing that they have fraud, or that they have, you know, that they get in trouble for things. You can see that because they're doing audits, because there's oversight. So yeah, you know about this because the government in Minnesota is doing something about it. Like, so fucking stupid, dude.
Fraud.
Okay, you're right. That means they might not have done anything. Then it means my first thing that he
No,
was
no,
in
but
that.
they did. The
And
thing
then
is,
the Democratic Party is in
here's
that.
the evidence.
Somebody's throwing
Here's
that,
the
they couldn't
evidence.
figure it out.
Here's the evidence they did do something about it, right? They opened investigations, charged people, and convicted people during Biden's term in office. So that's pretty good evidence that they did investigate it, right? Otherwise, how could you explain the existence of these convictions, charges, and news stories that happened pre-Trump?
Well, I would just say that those people were the worst of the worst, are just really bad at it and got caught. And versus it was so bad, so easy to catch them that they had to.
You're just making it. You're just making that up. You have no reason to believe that.
I mean, that's what it seemed. I mean, like, yeah, you're right. I have no actual concrete proof of that. But based on the egregious amounts that we found in like a very minuscule amount of time since the Nick Shirley report came out, right? It seems like there's just been it's like the opening of the floodgates versus like
Gibbs, you're a mark, right? You are a mark. So that story was made for people like you who read headlines and watch shit and then react and draw wild conclusions based on no evidence. And so, yeah, I'm not surprised that it seems like that.
Like, how do you say there's no evidence when it's just like we have the Ilya Omar connection, we have Walls connection, we have the Minnesota attorney.
Okay, yeah, I meant to look into the other thing. Was Ilhan Omar? I did find some stuff saying that she did like commit some sort of fraud, I believe, but I didn't check up on it. So it said that there was like a new investigation into it, but if it was like a federal investigation, that doesn't mean anything. Like, the federal investigators have lost all credibility within our country, so it doesn't mean shit. In 2019, the Minnesota Campaign Finance Board, CFB, found that Ilhan Omar had committed campaign finance violations during her 2016 state house campaign and ordered her to repay thousands of dollars in improperly used funds and pay a fine. The board's findings included using campaign donations to pay for travel and hotel expenses for out-of-state events that were not justified as campaign expenditures, using campaign funds to pay for tax preparation services, which was deemed a personal benefit, filing joint tax returns with her then husband while receiving a housing allowance as a state legislator, raising separate ethics questions at the time, although not directly a campaign finance issue. Omar stated she would comply with the board's decision. More recently, individuals who donated to Omar's campaign have been implicated in the unrelated Feeding Our Future federal child nutrition program fraud scheme, considered one of the largest pandemic relief fraud cases in the U.S. Omar's office stated her campaign donated to contributions from those individuals to the charity and that she has no direct link to that specific fraud case. Omar's husband's business ventures have also faced separate civil lawsuits alleging financial impropriety, but no legal wrongdoing has been found by the FEC regarding campaign funds paid to his firm. Fraud claims, wine, money, Sharia, ethical storms around Ilhan Omar's husband. This is from the Jerusalem Post. So I don't know how great this is going to be. This is from January 1st, 2026. A fresh wave of legal challenges facing Tim Minette, the husband of U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar, Democrat from Minnesota, has brought renewed scrutiny to the couple. This attention focused not only on business ethics, but also on the apparent contradictions between Minette's commercial interest and the religious identity central to Omar's public persona. Minette, a political consultant turned venture capitalist, is currently the subject of a lawsuit alleging fraud and breach of contract in connection with, I don't know, Estgrew, California-based wine business in which he is a partner. The lawsuit filed in Washington, D.C. claims that Minette and his business partner Will Taylor defrauded investors name Maud. According to the court documents, Maud alleges he was persuaded to invest $300,000 based on a guarantee of a 200% return within 18 months, but the plaintiff's promises were never fulfilled. Although the principal investment was reportedly repaid after a delay, the lawsuit alleges that the promised profits were never paid. It accuses the partners of misrepresenting the company's financial health. Minette has denied the allegations, characterizing the matter as a contract dispute. Wait, did she marry a white dude? The wine business and Islamic law. Beyond the financial dispute, the wine business's existence has raised eyebrows among observers of Omar's career. A spokesperson for the Congresswoman stated that Omar and Minette married Islamically and legally in 2020. Traditional Sunni Islam, to which Omar belongs, religiously forbids a Muslim woman from marrying a non-Muslim man. The statement implied that Minette had either converted to Islam or that the couple had undertaken a religious ceremony satisfying Sharia requirements. However, the production, sale, and consumption of alcohol are strictly prohibited by Islamic law. It's haram. Minette's active role at a winery and the specific pursuit of profit from alcohol sales present a theological conflict with the faith Omar frequently cites as guiding moral compass in her legislative work. Okay, so this is just a hit piece from like a pro-Israel website that doesn't like that Ilhan Omar is not pro-Israel. Seems like not that any of this is untrue, just that I don't really give a fuck if she doesn't like align with what her religion wants her to do, right? I don't know. The Congresswoman has not publicly addressed this discrepancy. Her office has maintained a strict separation between her legislative duties and her husband's private ventures, stating she has no involvement in this business dealing. In his business dealings. This is not the first time Minette's finances have intersected with Omar's political life. During her 2020 re-election campaign, Minette's consulting firm, the E Street Group, received nearly $3 million from Omar's campaign funds. While the Federal Election Commission found no legal wrongdoing, the arrangement drew sharp bipartisan criticism and accusations of ethical impropriety. Minette is also facing legal pressure. Most of them probably can't point to Iran on a map, and you want them to know where the wine comes from. When you say most of them, when this is written by the Jerusalem Post, I'm pretty sure people from Israel can point to Iran on a map. Minette is also facing legal pressure on other fronts. His venture capital firm, Est Ventures, was recently sued by South Dakota cannabis companies for failing to fulfill fundraising commitments. Reports indicate the firm admitted to owing investors over $1 million. For Omar, a leading figure in the progressive squad known for moral absolutism on issues of justice, the silence regarding her husband's involvement in the alcohol industry and the allegations of defrauding investors stands out as a notable divergence from her usual vocal stance on accountability. Okay. Hello? Okay. I'm gonna hit play on the video and run to the restroom, and I'll be right back.
General go in here saying, "Don't prosecute these crimes because it's going to make us look racist." Like we have, like then he has to say, "Oh," then he has them on record. We have them on recording saying, "Oh yeah, some of this is going back to Democratic candidates." Like they knew this was a system, and they're just like, "Nah, it didn't happen." Like
I didn't say it didn't happen. I said that the Biden administration investigated and prosecuted it, contrary to the both statements and implications of these right-wing propagandists who seem to think that they did nothing about it.
Just one last question then.
One
do you
last
think
question,
that
because
if,
we do got a
yeah,
second. We love you, Gibbs.
so if do you trust? Yeah, no, that's fine. Do you trust, like, say, I don't know, who was the PMC that shot the people? Blackwater to investigate themselves for like crimes.
Do I trust them to investigate themselves for crimes? Yes.
Yeah.
Like sometimes yes, sometimes no. It depends. Sometimes
Well,
yes, sometimes
I was
no.
gonna say, if you would trust a company to investigate themselves, then I mean, I guess I understand why you'd trust Biden to investigate.
Yeah, yeah, but the thing
I
is,
don't
they
trust the
weren't.
company to
Wait.
investigate
But the thing is, they weren't investigating themselves. The DOJ was investigating.
Yeah, neither was the
Somali
Biden
fraudsters. Wait, no, but they weren't investigating themselves. They were investigating Somali fraudsters. So it's not
The ones
themselves.
that didn't give them enough money, that's must have been who they were investigating. They got it.
Again, but you're just
They
making
didn't
that
give
up,
them their
right?
kickbacks.
Okay, Gibbs. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Thanks,
I'll talk to you
Gibbs.
later.
That'll be good.
Yeah, have a good one.
Oh boy, gang.
But people are going to misunderstand what I'm saying with the Blackwater stuff. I'm just saying, just because a company initiates an investigation, an internal investigation, means that I'm not going to trust it. There are some internal investigations where you'll hire a reputable law firm to conduct it. And so all I'm saying is that the mere fact that an entity is outsourcing an investigation or doing an internal investigation, I should say, doesn't mean that I'm not going to trust it. That's all I'm saying.
No, that makes sense. Raving Wall, welcome to the show. What do you got?
Hello, I'm here to debate the ICE shooting.
Okay.
Okay, the first point is, if the first shot is justified, then the Jonathan Ross's other shots must be justified.
That's not true.
Legally, you have to analyze each individual shot, right?
Yep.
Well, according to this study from 2014, on average, an officer fires for 1.6 seconds after getting the order to stop. And in that time, they usually fire over 2 rounds, something like that. What do you think of that?
So, doesn't mean that per se it's justified, which is your claim.
Mantis.
Here I am.
Mantis. Let's go.
Did someone call for an N-word drop or what?
No, they did not. No. That did not
The
happen.
people want entertainment.
It's I think a juicy Smolier alt. He's always trying. He's always trying to play the victim. Yep. He's always trying to play the victim.
True.
Want to talk about fraud? Juicy Smolier.
A little bit of fake racism gets
Bruh.
nothing like fake racism to get Jussie going.
I found blueprints today.
Nice.
Yeah, I found blueprints today. I never find blueprints. But today, I found blueprints. I just kept going back to Stella Montes over and over and over and over and over. I say that. I did 5. The very first one I went in, a guy, while we were in the medical part, fucking shot me while I was looking into a container, and I had a Bettina blueprint on me and another blueprint. I forget what it was, but I had 2 blueprints on me, and I was like freaking out that this motherfucker was about to kill me. And I just found like a Torrente and other shit like in the drawers. And oh, that's right. So I had the Torrente blueprint. And so after somebody picked me up, because I started yelling, I was like, yo, kill this guy, he just downed me. And so 2 guys ran in and killed him. And then they're like, sorry, man, I don't have a defib though. And like a girl comes in, she's like, I have a defib. And I was like, yes, please. I have 2 in my pocket. I will give them back to you if you pick me up. She's like, okay, cool. So yeah, I didn't have the Torrente blueprint yet. So then after she picked me up, I ran out to the like courtyard part where the bastion is, and 2 guys were down like next to the bastion. Stupid fucking guys just kept jumping down and fighting it. Like I don't know what they were doing down there, but 2 guys were down there. So we all started throwing grenades at the bastion, blew up the bastion, and then I went down and picked up one of the guys. The other guy died by the time I got down there, but picked up the other guy with the one defib I had left because I gave the girl who picked me up one. I gave her hers back. And then went back upstairs, found the fucking Torrente blueprint, and immediately just started heading for the what do you call it? For the exit, for the extract. Yeah. And so that I just found the closest guy to me and I ran up to him. I already have the Bettina blueprint. So I just found the closest guy to me and I said, hey, you want a Bettina blueprint? And he's like, yes, yeah, sure. And so I was like, okay, here. And I dropped the Bettina blueprint and then just started running for the extract, thinking this guy will also run for the extract once I give this to him. And we'll both be able to protect each other and it'll be 2-on-1, like nobody will be able to kill us and we'll both get the fuck out of here. So I can get my Torrente blueprint back. So yeah, it worked. We both got to the exit. Nobody tried killing us, and that's the only time I've been shot at the whole night. It was just the first guy, first room. That was it. Everybody fucked him up, picked me up, and then I got a Torrente blueprint right after.
Solos are so much more peaceful. Like trios are just insane. I just did two runs with Corey and his friend.
Is Corey he's the other guy that you said is he has like really, really good shit?
Yeah, he's got a lot of good shit. So we just did 2 runs to get the matriarch cause. And so what we did is we like had a game plan where we went to the reinforced refuge or whatever it's called on Blue Gate and run into it, barricade up everything so no raiders can come in, set up a zip line inside so that we could go up to the top and like peek out the windows and like climb onto the roof if we needed to, and brought like a ton of shit, ton of grenades, ton of like just guns, really, like everything we had, and then just took down I think like 2 leapers, 2 bastions, and then I walked out with 5 matriarch cores.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Wait, you went and fought the matriarch?
Yeah, we didn't kill it. We just we aimed for the legs. And we
Sorry,
got
I missed the beginning of your statement. I started hearing when you said that you set up barricades.
Yeah, well, that's what we did. So we did all that after the barricades. We went into the room, and then it was where the matriarch was. So we're trying to get the legs off the matriarch. We just wanted all of those panels to fall off. So we're just trying to target the legs and get all the panels to fall off, and then she goes away and like has a little calm down, and we go and pick up the matriarch cores and run back into our little like barricaded off thing, and then there's leapers or hornets, there's like tons of other, and bastions or bombardiers that come over as well, and we just
sick, dude.
We went on the first run we got a bunch of stuff, but we didn't make it back to the extract on time, so we got exploded. But I had the cores in my safe pocket, so I still got the matriarch cores.
Nice. Let's fucking
and
go.
And then the second time was way quicker, way better. We got all the shit that we wanted. We got bastion cells, like everything, and then all of her matriarch cells, and then we ran to the hatch.
Sick.
And extracted. Yeah, it was really fun.
Shit. I have I kept going in with anvils and Il Toros every time I went to what the fuck did I just upgrade? Did I just upgrade something different? I hate it when it does this to me. What the fuck did I just upgrade? I kept going in with an anvil and an Il Toro, and I kept finding anvils and Il Toros. Like, almost every time I left with I left with 2 anvils and 2 Il Toros. But I also found tons of like mechanical components, simple gun parts, advanced mechanical components, like advanced electrical like all that, just all of the shit that you need for like guns and shit. I had so much of those every time I went in. What the fuck did I just upgrade? What did I just upgrade? I just upgraded the fucking Renegade, didn't I? I have to find out what the fuck I just
Gizmo, what are you doing?
Yeah, I also went to the archives, and it wasn't all that great. It is a big room, and it does have a lot of like drawers and stuff in it. It's just not.
But
it's just not like
Shrimpalaz, boys.
I would still rather do like the staff room on Dam or something like that. Okay, upgrade. Yep, I fucking upgraded the Renegade to a fucking Renegade 4.
I've only got 2 wolf packs left, but I did get. Corey gave me a wolf pack blueprint.
Yeah, I had 3 yesterday, and then I only have, I think, 1 left, maybe 2. Or I had 5 yesterday, something like that. Okay, well, what do you want to do?
Let's see. I've got silly quests, Dam Battlegrounds, or yeah, Dam Battlegrounds.
Oh yeah, I also found an Osprey blueprint.
Nice. We could do more trials where we destroy pops, damage hornets, deliver carryables.
Okay.
Do the weekly trials. I'm in 5th place now.
Oh shit, yeah, I haven't even looked at the trials. I totally forgot about them today. I have damaged a lot of pops, but I'm still at 1 star.
Yeah, I don't know how many pops you need.
Actually, I haven't
so
really
fucking
damaged
many.
a lot. Most of them have fucking fucked me up, actually. The majority of them
Damn.
damaged me. Yeah, they probably got a lot of fucking points on their
I mean, I
on
got
their
6 in
trials
one
for
game.
fucking up Tom.
I got 6 in a game recently, but it still didn't seem to. I've got 2,400 points, and that's just under 2nd star.
Yeah, shit, I wish I had thought of this. Yeah, I'm in 7th. Yeah, I'm at 10,000, you're at 12,000. Okay. Well, yeah, we can do that. Where do you want to go to do that?
Anywhere to do like pops and that sort of shit.
Yeah, I feel like underground, or I always call it underground. Buried City is like a good place for pops and shit because they're kind of easy to like peek into the rooms and shoot them.
Yep.
Okay. Well, give me a second. I'm leveling up a couple of things real quick. Wait, didn't I just
I don't have
level up
much looting space.
an anvil? Guess not. Dude, normally I have so much trouble making mechanical components. I could make like 50 right now if I wanted to. I got looted up today.
Do you have the blueprint for Attack 3 or something? What were you saying? You have the blueprint for?
Yes, I have it. I have it in my safe pocket right now to bring to you. It's
Whoopee!
the tactical MK3 tactical, or tactical MK3 defensive. So this is the one that comes with the surge surge shield recharging.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see how to make grenades. I need crude explosives and explosive compounds right now. And I need arc power cells to make the better shield recharges. So on the defensive tactical Mark III, it has like a recharger where it just you can use it to shield recharge anybody and yourself, and then after a couple minutes it fully recharges, so you can just reuse it.
Yeah, it just has a cooldown period. I didn't know that you could use it on other people, but yeah, so the other one that I like, the tactical healing, that one just literally heals you. It just does it. Like it just heals you by itself. So you're always like, most of the time you'll want to still use your bandages and shit, but like if you don't get it right up to the mark and you get like a little bit below 100%, it'll still keep healing you until you get to 100%. So super handy, super sick. Love it.
You better have. How was the Hutch combo? What'd you think of it?
It felt like at some points Hutch didn't know much about the scenario. It was like missing key details. But overall, it was good. I think it was also, there was a good bit of like talking past each other. I think that there were parts where Hutch should have pushed more, because Sitch kept saying, did you listen to it?
I listened to some of it, yeah.
Okay, so Sitch kept saying, I'm bothered by the fact that people, that like the progressives and the left are talking more about, you know, what the cop did and not about the fact that this lady was wrong for running. And Hutch is like, yeah, I mean, I think everybody's fine saying that she was wrong for running, but like...
Was she wrong enough to be shot in the face is the point.
Well, no, it's even like... that we can say both are wrong, but we're going to make a bigger deal about one, the guy who's alive and not the person who's dead. The one who, like, because they're saying, like, you know, if she hadn't have run, she'd still be alive. You guys are all saying, oh, well, if he had done X, Y, and Z, she'd still be alive. But if she had done, like, why don't you say if she had done X, Y, and Z, she'd still be alive? And so the thing is just that he, like, the cop has more responsibility. Like, he is a fucking cop. He has more responsibility. He has more authority. He is put in a position to where he has to be better than that. And the fact that, like, we would talk about what she did when she's fucking dead right now just seems stupid. Like, what she did was just not worthy of death. So it's yeah, but I felt like he should have pushed that more. I felt like he should have pushed that, like, argument more, saying, like, no, like, we're not going to talk about her as much because she's dead. Like, she gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you play the game louder when you're just streaming the game?
No. So that's why I made it to where I split all of the audio so that the audience hears one thing and I hear something different. So I hear the game at the same volume all the time, and I'm listening to the videos at the same time. Whereas the audience barely hears the game. They'll hear, like, shots and explosions and shit like that.
Don't you want to turn it up when it's just the game?
I did.
Oh, okay. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
like, when you're not
once
streaming.
You got on, I turned you up. But, well, when I'm not streaming again, I hear it at the same volume no matter what. The audience hears it at different volumes. Like, but I hear it at the same volume no matter what.
Right.
Okay. So, Buried City?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Just going to kill pops and shit.
Yeah, kill pops, grab loot.
Killing moms and pops.
Yep, sounds good.
Kill pops, grab tits, get the fuck out of there. What is the... Okay. Alright. I'm going in with my tactical MK3 defensive, and then I am bringing you the blueprint for it.
Sweet.
Is it just us on? Yeah, okay. Buried City. I feel like I need a... Okay, that's fine. Alright, I'm ready.
What grenades should I bring, if any?
Well, I just brought like I have like a setup that I just usually make and bring, but I probably, thinking back now that you're asking, I feel like I should have brought more light impact grenades, because if we're going after pops and shit, those are like really good for pops, I believe. I think, I don't know, but I would assume.
Alright, I'll just grab some of them.
So I have a showstopper, 2 seeker grenades, 3 snap blasts, a jolt mine, and that's it, as far as grenades go.
Okay. I'm
So
just only bringing blast grenades and light impact grenades.
Did you like the remake of the clip?
Yep, I did.
Really fucking annoyed. I fucked that up. But I just went and re-recorded it and tried to edit it as close to what I had originally as possible. I'm surprised though it's not getting a lot of views. I would expected, from how much people talk about like how cinematic the game is and everything. I thought this is a great idea. Like, keep taking like all these things and turn them into cinematic trailers, and
yeah,
and make it all like seem like really cool and intense. But yeah, that's my only complaint, is that like everyone else, you're starting with the assumption that ICE had authority to begin with. I may be misunderstanding that. Talking about me? I don't know what you mean, the authority. Again, I never said that they have, that they were rightfully detaining her, or that I never said any of that. But from the, I don't think it matters. I think even if they're wrongfully detaining her, she still shouldn't have run. And I think that the evidence currently says that she probably was like blocking them and trying to get in the way.
Right, I love how Adam doesn't say anything basically the entire time.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
so fucking retarded. He can't. He's not good at debate. We know that. he always says stupid things, but also I guess he doesn't want to speak and say the things he actually wants to say, which is just your classic like Asmongold, fuck brown people and fuck people defending brown people. They should all die. That's really what he wants to say.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw this. So we were going through earlier. There's you remember the neighbor that we watched, who went on CNN and like did a full interview. I just wanted to check these doors real quick and see. Do you remember we watched like her go and she went on and was like, I don't even want to be here, but I feel like I have to because of the like misinformation that's being spread, blah, blah, blah. Do you remember this lady? She had like a weird bowl cut. So she was there at the time that all this took place, right? Ooh, a key card. Blue Gate cellar? I've never seen this before. Oh, here. Let me give you the blueprint. Here, it's in this drawer.
Okay.
But yeah, she said, she was like, yeah, she's like, she was doing what she was supposed to do. She was trying to block the cars, the ICE cars, and she was doing a good job of it. She was trying to, like, get in the way.
I've already got it, apparently. Do you want it back?
Yeah, sure. Because, yeah, I need the money, so. Okay. But yeah, so she was saying that like that Renee was blocking the cars. Did you hear me? Nice. Alex. Alex,
Yeah.
did you hear me?
Yeah.
What I just said
What
to you
about
about Renee?
what about it?
So I said that the
What
lady who was there, she said that Renee was blocking the cars. She
Okay.
said that is what she was trying to do. There's not like a big difference, but just like as far as like, you know, there's been one of the contentions in chat today is like, oh, they didn't even have the right to like stop her or detain her. And it's like, well, if she was actually obstructing,
Library or
then
hospital?
they did. Hospital's probably better for Pops, but we can go to both. Let's just like run through these buildings here.
Hospital's better for loot.
Okay. So yeah, that's what like one of the contentions in chat today is like they keep saying like, oh well, but they shouldn't have even detained her, or they shouldn't have stopped her in the first place. And yeah, if she's obstructing, like they get to detain her, like they get to stop her. But like we were just saying, like if that's, you know, if she was actually obstructing, we have no reason to believe that's the case. Well, yeah, now listening to the neighbor, it does seem as though she was. Oh, I just got another key card. Blue Gate confiscation. Let's fucking go. Dude, I have so many things I need to put in my safe pockets.
Oh.
Is there any chance you can hold something for me in your safe pocket?
Yeah.
How many do you have?
One.
One? Okay. Can you just hold the tactical defense thing?
Yeah.
Here. Could be interesting. Over here.
I've got 3 spots actually.
Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Fuck.
Well, get inside.
Because, yeah, I have 3 things that I need to... Oh, shit. You see the Monarch over there?
Nope.
Come here.
Wow, cool.
Isn't that sick?
You can't ping it.
No, it's not actually here.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, it's so
give-
you can see other maps on other maps. So like if you go to like the top of buildings and shit and look out in the distance, you can actually see other maps out in the distance. It's so cool. Because they try to make it all very realistic. So they make it so that you can actually see other shit around you. Okay. Yeah, I'm scared right now. I have you know, I had that blueprint, but now I have 2 keys on me that I don't want to lose, and I only have one. I only have 1 safe pocket. I have Blue Gate cellar key and Blue Gate confiscation key.
Well, I sold my patrol car keys.
Got a pop here. I think there's
I hear
another
a pop.
one. I think it's
I hear a
above
little
us.
pop, baby.
I got a spider here. Fuck, I can't get this spider. Oh,
Well,
there's people
way to get
shooting
it.
upstairs. Okay, I got the spider. Where the fuck is that camera? Oh, it's not a camera. Okay. Let's search these rooms real quick and then go upstairs to get the other pops. Oh, somebody just went down. Oh, fuck.
Where are you?
I'm right here. What do you mean, where am I? There's another one. Where are you?
I'm looting.
Oh, we just went in opposite directions. Okay. Damn, so this surge shield recharger only charges like a little bit more than half of my heavy shield. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna fucking die.
Okay, I'm coming. What are you shooting?
A fucking fireball.
Did you get it?
Yeah. How the fuck did you just not get all of these pops?
They didn't
What
come
the
to me. I
fuck?
went the other way.
Yeah, I know, but they came from the way that you went. They all
Let's
came
see how much.
from here.
So far, we've got 800 in this map. In this raid. Pretty good, if you ask me.
Pretty good. Alright, well, I think that's it for this floor. Oh no, there's more down here. Oh, that's how they came. Okay, I thought the room ended, or the floor ended there. So who's the other guy that you were playing with again?
Corey.
Corey, okay. That's the guy who needed some blueprint from me or something like that, right? I forget.
Um.
I think I gave you some stuff for him yesterday, that's something that he needed. Fuck, I'm full. Well, there's seeds down here if you want them.
No, I'm okay.
Oh, did you just drop a rubber ducky here?
Yeah.
So you were the one who searched that thing under the bag. Or under the bag under the stairs, okay. Oh, there's
Getting the Bombardier's attention.
No, you are not.
I just did.
Because you have the fucking grappling hook? Is that why?
Maybe. Alright,
Well, tell
let's
me when
get
it
out of
gets
here.
close, because I want to watch you do it. I like to watch. Well, hold on. We just got to this floor. I want to search this floor. I'm full, but there's normally lots of drawers in the hospital, so.
Right, we need more pops. Let's go.
Well, I was going to say we probably should extract so we can get out with all of the shit that we have right now. And then we also make sure that we shore up our XP. And then
Yeah, but it
we'll come
doesn't.
back.
The thing is, it doesn't. You can't just get 800 and it adds to your XP. In one round, you need to get your personal best XP, and that's what counts towards.
It's only your personal best that counts?
Yeah.
Fuck, I wouldn't have brought any of this shit if I knew that.
Yeah.
I would have just said I'll give it to you later or some shit.
Right, let's go.
Wait, I hear him. Yep, there's... Got it. Milestone reached, 1 star.
Nice. We need more.
She pretty much said, nice, no one cares.
I
There's
didn't.
an arpeggio here.
I know there's some down here where I'm going.
I
Down
hear
towards
one.
the train
I'm
station.
pretty sure it's still here. In the... Yeah, I hear it. You hear it?
Yeah, I don't know where it is.
I think it's here in the... It sounded like it was here. Huh. Where's that buzzer?
Who cares?
Well,
shall we go?
It's gonna bring shit to us. Okay. Where are we going?
I mean, we can just go
probably
to
could have
space
gone
travel.
back to that floor. They probably respawned. Yeah, there was a line right there that we should have taken.
There's heaps in that parking garage.
Yep.
Usually.
All right, let's go let's go in here real quick. Fuck, we gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Alright, who cares? We can just kill the hornets and get that damage point.
Oh, true.
Get ready.
How the fuck are you still alive? Holy shit. Where'd the other one go? Oh, you already got the other one?
Mm-hmm. 2. I got 2. Two in one shot.
Nice. Oh.
Yep, I can see pops. They're all broken over here.
Here we go. Oh, more upstairs. Or is it downstairs? Yeah, it looks like it's downstairs.
Sounds like downstairs.
Yep, there he is.
Nice.
There was a turret here too.
There's a dead body here.
Oh shit.
He's only got a Pharaoh. And Stitcher, I think.
Shield.
Right here.
I mean, I don't want him.
I don't want it.
Salvage it for metal parts.
I'm gonna give it to my expedition. Shit like that.
Okay. You want to go to the garage now? It's right here, out this door.
Are you downstairs?
Yeah, I'm out where you just came from.
Okay.
Dude, have you ever seen the video of the guy who just slides down the stairs, like, and his body just kind of wiggles from like one stair to the next? It's super funny looking. You know what I'm talking about?
Like a human guy's just trying to pretend he's doing arc raiders. Yeah.
Well, that's not. It was an old meme of just like a guy who's so lazy. It's like, oh, it's Monday, and they're like, you know, just kind of sliding down the stairs. But now they're using it for arc raiders. Oh, there's people here.
Hey, don't shoot!
I don't trust it.
Let's go.
Hold on. Let's just zip line up. Looks like they're gone.
There's more people.
Oh shit!
They're being chased.
Leaper!
There's people in there being chased by the Leaper. Fuck.
Oh shit! Oh, I thought you were in here. Get in!
The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes.
Oh shit!
I repeat, 10 minutes.
Okay, I shot at him and brought him back to me, so.
Well, I'm fine. I'm just downstairs, kind of waiting.
Okay. Okay. Well, he came back upstairs. He jumped down after you and then came back up, so.
Okay. Should I come up?
I'll come down because there's no more poppers anyway, so.
Yeah.
Well, let's get away from where he'll find us again. Because, yeah, we didn't even shoot him, dude. He just started coming.
Okay, what are we
at us, so-
doing? Do you want to
Oh,
go,
we're going
or
to
why are
find
you just standing
poppers.
there?
Did you listen to anything I just said? What the fuck?
Yeah,
Holy
but
shit,
what does
dude.
that mean?
I said, let's go a different way to where that's not going to find us again.
Yes,
so,
but
like,
what way?
It's right there, so we want to go this way where there's building in between us and him, and then go down. Disharmony. Shut your face. I'll disharmonize your butt. Oh, there's lots of pops in this building too. Looks like it's been looted.
Excuse me.
So there's a window over here that goes into the next building. I feel like there's... Yeah, there's a bridge across at the top. I was gonna say, if we just want to run through this one real quick and see if there's anything, and then we can just keep moving up, and then... Although, normally I feel like we would hear them, like...
I think people have probably already killed them.
Yeah, they respawn. Yeah, it seems like it's too recent. Yeah, oh, I hear him. You hear him?
Yeah, I hear him.
I think they're on the floor we just came from. Yeah, they're down.
Okay.
I think they're in the basement, maybe, or maybe they're in the
They're
extract.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait,
Oh,
did that
found
not just
one.
hit you?
No.
But it blew up at you, right? Oh. Oh, thank God.
There's more.
Yep, they're respawning. Oh, sounds like it's upstairs. It's rolling around.
Okay. It's right here.
Oh shit! I was looking up there. Oh, more below us.
2400, baby.
I guess I came too
Okay.
far down.
We need more.
All right, next building.
We've only got 5 minutes left, by the way.
Oh, shit. I don't see the stairs.
All raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left.
Oh,
Go
shit.
find a way home. I repeat,
I can't
Let's
reload.
find out.
I'm almost out of ammo. Oh wait, no.
We need to go here.
Let's go to that metro.
Actually, we can go here.
Let's
Right
go to
there.
that metro.
Okay. Well, do you want to go now, or do you want to?
I mean, we got a bastion on one side.
I'm out of shotgun ammo.
Alright, yeah, let's go for now. We can do a pops one somewhere else. There might be some pops down here.
Oh yeah, true. Oh, that would have been a good idea to just go to all the fucking extracts.
Did you get some more?
Yep, got 2 more.
Damn, we're so close.
Are we?
Well, we
We'll
can
go
just
up
do
and
that next
see if
time.
there's another one.
Maybe there's some on the other side of this train.
Oh, true. Good thinking.
I don't think there are,
Brilliant.
but... Nah. Come on, it'll close.
1 second. Okay, yeah, nothing up here. Oh wait, there is something, but...
Are you in?
Yep.
Okay.
2 minutes left. Last chance to get out safely. I repeat, 2 minutes.
Damn. Yeah, there was another one up there. I just didn't want to miss the train. Although they stay open for a long time. Now that I think about it, there's lots of clips of people getting into fights at the extract on the trains, and they're open for like 2 minutes.
2 stars on the pops. Got an
So
extended shotgun mag.
So we at least leveled up?
Yep.
Nice, nice, nice. Alright, and I got out with my Blue Gate confiscation room key and my Blue Gate cellar key. Oh, and I forgot to get my blueprint back from you.
Oh yeah. I'll bring it this round.
Okay.
What was it? The tactical?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you get other blueprints?
Today?
No, just now. I was thinking you were looking at
Nah.
your stash that you just came out with.
Nah.
Yeah, I always look at like my game summary stuff. Although I didn't see anything. Oh yeah, I did. I just forgot to look at it. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say I didn't see anything about our trials, but I just saw that it gave me a stable stock and I got excited and didn't think anything else. Okay, yeah, I moved from 7th to 6th. I thought we shared points. I thought we shared XP.
We do.
We do? I could have sworn you were like 1,000 ahead of me. just a minute ago, and now you're like 600 ahead of me.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm misremembering. I have one more point to put in survival, and the last two open up at the end.
Okay, nice.
And I have the point ready. I'm not sure where I want to put it, so I'm waiting for the second point to come, and then I'll put them both in, because I just really what I care about is getting security. That's what I want. I want security.
Yeah.
Security breach is huge. Like other people, when I've like opened doors for them in with my keys, I've had other guys be like, oh, well, I have security breach, so here. And they start dropping fucking blueprints and shit for me from security. I'm like, wait, what? Okay. Shit. So I was going to say Stella Montes probably has the most pops, but I'm assuming we don't want to go there, right? We could go to damn Battlegrounds.
There's got to be other, there's got to be other areas. We just got to get there before other people.
Well, so the tower probably has like the most shit, and I think I just got the key for that, right? Blue Gate confiscation room key, or is that a different one?
Blue Gate, that's different.
Sorry. Yeah, okay, I don't remember the Blue Gate one then. Maybe. Yeah. I don't remember the Blue Gate one. Earlier, I was getting ready to delete shit from my inventory, and Van Dread was like, dude, don't delete that shit, or don't sell it. And I was like, what do you mean don't sell it? I need money right now. He's like, bro, you have, on the last page of the expedition, you have a lot of shit you got to give them. I was like, oh, fuck, you're right. I should have been giving all this shit to the expedition instead of selling it. So yeah, don't sell shit. Give it to the expedition.
Yep, I'm just collecting as much shit as, like, pretty much everything out of the drawers now, so that I can give it to the expedition.
Nice. Dude, I really doubt this is gonna be worth it. I really doubt they're gonna make this worth all my shit.
Probably. It's a good way to clean house, though.
I guess. I mean, I most of the shit that I have, I only keep shit that I want. And I keep trying to give them, like, diamond shit, and they won't take it. There's nowhere to give them diamond shit. So, like, that's what would get me the most money. And, yeah, I can't give them diamonds.
Well, one of them is, like, if you can just go to Buried City and grab a bunch of fucking trinkets. That's like how many dollars worth in the provisions section.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I come out of the Buried City with like $50,000 in trinkets sometimes.
What do you mean the provisions section? Is there like a section actually called provisions, or?
It on the 5th page of the expedition. There's one of them's called provisions. So it's like keys, seeds, trinkets.
Okay. I thought you meant that was like a place on Buried City. Yeah. What? I don't know.
No.
Okay. All right. Wait, where did I go? Fuck, I don't remember. Did I do damn Battlegrounds? Yes, I did. Should I bring a damn Battlegrounds key?
Nah, we'll be fine.
Okay. I'm saying, like, if we're going to the place with all the fucking pops, that's where the key is, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, it's up to you.
Nah, I'll leave it. Actually, I'll take it.
Oh, I didn't tell you. I got a bobcat tonight.
No!
Yep.
What?
I went on a solo night raid with a key on Spaceport, and yeah, got up there, and it was
Holy
full of
shit.
fucking shit. Bobcats. There's like other guns too. It was just so much heavier loot than normal. And then I was like, okay, fuck, let's get out of here. Oh my god, I gotta get out of here.
Okay,
And
hold on real
I
quick.
got-
Do I want to take the surveillance key or the staff room key? I forget which one is upstairs. Maybe is that control room?
Surveillance is at the water treatment facility. Staff room is in research and admin.
Is that in the tower or?
The research and admin is right next to the tower.
Well, so there's one that we use to go up the.
That's dam control tower key.
That is control tower key. Okay. All right. So surveillance then.
Okay.
Right. That's the one with the tower.
No.
Okay. I want to go to the one that's in the same building as the tower. So which one is in the same building as
the staff room key?
Oh, it is the staff room key. Okay. All right.
You can't get to the tower though. The staff room is a different room.
It's downstairs.
Than the tower. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got the staff room key then. Did you get your stick, your hammer, your thing?
Huh?
They're
I
giving
did.
out free.
Yeah.
You got it?
Yep,
Nice.
I claimed it. Yep.
It is pretty sick too.
Yep, I'm wearing it.
Are you? My I got an orange one as a reward for something. I think it was an expedition or maybe the Flickering
It's for
Flames.
the candleberries.
Yeah, I think it was Flickering Flames, and they gave me the orange one, and I almost bought that. So I was so glad that I saw it on there because I was like, oh shit, okay, well I don't have to buy this now because it matches my outfit. I've seen a lot of people with this outfit this week, but they're all wearing the white version with the purple stripe. I never see people in the orange or the brown one.
And I'm just gonna round for.
Celeste here. The
Okay.
memorial is in the Formicae Hills, near an old first wave wreckage. It's makeshift, just like we were, but it's there. Make sure it's all still standing.
Okay.
So we're at 20 minutes in, so people have already... Oh, there's another one that's unopened here. And there's this thing.
Here.
You want a spring cushion? Oh,
Nah.
No. You're gone. Oh, where are we going? I thought we were going there.
In the control tower.
Oh, did you bring the staff room key?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's in here.
Let's go to research and administration.
This is where there's tons of pops here, so... Like, even though I know I don't have the key for it, we want to go up, because there's normally like 4 to 5 pops up there. We do have to kill the turrets in order to do that, but... Alright, be careful. We're still likely to run into PvP people, and we got in 10 minutes late, so...
Oh, I've got a quest here. Search for a notice board with a note from the researcher. Okay, we can do that too. Doesn't look like they've popped them.
There's another one. Oh, come on, move. Move, fucker. Thank you. I think that's the same one that was over here.
There's another one.
Nope. Oh, there's pops.
It's ace.
Alright, so that's
what we need.
Oh, I hear people. Somebody's, what do you call it? You hear somebody's breaching, right?
Yeah. Probably upstairs, up the zip line.
Yeah, let's not go up there.
The staff room key's just here.
I wish I brought a fucking door block. There's a gas mine here and a lure grenade. There's no gun bags in here? Nope.
Nah, but I've found a shit ton of mods and 3 guns.
Yeah, I got
an El Toro, an Arpeggio, and a Beretta.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I got a zip line. No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah, I can make. Wait, you said you got an El Toro?
Yep. Do you want it?
No, I'm good. I have an El Toro on me, so.
Okay.
But I did grab a zip line out of one of those, so. Remember, if we need it, that I have it.
They're right outside. Get ready.
They're right above us.
Nope. Get ready.
Oh shit. Do we shoot on sight or?
Yeah.
Fuck, they're taking our pops. Should we hit them now that they're getting hurt or?
No.
Okay, they went the other way. One of them's like right here.
Over here.
Other way, guys.
All right.
Sorry, we're just making sure everyone's not doing this telemarketing thing.
Hey, y'all are good. You can have it.
All right.
Oh, here it is.
Oh,
There you go.
let's see what else. On Beard City, reach the top floor above the convenience.
Oh, they didn't go up yet, so.
Okay.
No, stop. Okay, so I got one of them. Yeah, I got one. There's two. Okay, got it.
Do you have the key?
No, we're going to get pops. Ready? Fuck! Well, that did not go well. Oh no, oh no, get in, get in, get in.
I don't have any more shield recharges. I don't even know if I brought any.
You're back up.
Hang on. I'm trying to, just give me 1 sec.
Okay, I just charged your shield. I just want you to back up so I can kill the pops. Thank you.
Why won't it let me put my fucking bandages anywhere?
Fuck you, bitch.
I'm so confused.
Like it won't let you put it in your inventory?
Yeah, just give me 1 sec. I just wanna...
Do you want to grab some of these cells? I did charge your shield up already, but...
Okay, that works.
Actually, I need some of these
really annoying.
cells. So I think, is it if they explode, then they don't have cells, and if you shoot them, then they do?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so this one had one. And this is the one that I shot, so I think that's how it works. Oh, there's more?
Nah, I can hear them. I think they're in the room up here.
Are you sure? I didn't think they had any up there. Or in the room. Maybe I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Ready?
Yep. Yep, so there he is.
Orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. 10 minutes.
Fuck. Well,
okay,
get some hornet damage while we're here.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got the pop that was up there too.
Down here, dummies. There we go. I think they've seen it.
No, they didn't. They were turning around. Nice. I really feel like it takes a lot off with the silencer. Like, It feels like it's not as powerful.
There's one.
Oh, there's another one.
Here.
Nice. You using your El Toro now?
Nah, I've got an anvil.
Oh. I thought that was an El Toro you just shot with.
The anvil is the sickest gun on the fucking...
There's a meme going around where it's a guy at a party and he's not talking to anybody. They're all socializing and talking. And he said, and the caption says, "Nobody at this party cares how good I am with the anvil."
Aww.
Wait, I shot this one and it didn't have a cell in it, so maybe I'm wrong.
They just sometimes have cells and sometimes don't.
I just feel like there should be some sort of like reason for that.
2,000 with so far. My personal best is 3,200.
Oh, you fucking dickhead.
For the lols. We're just scaring them a little bit.
I was about to do the same thing.
Just like to make them a bit scared, you know?
Keep them on their toes, make sure they're ready. Helps them in the long run, actually. Make sure that they don't get complacent. Alright, you ready?
Yep.
Pops probably respawned at this point, so we probably have more that we can get. I still need cells though, so we've not done the best job at killing these motherfuckers, and instead are just letting them hurt me over and over. Oh, there's one.
Nice. What was that?
I speak their language. I understand them.
Ooh, pink thing.
What pink thing?
Just one of those complex gun parts.
Ooh. Yeah, I've got a lot.
Do you want here? Come and get your blueprint.
Wait, what blueprint? Oh, yeah, yes. Thank you for remembering. Oh, fuck. Wait, there's Pops here. What up, Pops? Okay, where is it?
5 minutes. Here.
Okay, I have to
5
drop
minutes,
something.
and where can we go?
5 minutes left.
Oh, here we have to go to the water treatment.
The water treatment elevator.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Hold on, I gotta make room for something real quick. Give me just a second. Oh wait, we have far to go?
A little bit.
Okay. Alright, well crap, there's 2 sensors in here, but I don't have room for them and I don't want to take too long to get them. Holy shit, there's 7 Pops in here. What the fuck?
Where?
In this one room. They're all dead. But they're laying all over the fucking place. You need any of the cells?
Nah.
Okay. I need mushrooms, so we see them. Oh, I got some good shit down here last time I was in there. There's like a couple of things that, yeah, like that.
We don't have much time.
Okay. I think there's a turret here somewhere, so be careful. Oh, yes. I need the fucking rusted gear. Oh, no, I don't. Never mind. I already have them. Alright. Oh, did you hear that? I just sort of popped where we came from. There's a pop there.
Where?
Fire
Got
burner.
him?
Yep. Alright. Come on. There's people out here because you heard the... Yep.
Yep. They always are at the end of the game.
Well, come on. We got 3 minutes. Come on.
I'm coming.
Fuck, there's a fucking... Don't go that way. There's a rocketeer.
Okay, well, we're just about to get spotted.
Okay, anvil out.
Brother,
Do we have a defib?
Where you at?
Do you...
to your left, behind you.
Wait,
here, he's
behind
here.
you?
He's here. Do you have a defib?
I think I have one. Yep, I got one.
Quick, quick, quick. We got. I'll go press the button.
Go, yeah, go press the button. Go press it. Let's go.
Friendly, friendly, friendly.
Last warning. 2 minutes left.
Did you press the button? Oh, it's open. It's open. Let's go. Ah, fuck. There's the rocketeer.
Rocketeer.
Watch out for the rock. Watch out for the rocketeer, buddy.
Okay. Stand by for elevator.
Aw, what happened?
If
Oh no, shut up. Motherfucker was dead.
Gonna say his partner's dead inside the elevator.
He's got a light gun first if anyone wants it.
He's got what?
There's light gun parts on that guy.
Oh, I'm good. How the fuck is that thing still alive? Holy shit. Alright.
There's another body here.
Damn.
Are you ready?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah.
That was so weird. That was so suspicious, dude. That was super fucking sus.
Yeah, that was sus as fuck.
I think they were trying us. I really do. I think they were trying us. Because they... Why, if his partner is right there, can't he just fucking pick him up?
I don't know. Didn't have a defib, I guess, but either way, that seemed weird.
Yeah, there's no reason that I had to waste a fucking... No, you don't have to waste a defib on a partner. It's your partner. It's your teammate. You can just revive them.
Yeah, true.
Havoc in Code Killer 24. What up, Ryan? Alright, I just got another skill point, so I think I can get my security pass. Wait, it still says I have 1 skill point. What the fuck? I just hit 69. Why does it still... Why does it say I have 1? What the fuck? Alright, well I'm struggling to think of what I want to use this on. I have to use it on the red side. When Raider scraps, when looting Raider containers, you have a small chance of finding additional field craft items. So, Raider containers are just like... That's not like all containers, right? That's just like... I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to do that one. But I'm wondering, do I have to do that in order to unlock these two?
I have no idea. You just need to unlock the security breach you're talking about?
Yeah, it says I have to have 36 points in survival, but the path goes, like, weaves through the middle and then back out to where I feel like I have to do this one.
Well, if I've got 5 points on the edge cases, if you do 5 on 5 and then 5 on the other side, that's already 15. How many points do you have in survival so far?
35. I just need 36. I believe I have 2 points. It says I have 1. Maybe... Fuck, maybe it skipped the other one because I didn't use it before getting another one. No, you don't have to get 1 Raider scraps to unlock security breach and skill. Okay. So I think I'll just do Looter's Instinct again and just make it to where loot is revealed faster. There it is.
Yeah.
Security breach. Oh, yep. Still have another point. I
Yeah,
don't know
you have
why
to
the
put
fuck it
another
said
point
I have
on it.
1. I don't know why it said
Yeah.
I have 1 when I had 2. That was stupid. This game is stupid. All right. Let's go, dude. Security breach done. I got to the end of the motherfucking survival. Yeah. And I still got like 4 points to go. 5 points to go before I hit 75. Let's see. 37 plus 17 is 54. And then plus 16 is 70. Yeah, so I'm at 70. I got 5 points to go.
Nice.
I'm probably putting all of them on conditioning, honestly. I don't think I care about the Minesweeper thing. Yeah, so like this is shit that I want. Loaded arms. Your equipped weapon has less impact on your encumbrance. Like that's some of the shit that I put the most points into, is increasing my... I'm not affected by being over encumbered. Shit like that. Like that is that is the shit that fucks me in this game. That is I know other people might not care so much about that. That is like my biggest issue. So I put a lot into making sure that shit just weighs less. Yeah, I got a stable stock 2 and an angled grip 2 out of that, so. Hey Ryan, are you still there? Tom's level 69. I'm level 70. I think, right? Is it? Oh, I keep adding those up. I can just look at what fucking level I am. Holy shit. Every time I look at it, I sit there adding up all the different sections to think of how many points I have left. And I can just look at my total. Alright. Yeah, was that not weird as fuck though? That guy, his partner could have picked him up.
That was weird. Very weird.
What the fuck? I was like keeping a distance from them the whole time. the whole time, like once we got in there, I was like staring at them with my fucking aim on one of the players the whole time. I was gonna say, one of you guys are pushing the fucking button. We're not. But then you started looting the body, and I was like, oh, fuck. Did you get anything out of him?
Out of the body?
body?
Not really. Nothing great.
At this.
Sorry.
Not fair. What do I need for... I thought I needed the... What is the for the blue bandages? I thought I forget what it's called, but I thought I needed like the bottle of like sanitizer or whatever it's called. Yeah, antiseptic. I just got... Oh, I have 2. Oh, I don't have durable cloth. Oh. Mantis, you need to stop being so antiseptic.
You do.
Okay. Well, do we want to use my other damn key? This damn key? Surveillance
Sure.
key? So I had two of each, so.
Yeah, why not?
Alright. Alright. I kind of want to bring my looting MK, so I have more space. But I don't want to take a chance on... Alright, the last game, I like really needed all of the health that I ended up using. Like I would have been fucked with those pops hitting me over and over if I didn't have the heavy shield on. But yeah, I'm gonna go with I'm gonna take the chance. Loading MK, here we come. Alright. Oh, I forgot I brought jolt mines to set on the doors just in case people came in. Mantis said she was gonna shoot on sight and then she got scared and didn't do it.
I mean... I was ready to go. I had my gun aimed. I was gonna pull the trigger. And then I was like, well, we may as well just ask.
Yeah, they came in and I was like, wrong. I forget what I said. Like wrong way, guys. Other way. Oh, that's what I said. Other way.
Yeah,
like,
which is sus, by the way.
Okay. What do you mean that's sus?
Why are you telling them to go the other way?
Like, I'm just telling them, like, because when I see other people using a key card and going into a room, I stop and turn the other way every fucking time. Like earlier, I was trying to ask a guy a question and he stopped right in front of a key card door and just looked at me and I was like, oh, I just stopped in the middle of my sentence. I was like, oh, my bad, dude. You're doing your key card. My bad. Later. And I just I left, closed all the doors up behind me. Because, yeah, if they think you're trying to get into their key card room to get the shit, they're more likely to try to kill you. Also, it's just kind of rude. Like, if somebody has their own fucking key, you let them get their shit. Like, you let them go get all their stuff. But, so yeah, so when they came into a door that's normally locked, yeah, me just saying, other way, guys, I think pretty self-explanatory. Like, yeah, this is our room. We use the key. You can come in when we're done. But then I was like, oh, we are done. So, never mind. I have to clear out space. I'm at 281.
I can probably do one more raid.
So can I give, like... yes, Hornet drivers based. I kept collecting the Stitch and Hornet drivers just so I could give it to this thing, so... That's... perfect to relieve some space here. How was your day?
It was pretty weird not being able to go to work when I thought I had to.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I just chilled. It was kind of a rainy day, so I didn't feel so bad playing PlayStation for most of it.
Well, as long as you don't feel bad.
I just want to make sure I get to bed soon.
Okay. I need to stop emptying my chicken when I don't need it. I need to just leave the shit there and let it accumulate there so it's not taking up room in my stash. Okay. Alright, I got damn surveillance key. You know where that one is?
Okay. That's at the water treatment control.
Wait, is that the one that you and I did the other day?
I think so.
When there were like two other guys being weird there? And you gave me the Boletta blueprint?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, I did. Alright, I just wanted to make sure I actually got my bandages back, or filled them back up. Oh, this gives me binoculars. Why does it say I'm level 69? Wouldn't I be 70? If I have 70 points on my tree? Am I cray-cray? Ryan! Ryan! Are you still there, Ryan? Ryan? I got a blueprint. I wanted to see if you want it. It's the one that yesterday I was telling you over and over how excited I was that I got it. It's the... Do we want to go through this building first, or do we want to head straight there?
Yeah, we can.
The tactical MK3 defensive. I got another blueprint. Yes, the augment one. Yep. Mantis already has it. You take that floor, I'll take the next floor. You want it?
Want what?
Hey, Ryan. You want it?
Oh.
I have the defensive? Okay. Damn, well now that's fucking embarrassing. You guys weren't all as excited as I was to get that shit. You guys all got it and you're just like, yeah, so. Another day, another augment blueprint. I get it. I'm like, holy shit! This is the best shit in the world! I want to tell everybody about it and tell y'all how cool it is. But I think there's just a difference in how much I think of you guys. That when I experience things during my day, I want to tell you guys about it. You guys, you don't want to tell me things. You don't think, wow, I really want to share this experience with Tom.
Hi, we're friendly.
You're good, man. Yeah. We would have shot you already while you were just standing there. You're good. Just don't make us regret it. Alright. Oh. Shit. I wanted to check and see what that guy's name was, but I checked the names of players in proximity, and nobody was there.
Weird.
Oh, he's still with us.
Oh, where?
A raider, over there.
What's up,
Okay.
homie?
Don't shoot!
You're good.
Alright, cool. Just making sure.
That was a different guy.
Okay.
Damn. There's fucking... Okay, there's some shit right there. Did I just run into you and you grunt?
No, I just stabbed myself with a
Oh,
adrenaline shot.
stamina? Okay. That seems a little crazy.
Seems a little fucking smart.
I don't know, it just seems weird. I feel like I've been able to keep up with you this whole time. And I still had like a lot of stamina left. This is the room. This is the room.
I know.
I almost just started shooting and jumping into the wall, and I started thinking, why am I about to do that? Why did I want to do that? What the fuck is wrong with me? There's a motor here. Do you need it?
Nah, but I'll sell it.
Oh yeah, that'll be good in the expedition. Wait, is
Fuck,
that
I'm
you?
dead. I got stuck.
Why didn't you shoot it?
I was turning the other way. Was looking in something.
Okay.
Stupid things.
Oh, there's normally good shit in here. Light gun parts. Okay. Damaged heatsink. Okay. Advanced whatever you call it. Yes, I do. Wait, there's somebody coming in.
Over there.
Okay, well.
All right, come on. You have a door thing?
No.
And I'm full. You want the Osprey?
No. Oh, if I can fit it, I may as well. I'll just sell this ammo.
Well, I don't mind taking it. I'm just saying if you need one, I will give it to you. If you don't need one, I shall take it.
Nope.
Okay. I think I'm gonna get rid of some of my ammo. I just found an anvil too. Excellent raid, gentlemen.
Let's go.
Okay. I feel like that guy's out here. Did you hit that already?
There.
Yeah.
I guess he left. He might have been above us. I heard rollies. So they might have been chasing him.
Let's head home at the water treatment elevator.
Did you get some good shit?
Not really, but I got enough.
I just thought we were gonna go look for roly-polies, but...
There might be some more around here.
Something
Definitely
just saw
some
me.
more.
Got a wasp overhead.
We need wasps, right?
No,
Is it
hornet.
hornets? Okay.
There's another one.
There we go. How the fuck are you still alive, bro? Things that don't make no sense. Did you get the driver?
Yep.
Okay, there's another one.
Up there.
Mark it,
Got a wasp
bitch.
up there.
The wasp.
Oh. This has like gun parts.
Ooh.
Damaged heat sink in here. Did you close the door? I will take that as a no. I need my privacy when I loot.
Yeah.
Gooping in public is no bueno. Oh, I brought that fucking zip line. I'm probably about to drop it because I'll drop the crude oil. I need like, oh yeah, see I need these. I need like sensors and shit like that.
What for?
For building. You use sensors for a lot of shit.
Alright, well, I'm going out.
Alright, you ready to go?
The extract?
Yeah. Yeah, and if we're about to leave, I'm going to start taking all these sinks as well, because I think I can donate those to the expedition.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't want to hang out close to a extract for too long.
Oops. Shit. Is that it shooting at us?
What? Yeah, that was that.
Was that it shooting at us?
Yeah. It was that.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm gonna go press the button. Or wait. Which one? Did I pass it? Wait, where the fuck is it? Oh. Oh, it's up there. Okay. Remember, there's a Weeper that normally hangs out around here, so...
I know, I was hoping to see it.
Light gun parts here.
Some gun parts. Up here. A Hornet, the water facility.
What the fuck? That was weird. You want to loot it? Yeah, go ahead.
Ready?
Okay.
Got some useful parts.
Hang on,
By the
let
water
me
treatment
get this.
elevator.
That's a Hornet.
Okay.
Let's go! Does he have to do that to get in? If so, good luck. Wait, what am I getting into? Okay, I got a mad idea for New Zealand content, Tom. American does Kiwi shit. I know it sounds retarded, but the Kiwis are wild, and seeing an American react to them would be content. Did you see the Russians are using single-person tents as camouflage against thermal drones now? You should try that. Single tents is something very different. Wasted. You don't understand what single tents means. No. we're only that one tent. Okay? There's no other tents. There's no other providers of tents. It's single tents. They're the only ones. I got an anvil, and I got a burletta.
Nice.
I picked up some of those sinks as well, because I want to see if I can... Oh, and I got the Osprey. So yeah, I got some guns.
Very nice.
Yeah, I grabbed the fans and the sinks at the end to see if I could donate those. And I just got another skill point.
Very nice.
I'm so confused. Why the fuck did I just get another skill point? Is that
Okay,
one
I
of those
have to go to
extra skill
sleep
points
now.
or something? What the fuck? I was... Hold on. I went into that game at number 69. I came out of that game as number 69. And I still got a point.
What, for trials?
No, I don't know. I don't know what it... I don't know. It's just... No, points. Skill points for skill tree.
Oh.
So I remember when I went in, I used 2 points before we went in. Ryan said, haha, Tom's 69. And then I came out. I'm still 69. And I got another skill point. Oh, wait. No, it's not there. Wait, what the fuck is happening, dude? This thing is broken. It just told me I got another skill point at the end of that on my summary.
I don't know.
Wait, there's nothing there. There's nothing there, Mantis. There's nothing there.
I'm sorry. It lied to you.
Oh, I thought it was letting me spend it. I was like, wait, why is it letting me spend something? It doesn't say anything. Okay, sorry, my bad. Alright, so can we donate the sinks and fans? Materials. Because I'm a material girl. That's a song, right? I didn't just make that up. That's a thing.
Yeah.
I realized yesterday that I needed surveyors. Or today, technically. And I got 3 of them. Three surveyor vaults.
Nothing wrong with having an extra surveyor vault.
Yeah, it doesn't look like I can donate the fucking sink and fans. Fuck! I can donate my fossilized lightning, but what just happened? Mantis?
What?
Did you hear that? It made a sound like somebody left.
No? Did you get an invite?
No, I just checked. I thought maybe Ryan invited me.
Huh.
He hates me, so. Why would I ever think that would happen?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I could donate the lightning, but I don't want to donate the lightning because it's really cool that I have fossilized lightning. I'm not going to do anything with it, but I have it. So, I have 2 of them. Oh, that's right. It doesn't let me use shit that's in my backpack, I think. I think you have to actually put it in your inventory before you can donate it. Is that happening to you as well, or is that just me?
I don't know. Okay, I'm getting really tired. I've got to go.
All right, later, loser.
Later.
Okay, I think, yes, I was right, because I just saw that when I went to go donate Jolt Mines, it said I only had 5. It showed 3 here and 2 here, and I thought, I'm pretty sure I have 6, but one of them's in my backpack right now, so it's not counting what's in my backpack until I put it in the stash. So yeah, so now that I go back, yeah, now it says 6. Yep. Okay. So let's see. Now that I put that stuff in my stash, yep, there's the fan. Let's fucking go. Damn it, dude. There was a couple of things earlier that I thought I couldn't donate either, but it was because it wasn't in my stash yet. Well, I think I'm going to hold on to that blueprint for the tactical augment, just so I can give it to somebody and feel special. Feel good about myself. I'm going to hold on to it. I'll give it to somebody who needs it later, and then I'll jack off thinking about it when I'm alone. Oh yeah, you want that augment, don't you? Yeah, you like that. Yeah, you do. You like that augment. Oh. Yeah, I got a blueprint in the spank bank. I guess I do have a lot of weapons that I can donate now, because I've got 4 Il Toros, 5 Berlettas, 5 Anvils, 4 Renegades, 4 Ospreys, 2 Volcanoes. And my stash is full right now, so I gotta donate something. So might as well donate my guns. $9,000, $3,000, $3,000. I really hope none of these have attachments on them. You know, normally I don't want to donate like higher level guns, but I really don't like the Renegade. I really don't like it, so I think I'm just going to donate the Renegade 4. See how quick we can get this up. We're at 50,000 now. Sheesh, what is this at? 59? This is an Anvil 2, and it's worth $3,709. The Anvil 1 is worth $3,100. So, okay, well, it must have very low durability for these two to be almost the same exact price, difference of $600. Should at least be like $1,000, $2,000 more. But no, they're both within 4 points of each other in durability. Does it have like attachments on it? No, it doesn't. What the fuck? So weird. $600 difference. Donated 2 Berlettas. We'll donate an El Toro. A kettle. I found this Stitcher 3 earlier. Kind of sick. Do like the Stitchers. I like Stitchers. I like Rattlers. Oh, and I found this Hairpin 4 as well. But yeah, for some of these things like the Pharaoh 1, where it gives me like $400, I want to get rid of the space. But I feel like that's almost just like a waste of... Like, I'd rather just keep it than get $400 fucking dollars out of that. Alright, so we're up to $62,000 on this. We made a pretty big dent. Pretty big dent, guys. I've had 4 cats who like sleeping and walking on keyboards. I'm kind of convinced they know things. You think they're hacking shit? Hacking into PetSmart. I really wish that I had had this 2 days ago. I just got a ton of extra bullshit that I don't want. I just got like a ton of it. And now, I had like 10 extra gas mines, 10 extra, I don't know what these are even called. Will smoke grenades. Like I had just tons and tons of shit that I didn't want. And just scrapped all of it, just sold all of it off, and now I'm looking at it like, fuck, dude. Fuck, dude. What the fuck, bruh? Alright, so how much room we got now? 274, so 6 spots. Yeah, I think I need to go die a couple of times so that I can make some more room. I don't think I died a single time today. I didn't die once. I got downed once. And then when I got downed, I started yelling at all of the other people to come kill the guy, and they killed him. And then they picked me up. And I picked up another player as well. Thomas is dying. Yeah, dude. Makes the game interesting. No, the one earlier, it wasn't even fair, dude. The guy came up behind me. So there was like a bunch of people around. So I thought, okay, that guy is being sketch, but there's no way he's gonna kill me with all of these people around. Like, There's no fucking shot. And then as soon as I went into the drawer, he fucking shot me. I didn't have a chance to shoot him back or anything. Nothing. Just immediately went down. And then another player in another room started shooting him. And he, apparently the player in the other room kind of ran because he was getting fucked up, I guess. Because, yeah, he just wasn't around. So then I started yelling because there was 2 other players that were kind of watching, like, what the fuck is going on over here? And so I started telling them, kill this fucking guy. Kill him. They're like, who, that guy? I'm like, yes, kill him. They're like, okay. They just fucking started blowing him up. So we'll definitely make it a clip. It's a clippable moment. I really like the clip that I made earlier, and I'm a little disappointed that it didn't do very well. Oh, I put Tom Battery. It's like, why is this not being recommended? This clip is so good. It says no views right now. Look at this. This is a fucking dope clip.
Oh shit, there's people behind us.
Oh, is that a player?
Do you guys want to take a leap or down? I don't know.
Oh, they're up on the hill, they're up on the hill.
I just saw the target.
We can help shoot it.
Alright, okay, come on. Attack!
Wow, those guys are idiots.
Yeah. No wonder they asked for help. Jesus.
Oh, they're shooting us. People
Yeah, they're shooting players. They're right there now. That kid yelling, he was so fucking annoying, but he makes the clips so good. He really does. He makes these clips so much better by yelling all of this random shit.
Oh shit. Good shot.
Oh, they're all fucking shooting. Yo, I'm on your side. Stop shooting me. I'm on your side. I'm on your side, bro. Stop shooting me. I'm on your fucking side.
Nice job.
I got bugs on me.
Yeah, I said this yesterday, but I didn't realize, or I said this earlier, Ryan, if you're still here. I didn't realize you hit that fucking guy. I thought I shot him twice. I hit him once. You shot him from like fairly far away. You hit him the first time. I hit him the second time. I'm on your side. Yeah, right. I'm on your side, bro. Boom. That was not me. Stop shooting me! I'm on your fucking side!
Nice job.
I got bugs on me! I got one, by the way. I knocked one out. I'm gonna die.
Oh, this thing's gonna kill me. Gotta get inside.
Yes.
Good walk.
I got it. Just get running. They're shooting at us again. They're right here.
Yeah, they're still there. Oh shit, there's people behind.
So good, dude. So fucking good. But thank you. I started off with a very different edit, and I'm very upset that this edit did not make it through. because it got copyrighted. Now, I'm gonna play it anyways, but I'll be able to erase it later. But it's this was a much better edit that would have gotten way more fucking views. But it's similar. But yeah, they took it down for copyright, and I'm salty about it.
Do you guys want to take a leap or down? I don't know.
See, I like this one better. I like this edit a bit better. I like the music a little bit better, but it I do think it worked out because I just made this edit. It was pretty good. I was happy with it, uploaded it, but they copyrighted it. And they said, you know, this completely blocked. You can't watch it. But then I made the other one. And that gave me the idea to start making cinematic like trailers from the game, because as I said, like, people are always talking about how cinematic this show or this game is, how like it's like a movie, that it's you know, that, and so I think making trailers for it and turning like all of my clips, instead of just them being clips, turning them into cinematic clips, I think is a better idea. And then just kind of making that the thing that I do with my shorts on that channel is just, yeah, turn them into cinematic clips. Because yeah, like I really like the cinematic aspects of these. Okay, so you see this. These wasps, that's not two. That's not one, that's two. Two just spawn right here while I'm in the middle of doing this, okay? Remember this. I'm going to show you something else in just a second. So the second I got down, I was like, who the fuck is even shooting me, dude? How the fuck am I getting shot right now? And I turn around, and there's two more back here. So I was getting shot by 4 the whole. Okay, so this video popped up on my feed the other day. What the fuck? What the fuck? He's way up. He is way up there on these fucking things. And they just spawned a massive fucking bastion right there on top of this thing. So he immediately tries to go back. He probably should have stayed up there and stayed behind it, but he tries to go back. Yeah, your boy, have the top comment on this. 281 likes. Pretty amazing. So, not bragging or anything, but just saying, I do have the top comment on this video. Oh, this one has 400 now. Okay. Said I've had one spawn upside down and it was moving its legs like a dying spider. Shit was terrifying. Yeah, I said sometimes I think people at Embark are all sitting in a room watching the games and choosing to manually spawn stuff like this in the worst places at the worst times just so they can get a laugh out of it. This is what I feel like in the other ones. Like, I feel like they just spawned 4 fucking wasps while I'm up there on that hill just to fuck with me. Like, I'd spent the whole fucking time, the whole raid, looking for that thing to open it up. I finally found it, and while I'm hitting it, they just spawned 4 fucking wasps on me. Yeah, there's probably a way to get a list of free recognizable songs also. Well, I have like a ton of shit to get, like pre-made AI songs. I have tons of like royalty-free songs. I have tons of stuff that like I pay for, like memberships I pay for with like 3 different companies. I have Artlist, I have audio, and then I also have Universal with Wondershare. And so I have like a plethora of music that I can use, which is why I make like cinematic trailers like the other one, and that one doesn't get copyrighted because I own the license to that song. So, but all right, I'll be back on tomorrow most likely. Remember, we're doing a panel this Friday. If you guys have any right-wingers that you want to suggest, the 2 of the right-wingers that I invited don't seem to be willing to come. We're only doing 6 people, so I need 3 right-wingers, at least 2, but maybe 3. So right now I do know the Loner Box and Soy Pill are coming. So those are my 2 lefties. It's possible I'll do 4 people. Like, honestly, depending on, I have one right winger who said yes, and that's Grid 1 Motorsports. So he's the guy who put on the event in Tennessee. So I might just invite 1 more right winger and then have like a 2v2. We'll see, but but yeah, if you guys look up Euro and Travel, he's a MAGA guy who's totally retarded. Euro and Travel.
This will probably be
Oh, I know this guy.
the last live stream of the evening, probably, maybe. So, well, we got.
Yeah. I've come into his vertical streams. Destiny Orbit panel? Not really. Soy Pill never orbited Destiny. Lonerbox used to, but they're not friends anymore. Grit 1 Motorsports has never even spoken to Destiny as far as I know. Or no, he did. He talked to Destiny, I think, for the first time he debated Destiny on the panel the other day about January 6th. He was defending January 6th. So yeah, I don't. There's really not anybody on there who orbits Destiny. Why? What? Like, if that, if Lonerbox, like, used to be friends with Destiny, or Soy Pill, somebody who's never really engaged with Destiny much outside of debating him, and it's just like in the same scene as Destiny, if that makes them Destiny orbit panels, then that's literally just what pretty much all the politics panels in this space are, because we're all just in this space. So yeah, I know that guy. Used to troll him. I went into his chat a couple of times and said, like, do you ever talk to Democrats? And he was sitting there with some other old fart, and he's like, yeah, I talk to Democrats all the time. I got a friend who's around here, blah blah blah. And he said, like, he named a guy, and I forget the name, but I know the guy who he's talking about. It's a liberal lawyer, who's like a centrist guy. He said that he was a lefty. He's not really a lefty, but But yeah, I'll see if I can get this guy on. I doubt that he would do a debate, but we'll see. Why did Loner stop orbiting Destiny? I don't know if you kept up with like the whole what do they call it? Pixie situation, but apparently Pixie and like Wonderbox were somewhat of a thing at the time, so does he know things I've never seen him? Not really. So I've never seen him do a debate. He every time I see him, he's just sitting there talking to the chat and just rambling about shit.
American Air Force Base. We train alongside Qatari.
It is all like the most bland, just generic Trump talking points. Like that's what he's literally just repeating anything that comes from
Air
Trump.
Force. Just like we have military bases in California and around the country that train NATO members and other countries, okay? So keep crying. We've been over this like 5 or 6 months ago now. So no, there's no Qatari military base in Idaho.
He will 100%. He does random one-on-ones a lot. Where, dude? I feel like I thought he was really new to streaming because he popped up out of nowhere like maybe a month or two ago. I'd never seen him before. And then all of a sudden he just started popping up. Maybe around like September. Damn, dude, does he do numerous streams a fucking day? Holy shit. Three months ago, 4 months ago. Wait. Left-wing conservative debates Trump supporter. Okay.
I was about to say, man, looks like you idolize him. But I just think that we need to take a step back as a country as a whole. I don't care what your political beliefs are. All your religious beliefs. At the end of the day, we all we're under this one banner here. The red, white, and blue, and 50 stars. At the end of the day, and we all built this country. Someone comes in this country yesterday and they have a job. They're building this country. At the end of the day, that's what we have to start thinking about. How can we all come together to make this place better? And I honestly believe
A little less government control would definitely.
Bro, he's on Cameo? He has merch? I just came out with merch. After like 5 years and at like averaging like 200 to 300 viewers, like started coming out with merch. This is wild. Okay. All right. Yeah, thanks for the recommendation. I'll definitely reach out to him. That was a good idea. Yeah, this is a good one. Thank you. Any other recommendations besides this guy? Anybody else have somebody that I should look up?
Would you agree that more Catholics at least have more grounding? They at least can talk a little bit better about it.
No.
More grounding for
Because I
what?
would say Catholics, people say they're Catholic all the fucking time.
I would say they're worse than a typical prot.
I'd say Rob Nor, but he dog walked you last time. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I got to run from Rob Nor. Now this is meant to be like a test panel. We'll definitely start like inviting like bigger names over time, but we're starting off like middle of the road, just trying to get everything in order, trying to like get you know, the process down and get the get the look down, the aesthetic, like the production is the main thing that I'm gonna have trouble with, because in these,
Instead of just going, yeah.
I do a lot of like camera work in it. I would love to have somebody else do it.
These probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates.
Oh, so, okay, it didn't say disparage. It said undermine credibility of. I mean, it's a fucking joke, Destiny. Come on. You do this shit all the time, the semantic game. So, okay, my bad. It didn't say disparage the candidate. It said undermine the credibilities of the candidates. Like, so, and Destiny, he knows he's fucking wrong about this. He knows that he's just like, well, just because they said what the motivation was, Obama didn't specifically ask them and tax them with saying what the motivation was, so we shouldn't count that. Now, again, on December 9th, what we see is immediately when Obama's like, no, that's not going to work
Just
for me.
just before we move on from this, because like, I guess, so for Tom, I don't know if you have to make a ruling or what, because obviously we disagree massively here. So my statement is that this presidential daily briefing, this was not an in-depth exploration of what Putin was doing or what his motivations were for disrupting the election. This was basically an assessment of what types of attacks.
So this is kind of what I plan on doing as well. Is like, I want to ask a lot of questions. I want to like take people's like answers and turn them into questions for others, and that's kind of what I do right here. Is I start to like the two of them kept going off on like tangents on like offshoots of the person's argument instead of directly engaging with what the argument was. And so I would take like a minute to like ask them questions to actually nail down their actual positions, and then allow them to argue again from there. Like once they stated like this, okay, this is the thing. All right, now continue from there. And so I think like I want to do a lot of that, but I'll also probably do some arguments.
Can we expect,
too.
or what types of attacks do we think occurred in this election, right? And the sourcing on this is literally just the first paragraph of this daily briefing is, we assess that Russian and criminal actors did not impact recent U.S. election results.
But I like the
conducting
camera
malicious
work like
cyber
this. I
activities
like it
against
better.
election infrastructure.
I think it looks better.
They talk about the compromise of an Illinois voter registration database and an unsuccessful attempt in other states. Okay, and then they say election monitoring and the type of systems targeted, infrastructure not used to cast or count votes, make it highly unlikely that it would have resulted in altering any state's official vote result. Criminal activity also failed to reach the scale and sophistication necessary.
Jovan Bradley has been out here. He's capable, but he's very left. I actually might be in his Discord now that I think about it. Shit. Maybe not. Did I leave his server? I think I left his server. I can never find people's fucking servers, dude. I'm really bad at this shit. Yeah, Jovan's a good idea as well. But I need right-wingers more.
Necessary to change election outcomes. New election technology in the future that decreases diversity in systems and expands computer-enabled functions provides additional avenues to manipulate votes, but it will remain a significant challenge to sway elections through cyber means. This daily briefing was asking, were they able to change the outcome of the election? And one of these, the one that Rob is reading off, that he's saying, oh, this is about the motivations. It was them saying, we have low to moderate confidence in the Russian government's involvement because of our uncertainty about its utility for state actor, a lack of observed effects from the local operation, and the accuracy of obfuscation techniques, which included substantial overlap with criminal accuracy using similar targeting tactics. The activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. So that statement there is saying that they weren't.
I think Rob is correct here. Like saying they undermined the candidates. Although if it said candidacy, maybe not. I don't. If they said undermine the candidates, then he would be correct. If they said undermine the candidacy, then that wouldn't be correct. But Rob said, like, you know, they disparaged the candidates, and Destiny said, no, they didn't. They said they undermined them. Like, what? That's the same fucking thing. But I don't know if they said candidates or candidacy.
Trying to change the outcome of the election for one candidate or another. They were just trying to, the hacks targeting things were more related to psychological effects, such as, they're not saying they tried to do both. They were saying, such as, here's examples of psychological effects. One psychological effect would be undermining the credibility. Another psychological effect might be undermining the candidates. Now, in a layer assessment, we find out they were trying to undermine one candidate. But this assessment is not about Putin's motivations. And you can see that throughout the entire presentation. No other part of this is going to address Putin's motivations. And the idea that they would include such an important tidbit of information in one sentence, in one bullet point about a PDD that's not really related to it at all, is actually kind of funny. As long as you haven't read the context of any of the ICAs that come out since this.
Okay, so interesting strategy here. Destiny's hoping if he reads a bunch of words really fast, he'll be able to employ some smoke and mirrors so that you don't read the actual language that this says. This is a 3-page summary of what the intelligence community has found. They were talking about the things that they were able to do, such as hacking the DNC and those sort of cyber hacks that they had, hacking sort of voter registration rolls attempts to do that. And they said that the motivation with this, just like the motivation with the DNC leaks and all of that stuff, was to undermine the candidate's credibility and to sow psychological warfare and distrust in our system. That's what they said. Destiny could read as fast as he wants a bunch of other shit saying, no, actually, trust because what they're talking about specifically is the fact that they're trying to undermine the elections, the election infrastructure, things like that, that they're undermining credibility. None of that fucking matters. Destiny's trying to employ smoke and mirrors. I will read it again to you slowly because I don't have to rush through it like some fucking asshole so that you don't understand the language. It says, and I quote, the activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess were probably were intended to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the election process.
But yeah, anyways, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm going for. But I lost this entire setup when I switched computers. So I would either have to remake this one or go with a new one. And I'd already kind of drawn up like a new look for the panels and thought that I might just go with that. But I'm probably going to do some more work on it tonight and figure it out. But, you know, for me, today is Wednesday. We're going into Wednesday. It's 7 a.m. on Wednesday for me. And so the panel's on Friday from 8 to 11. 8 p.m. Eastern time to 11. So I've got some time to get this all ready, but I'm still not set on what I want to do. And I do kind of like my background. Like, I'm looking at this and looking at how this looks, and I'm thinking, damn, my background does look dope as fuck, though. So I don't know. We'll see. But alright, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. Y'all hang out for just a second, leave a comment. It definitely helps push me in the algorithm and makes it to where more people find the channel. So hopefully more people will be here tomorrow if you just leave a comment today.